Alright, let's dive right in. Our story kicks off with this absolute unit of a handyman, casually building a house like it's a Lego set. He's got his hammer out, surrounded by rabbit people, and he's thinking to himself, yep, just another day at the office doing the same stuff I did back in Japan. The only tiny, insignificant difference. He's doing it all in a completely different world. So, how did our man get here? Let's rewind. Back in his old life, this guy was the MVP of a rural home center. We see him looking absolutely dead inside, muttering about how his job is to basically stock, well, everything. A truck rolls up to the store, and the new hires are just buzzing with energy. See, this isn't your average hardware store. It's a do-it-all depot for folks in the countryside. The boss, looking like a suave anime protagonist who took a wrong turn into retail, lays down the law. If a customer in the sticks needs something done, they do it. Period. And by anything, he means anything. We're talking heavy machinery repairs on tractors, landscape gardening, you name it. These guys even do full-on construction, surveying, and management. The local community absolutely adores them for being the ultimate jacks of all trades. Our hopeless hero reflects on his life, thinking, you know what? It's not so bad. And then we get the ominous black screen. Until today. Oh yeah, you know it's about to go down. Our boy is walking home, complaining about his middle-aged body getting soft, and how staying up all night is taking a serious toll on him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him starts glowing with a ridiculously intricate magic circle. His vision starts warping, his body gives out, and he knows he's about to collapse. It's the universe's way of saying his free trial of a normal life has officially expired. A massive pillar of light erupts from the ground. His muddy work boot steps right into the epicenter. And boom, this guy is immediately yeeted skyward in a beam of pure, unadulterated isekai energy. When he comes to, he's in a blank, empty void, completely bewildered. The first thing he notices isn't the existential dread, but the fact that his pants are now ridiculously loose. The universe didn't just teleport him, it put him on an express diet plan. As he's struggling to keep his pants up, feathers begin to magically materialize and float around him. Because of course they do. A celestial figure gracefully descends from the light above. The unsuspecting lead is just gaping in awe as a woman introduces herself as the goddess Victinius. She looks at him and says, "This time you're excellent." And just like that, she drops the biggest promotion of his life. He's been chosen to be reincarnated in Alastasia, a fantasy world filled with swords, magic, and all the monster-slaying action he can handle. Our story kicks off with our unsuspecting lead waking up not in his bed, but in a forest, with his first sight being bunny ears. His brain is still booting up, trying to process if he's dreaming or just really confused. Instinct takes over, and he does what anyone would do. He reaches out and touches the fluffy ears. They're warm, they're soft. Real. The girl, who he dubs Ojo-chan, is understandably weirded out. She clarifies that they're not a fashion accessory. She's from the rabbit race. And that's when the reality of the situation hits our boy like a freight train. He was just passed out. He's been straight up isekai'd. He's in a whole new world called Alatastia. The realization finally sinks in. What? Our main man promptly short-circuits, spiraling into a full-blown panic attack about food, shelter, and the distinct lack of modern plumbing. Starting from zero is way too hardcore for this guy. The little bunny girl just watches, completely bewildered by his meltdown. Pulling himself together, he asks if he can tag along with her. She's hesitant, pointing out that the folks in her village aren't exactly fans of humans. Our hero, ever the optimist, immediately jumps to the darkest conclusions about interspecies relations in this world. But he's desperate, so he begs her to at least let him greet them. Suddenly, their little debate is interrupted by the arrival of an uninvited guest, a snarling, ripped, and absolutely unhinged Goblin. This isn't some low-level slime, this is a certified killing machine, and it looks hungry. The bunny girl immediately tells him to bolt, saying this thing is way out of their league. She's terrified, screaming for him to run. She tries to push him away, telling him she'll be a distraction while he escapes. A brave but frankly terrible plan. She tells him to go, that it's too dangerous to lead this monster back to her village. But watching her try to sacrifice herself flips a switch in our boy's head. After seeing that look of pure terror on her face, there's no way he's leaving her behind. This absolute unit channels his inner Leroy Jenkins and starts screaming to get the goblin's attention. The beast takes the bait and swings its massive club, aiming to turn him into a pancake. Our boy dodges just in nick of time, and the goblin's attack completely obliterates the ground where he was standing. He barely avoided getting turned into paste. Scrambling for a plan, he frantically tries to remember if he has any useful skills. But nope, nothing. In a moment of sheer desperation, he does the only thing he can think of. He screams, "Eat this," and yeets a plastic water bottle directly at the goblin's face. The goblin is unimpressed. It just cackles, completely unfazed by the pathetic projectile. Our hero's soul leaves his body as he realizes he is well and truly screwed. But then, the impossible happens. The hobgoblin takes a step, slips on the water bottle, and face plants into a rock, knocking itself completely unconscious. The single most anticlimactic victory in isekai history. Our boy is stunned for a second before cheekily asking if he should call the fantasy police to preserve the accident site. Before he can celebrate his ridiculous win, he gets smacked from behind. It's a goddess, and she is not happy. She scolds him for being reckless and almost dying. This is Victinia-sama, the very deity who sent him here. She basically asks him how he's even still breathing, reminding him he was supposed to use the skills she gave him. And we get a quick flashback. The day before he died, Victinia's explained the whole reincarnation deal. She, a god from Earth, made a bet and lost, and the price was sending our 36-year-old hardware store employee to a world she manages. Our guy is freaking out, thinking it's a dream, but she snaps him back to reality. To help him survive, she offers him a blessing. The blessing comes in the form of 3 count M, 3 skill grant tickets. Our hero, a gamer at heart, is hyped. He can get skills with these, but just as he's about to cash them in, another, more stacked goddess appears. This is Hera, and she calls out Victinia's for making a mistake. Turns out Victinia's was supposed to give him 8 tickets, not 3. Hera grabs the Shady goddess and explains the situation. She apologizes on behalf of her husband, Zeus, who apparently made the bet with Victinia's god. Victinia's was trying to shortchange our boy to cover her own divine screw-up. Once they're in the new world, even gods can't interfere, so this was his only chance. Hera calls Victinia's a useless goddess for trying to scam him out of 5 tickets. To make things right, they summon a literal skill gacha machine. This is apparently how the gods do it. As a formal apology from her husband, Hera gives our main man 1 extra ticket, and for the trouble Victinia's caused, she gives him another. That's 10 tickets total. Our boy is ready to roll. The results are interesting. He gets appraisal 3, masonry 4th, dismantling 2, mining 3, leatherworking 3, a star rank item box, blacksmithing 2, crafting 3, healing magic 1, and logging 1. It's the ultimate DIY starter pack. The goddesses are sweating, realizing all his skills are pathetically low level. He also pulls a star rank map skill. The goddesses are just glad it's over. Victinia's, still salty, snaps at him for not listening. She reminds him that those tickets are super rare items that require divine power to make. She basically tells him he got a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot, and that he'd better not waste it. She hammers home the point. This new world is a brutal kill or be killed environment. Hesitate, and you're dead. Back in the present, Victinia's finishes her lecture. Our boy takes her advice and decides to check his status. Status open. And what do you know, after that chaotic goblin fight, he actually leveled up. His stats are looking a little beefier already. He then tells the goddess he's waiting for the bunny girl he met to come back. Victinia's is baffled. A human hanging out with a bunny girl? Unheard of. She tries to tell him what to do, but our hero isn't having it. He tells the meddling goddess that this is his life now, and he'll live it freely. You go, my dude. Just then, a whole squad of bunny folk appears, calling out for Ojo-chan. The little girl he saved runs to them, safe and sound. They thank our man for protecting her from the stray hobgoblin. They're blown away that he took it down all by himself. But this guy, playing it cool, just says it tripped and hit its head on a rock. Technically not a lie. He then asks what he should do now, and sheepishly wonders if he could live in their village. To his surprise, they happily welcome him. He is absolutely ecstatic. They're just grateful that a human would risk his life for one of them. He and the little girl he saved still haven't properly introduced themselves. She holds out her hand and her name is May. It's his turn now. With a genuine smile, this absolute unit introduces himself as Narumi Masaru. They shake on it, sealing the start of a new friendship. His path forward is uncertain, full of challenges, but for the first time, our hero is ready to live his life freely. His new adventure begins. Alright. Right back into the chaos. So quick recap. Our main man, Narumi Masaru, got isekai'd. The goddess in charge of his transfer was, let's be honest, a little shady. She gave him skills via a literal slot machine, and this absolute unit rolled a spectacular dud 0, and I mean 0, offensive skills. Naturally, the first thing he ran into was a goblin with murder in its eyes. But our boy got bailed out by a fierce rabbit girl, and now she's brought him back to her home base. Welcome to Rabbit's Village, everybody. It's quaint. By which I mean it's a collection of tents that look like they'd lose a fight with a strong breeze. This is where his new life begins, folks, in what looks like a campsite that's seen better days. The village has about 100 people, all just trying to survive. His savior, May, is all smiles, basically telling him, congratulations, you've been adopted by the entire village. Our hero is just taking it all in, looking at the flimsy rope fences, and thinking to himself, yeah, these guys are struggling a lot. You ain't wrong, buddy. Time to meet the boss. They head into the main tent to greet the village chief, who turns out to be another human. Well, that's a twist. The chief had heard rumors a human saved May, but he's still bewildered to see it's true. Masaru, ever the polite one, just bows and thanks him for the help, but the chief waves it off. Basically, nah dude, don't worry about it. You risked your life for one of ours. We owe you. As a welcome gift, the chief decides our boy will be staying at May's house with her and her mom. Now, this could be an awkward living arrangement, but May is beaming, chirping. If it's Oni-chan, I'm okay with it. Our hero gives her a wholesome head pat, and the chief tells him to just relax and contribute however he can. No pressure. But relaxing is not on the menu for this guy. His brain immediately kicks into overdrive, flashing back to his old life, working at a massive home improvement center. Suddenly, all his weird, non-combat skills agriculture, blacksmithing, construction start clicking into place. A light bulb practically shatters over his head. There is something he can do. Without missing a beat, he turns to May and the chief, and with the unhinged confidence of a mad genius, he proclaims, "I can improve this whole village." Their jaws hit the floor. The chief immediately tries to de-escalate, telling him, "Whoa there buddy, I admire the spirit, but you can't just waltz in here and make promises that could cause a panic." And our boy hits him with, "I'm not great at reading the room, but..." He launches into this epic speech about how he can't just sit by and do nothing. How back in his old life, he was always getting chewed out for trying new things, but here he can finally go all out. He's practically vibrating with hope, and the chief sees it. He sees that this guy is 100% serious. Sold. The chief throws his hands up in surrender. "Alright kid, what do you plan on doing first?" And just like that, Project Upgrade Village has been greenlit. First things first, he's gotta test the goods. Time to see what these skills actually do. He pulls up his status menu, which conveniently looks like a tablet. He starts simple, using appraisal on a knife he borrowed. Instantly gets a full stat block. Okay, pretty useful. Next up, skill cutting. The description says it can cut trees without tools, so he finds a big one, slaps his hand on the trunk, and focuses. Nothing. Absolutely nothing happens. For a split second, his soul leaves his body in pure terror. Then the top half of the tree just obliterates itself, perfectly sliced clean off. The skill had a dramatic delay. The only problem? It just torched a sixth of his entire mana pool. Yikes. Okay, so I can't spam that, he mutters, moving on to building skills. He tests his level 4 mercenary by grabbing a random rock. With a little pop, the stone reshapes itself into a flawless cube in his hand. No tools, just pure Minecraft logic. He then goes back to the log he just cut. Time to test woodworking, specifically a skill that can instantly dry wood. This is a massive cheat code. Normally this process takes months, even years. He wonders if it can really be done in an instant. He braces himself. "Here we go," and is immediately interrupted by May shouting that dinner's ready. She finds our hopeless hero completely passed out cold. The mana cost was no joke. He wakes up a bit dazed, realizing he overdid it. But he glances over, and the log is perfectly dry. It actually worked. Back at the house, he's welcomed by May's mom, Ruru. May is already singing his praises, telling her mom how he saved her and wrecked some goblins. Ruru is just so kind, telling him that while their home is simple, he should consider it his own. As they all sit around the table, sharing a meal, it finally hits him. He has a place in this world now. He might not have all the answers, but he's damn well gonna try his best for these people. Because starting tomorrow, this village's improvement plan officially kicks off. Alright, let's dive right back into the action. Our boy and his newfound rabbit folk friends stand before their village, ready for the ultimate home makeover. It's officially go time. Our main man, radiating pure DIY dad energy, announces the first order of business. Operation. Fortify this place is a DO, and step 1 is upgrading their ridiculously flimsy fence. The bunnies are all hyped up, ready to get to work. The entire village is buzzing. They've heard the chief's big plans for improvements, and are practically vibrating with excitement. One of the locals, however, is a little confused. He's like, "Why are we starting with the fence? We can handle a few goblins, no sweat." But our unsuspecting lead is thinking bigger. Much bigger. He announces his grand vision. Not just a better fence, but a full-on stone guard. Before anyone can even ask where they're gonna get the materials, this absolute reveals he already went on a little rock-collecting field trip with May this morning. But one of the bunnies brings up a very valid point. They don't have nearly enough manpower to haul an entire cliffside back to the village. Our boy just smirks. "Manpower. Where we're going, we don't need manpower." He flexes his item box skill and yeets a literal mountain of stones right onto the ground. The rabbit folk are completely bewildered. Their jaws are on the floor as they mutter about how they thought item box was a pretty common skill. Realizing he just revealed one of his cheat codes, this guy tries to play it cool. "Yeah, no biggie. Anyway, let's get to building." The bunnies, eager to help, immediately start stacking the rocks like they're building a Jenga tower. Our hero has to call an immediate timeout. "Whoa there, that's not how you build a wall that won't fall over if a stiff breeze hits it." He then gives them a masterclass, quickly assembling a perfectly interlocked section of the wall. He launches into a full-on construction seminar. See, the trick isn't just stacking rocks, you have to stagger them, fitting them together like a puzzle. You use smaller stones to fill the gaps, making the whole structure way more stable and less likely to crumble. But wait, there's more. For the really big attacks, he unveils his masterstroke. They'll fill the core of the wall with pebbles. This not only makes it incredibly strong but also allows rainwater to drain right through, preventing erosion. This isn't just a wall, it's a work of art. Don't worry, he says. With the confidence of a seasoned TV show host, I'll teach you all the proper ways of making a good wall. Though his actual teaching skills might need a little work, judging by the bewildered look on the bunny girl's face. Naturally, everyone is dying to know how he's a walking encyclopedia of construction knowledge. Our boy smoothly deflects, saying he just wants to help with their food situation next. He's gonna build them a proper stone furnace to make cooking easier and safer. This suggestion gets a very intense reaction from the women of the village, who are apparently known as the demons of the kitchen. Our hero's soul nearly leaves his body as he realizes he has tread on sacred ground. He immediately backpedals, "Nope, my mistake, you guys are in charge," which gets a good laugh out of them. The new plan is set. He'll do the heavy lifting for the furnace, but he needs their help gathering a few other materials. The shopping list: clay, grass, and sand. He explains that clay on its own is weak, but when you mix it with sand and grass, it forms a super strong, reinforced composite material. The girls are totally sold and May immediately organizes a gathering party. High on their success, they start throwing out more requests. Tables, chairs, forks and spoons for the entire village, and our main man, now the official village handyman, just agrees to it all. He's basically become their personal IKEA. He even suggests building a roofed gathering area, so they can all eat together. Finally, they ask the question that's been on everyone's mind. What was his job back in his old world? And the grand epic reveal is, he was just a normal guy who worked at a countryside home center. All this god-tier crafting knowledge comes from stocking shelves and dealing with weekend DIY warriors. This news just gets everyone even more fired up. The Home Depot hero is here to save the day, and so begins the ultimate construction montage. The entire village works together, building frames, mixing materials, and even learning the ancient art of chopsticks. It's a chaotic but joyful scene of progress, with everyone pitching in. The whole community is coming together, building their new home with their own hands. After days of hard work, it's finally done. The Great Wall of Rabbitville stands tall and proud, a testament to their teamwork. The new gathering space is bustling. Everyone is enjoying delicious food cooked in the new furnace, and the upgrades are a massive success. The village chief approaches, his voice thick with emotion as he gives a heartfelt thank you. May tackles our boy in a celebratory hug, shouting that his plan was a massive success. It's a genuinely wholesome moment for our hero, who's finally found a place to belong. Meanwhile, back in Godovision, the goddesses are watching. One of them is having a fit, complaining that our boy is being too stubborn and doing all this unnecessary work. But the other, calmer goddess drops some serious lore. Normal people in this world get 1 or 2 skills. Our hero, with his 11, is a complete anomaly. This world has been stagnant for over 400 years, and they need someone to shake things up. They need a detonator. And our unsuspecting lead is their chosen agent of chaos. Back on the ground, the celebration continues, but this guy's brain never stops working. He's already planning his next projects, rinsing houses, and most importantly, building a toilet. This village is about to become a city. Then, mid-meal, he asks a classic isekai question. So, are there any slimes around here? The bunnies confirm there are, but they're stuck at the bottom of the cliff and can't get up. Our boy is visibly relieved. His next big idea depends on it. He wants to make a special kind of hardened soil floor, and then asks another seemingly random question. Is there an ocean nearby? And just like that, the party dies. The entire table goes dead silent. The mood plummets as one of the girls explains, her voice barely a whisper. The ocean is where everyone here ran away from. The story just took a hard left turn into something way more serious. What in the world happened by the sea? Alright, let's dive back in. Our boy is sitting down for a serious chat with the bunny folk, and the vibe suddenly gets heavy. May reveals they used to near an ocean, about a 10-day journey from their current spot. The chief chimes in, his voice cracking with emotion, and reveals the gut-punching truth. They were driven from their home by humans. The mood in the room drops to absolute zero. Our main man and May are completely stunned by this revelation, but for our unsuspecting lead, the pieces are clicking into place. He mutters to himself, just as I thought, realizing he's opened a massive can of worms. This guy feels terrible for bringing up painful memories. But then, a fire lights up in his eyes. He's indebted to these people, and he's gonna make their lives better, even if it means getting materials from their haunted past. He knows they have traumatic memories tied to that place, so he tells them straight up he won't be asking for their help. Without missing a beat, this absolute unit slams his hands on the table and declares he's going there all by himself. With a grin that's equal parts brave and insane, he announces his destination: the ocean. The very next morning, he's getting ready to leave when May confronts him, demanding to know why he's so hell-bent on this solo trip. She declares she's coming with him, but our hero shuts that down immediately. He tells her she can't fight and needs to stay with her mother. May, however, is not having it. She fires back that he only beat the latch of goblins because they literally tripped over themselves. The truth hurts, and his face says it all. Just then, the chief strolls in and lays down the law, telling May to listen to Masaru because she's not a fighter. Then he turns to our boy with a serious look, holding out a gift. It's a full set of freaking armor. The chief has one favor: if he runs into any humans, let them know the rabbit tribe is alive and well. Our hero accepts the quest without hesitation. He promises to investigate what really went down in their old town. After a final, slightly teary-eyed goodbye to May, he pumps his fist in the air, fully geared up and ready for an adventure. And he's off. This guy bolts across the wilderness for days. His map skill makes navigating a breeze, and soon enough, he spots his goal on the horizon: the ocean. He made it. He even had a little side quest along the way. Flashback to the day before. Our hopeless hero was jumped by a group of scummy-looking bandits. They surround him, thinking they've found an easy target, one of them even getting all chummy. Big mistake. Our boy immediately yeets the guy with a solid right hook. The rest of the bandits draw their weapons, clearly not expecting this level of disrespect. A few moments later, the entire squad is taking a dirt nap. Our main man reflects that these so-called bandits were even weaker than the goblins. That's just embarrassing. He remembers a Shady line about bad people having no rights, but decides he's not about that life. Instead of finishing them off, this guy actually uses healing magic on the dude he just clocked. Yeah, our hero is just too nice to be a cold-blooded killer. So, as payment for their troubles, he just yoinks all their weapons and herbs and lets them go. A win-win, right? They get to live, and he gets free stuff. Back in the present, his map suddenly pings. He's found a signal, and there it is. The seaside town where May and her people used to live. He decides to scope it out disguised as an adventurer, but something is seriously wrong. The watchtower is empty, and the entrance looks like it was attacked by beasts. He cautiously steps inside, only to find the town completely overrun by goblins. They're throwing a ridiculous party around a bonfire in the middle of the street. Our hero just stands there, completely bewildered by the chaotic goblin rave unfolding before his eyes. Alright, so our boy stumbles upon what looks like a goblin company picnic from hell. And what's his brilliant opening line? He deadpan asks them if they're all in the middle of working overtime. My dude, I don't think they're getting paid time and a half for this. He immediately realizes that witty banter isn't gonna cut it, as these guys look less than thrilled with his interruption. With no other option, this absolute unit gets into a battle stance, basically screaming, "Come at me." He knows he's outnumbered, but he's got a secret weapon. Without missing a beat, he swings his sword and absolutely flattens the first goblin that gets too close. See? Our main man might not have any ridiculous offensive magic, but he's got a sword and a little something called swordsmanship. And then bam! He immediately gets clocked by a club. Turns out his swordsmanship skill is literally just the kendo he practiced a kid being recognized by the system. His epic fantasy power is an after-school club activity. But hey, if it works, it works. He snaps back with a perfect wrist strike, a classic kendo move, and disarms one of the little creeps. The goblins are bewildered, and our guy starts to feel himself. The sword feels good in his hands, and he's ready for more. Just as his confidence hits an all-time high, a massive shadow falls over him, and that's when the final boss music kicks in. A goblin knight riding a ridiculously oversized, unhinged-look boar crashes the party. This thing is pure, grade A nightmare fuel. Our hero has to bolt out of the way as the beast charges straight through the area like a furry freight train. He instantly pegs this as the village boss. The situation just went from bad to apocalyptic. The boar rider duo circles around for another pass, smashing through everything in their path. This thing is unbelievably fast, and our main man barely dodges the second charge. He plants his feet, ready to face the next assault head-on, but the sheer force of the charge sends him flying. Realizing he's screwed, he knows his sword can't even reach the goblin riding on top. He considers trying to stop the boar directly, but at that speed, it would be a major traffic accident that would probably rip his arms clean off. Wait a minute. An accident? A light bulb goes off in our hero's head. The goblin boss cackles, completely unaware of the chaotic plan brewing. The boar is basically a speeding car, so what do you do with a speeding car? You make it stop. Immediately, the goblin hears him shout and is totally confused. Then, R flexes his greatest, most overpowered skill, the item box. He summons a giant log, right in the charging boar's path. The beast and its rider have zero time to react, and are obliterated by the sudden roadblock. With the boss taken care of, our exhausted hero drives his sword into the ground to catch his breath. The remaining goblins just stare, their tiny minds completely blown. All that's left are the small fries. But then, a horrifying thought crosses his mind. What if they run and call for backup? Not letting that happen, he rushes in to clean up the remaining pests before they can squeal. And right as he's about to finish the job, a fully armored knight on horseback rolls in, demanding to know who he is. It's the vice captain of the greatest kingdom army. And he does not look happy. Just as our boy is catching his breath from single-handedly obliterating an entire goblin army, a new set of challengers appears on the horizon. A squad of rolls up, looking all official and important. Their leader points a very shiny sword at our main man and demands to know who he is. The head honcho, a guy who introduces himself as General Cook, immediately dials down the aggression with a ridiculously cheerful smile. He explains they were the cavalry, sent to exterminate the goblins, but it looks like someone beat them to the punch. Surveying the absolute carnage, the general is floored. He asks our hero if he really did all this by himself. His knights are absolutely losing their minds. Taking on this many goblins alone? Are you out of your mind? The general is particularly impressed, mentioning he'd heard reports of a goblin rider, a foe that's no joke. Yet this absolute unit standing before them apparently handled it without breaking a sweat. The interrogation begins. They grill him on his age, job, and skills, but our guy is just fumbling for answers, clearly not used to this much attention. General Cook, seeing this raw, untapped power, immediately offers him a spot in Knights. He even geeks out, saying he saw a manga once where the hero gets promoted right from the start. But our boy, without a moment's hesitation, just hits him with a hard "sorry, I kindly refuse." This guy stands his ground, flexing that he already has a purpose that's brought him this far. And the general, instead of being offended, is ecstatic. Amazing. You have such a strong will. This dude is completely unhinged, and I am here for it. Masaru, ever the pragmatist, changes the subject and asks where the villagers are. The general orders his men to go find them, since they should be hiding nearby. Then our hero makes a very strange request. He wants a hand cleaning up the goblin corpses. The knights are justifiably bewildered. He then launches into a full-blown public service announcement about proper corpse disposal. You gotta dig a hole, burn the bodies, prevent disease, and stop wolves from showing up, then bury the ashes. It's a surprisingly well thought out plan. The soldiers are completely baffled, wondering if they really have to take orders from this random, hyper-competent weirdo. Meanwhile, in the god realm, the goddesses watching this unfold on their divine monitor are having a collective meltdown. They are absolutely shook. What is going on? One of them screams. They can't believe what they're seeing. The knights of the kingdom are interacting with their isekai'd hero. They try to rationalize it. Goblins are weak, sure, but that goblin rider should have been a real threat, even for Masaru. They pull up his resume from Earth, and it's pretty normal. Good at kendo as a kid, decent boxer in high school, but nothing that screams one-man army. And then, it clicks. One of the goddesses figures it out. The problem isn't Masaru. The problem is that this world's physics are completely broken. His normal Earth-level strength is basically god tier here. The panic sets in hard. One goddess starts freaking out, realizing this is the absolute worst-case scenario. If they just leave him like this, our boy won't just be a hero. He'll be the trigger that destroys the entire world. Back on the ground, blissfully unaware of his world-ending potential, Masaru watches as the villagers return. The village chief, Garv, is thanking the general profusely, who quickly points out that our main man did all the heavy lifting. The general suggests the village reward Masaru directly, and our boy, never one to turn down free stuff, eagerly agrees. But the chief starts crying, saying the village is in ruins, and they have no money to give. Masaru waves it off. He doesn't want cash. All he needs are some water bottles, wooden boxes, and seashells. The general is confused. Seashells? Is this for that dirt wall you're building? One of the knights encourages the chief to just give the guy what he wants. The chief agrees, mentioning they need the boxes to carry water from the ocean anyway, since their village has no water source. And that's when our boy drops the bomb. Huh? Chief? You don't need to carry water to the village, do you? With a sly grin, this guy reveals he knows their little secret, the fully functional well hidden right next to the garden. The chief's face goes dark. Everyone is stunned. How did you know? The knights immediately get suspicious. Wait a minute, I thought this village was supposed to be barren and waterless. The mood shifts instantly. The villagers, there lie exposed, grab whatever they can, pitchforks, sickles, and suddenly they don't look so friendly anymore. One of them lunges, screaming that Masaru ratted them out to the knights and that he's doomed them all. The farmer swings his weapon with murderous intent, but our hero doesn't even flinch. He effortlessly catches the blade, snaps the wooden handle in two with one hand, and glares back with a look that says, You just made a very, very big mistake. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. So after our boy single-handedly dismantled the Goblin welcoming committee, the local knights finally show up. The blonde one gestures to the pile of unconscious villagers like a disappointed dad. You did this while we were talking? Our main man just cackles. What can I say? They attacked me, the goblins were just harder. But Garv isn't amused, pointing out they only got hostile because our hero exposed their shady little secret. He turns to the tied-up villagers. So, what are you going to do now? The knight's face darkens. For hiding the well and attacking someone, I would normally execute those responsible. He lets that sink in before adding the cherry on top. Or turn them into slaves. The villagers absolutely lose it, their souls collectively leaving their bodies as they start begging for their lives. But while they're panicking, our unsuspecting lead gets this ridiculous smug look on his face. Oh yeah, he's cooking up something chaotic. He smoothly steps in, putting a stop to the proceedings. Everyone, please wait. This absolute unit offers to just forget the whole incident. The catch? They just have to answer a few questions and do him a little favor. The knights are completely bewildered, wondering what the hell this guy is planning, and then he drops the bomb. 2 years ago, this village was owned by rabbit people. What happened to them? Garv immediately starts sweating, trying to get the other knights on his side. Are you guys just gonna allow this kind of interrogation? But his superior, Eldam, shuts him down with a single, sharp command. Our hero lays out his motives. There are people who believe in me, he says, his gaze steely. I have a question to answer. He's not just being nosy, he's doing this for the rabbit people. The other knights glance at Garv and the village chief, and you can practically see the gears turning in their heads. These two are definitely hiding something. Eldam, realizing he's cornered and that this guy is no pushover, finally relents. Alright then, I'll talk to you. He starts spinning a tale about the last king's great war of expansion 5 years ago. He claims they fought, they won, and the rabbit people simply ran away. A clean, simple story. Except our boy immediately calls bull. It wasn't captured by a country, he states coldly. The humans did it. Pirates. He reveals the horrifying truth. The rabbit people who didn't flee were rounded up and sold into slavery. And to this very day, their people are still in mourning. This revelation makes Garv completely snap. He grabs our hero by the collar, his face a mask of unhinged rage. Release all of the rabbit people. Now, when our main man calmly explains that it's impossible to do it immediately, Garv's logic circuits fry completely. Then I'll defeat you now and take their place as slaves. And that's it. That's the line. Our hero's patience evaporates. You're saying I can't something like that after you took innocent rabbit people as slaves? His voice rises, shaking with fury. Are you allowed to take anyone you want as slaves? The facade is gone. This is pure, unfiltered rage. Don't screw with me, he unleashes a verbal firestorm. You damn murderous invaders have no right to talk about justice. The knights are just frozen, completely unprepared for this level of intensity. Then, as quickly as it began, the storm passes. Our boy takes a breath, apologizes for raising his voice, and tells them he'll give them time to decide. And with that, he opens a portal and just leaves, like a boss. He steps through the portal right into a massive smack upside from the princess. What are you doing, idiot? She grabs him and starts dragging him away, having a full-blown meltdown. Why are you trying to fight them? Are you trying to destroy a country and make me cry? Our hopeless hero is just done with this day. No, I don't hate you, but you brought me here without my consent, remember? He tells her to just lay low, but she's panicking about fighting an entire army. She's baffled when he admits he can't either, her face a picture of pure shock. No way! Is it that bad? He grabs her hand, stopping her mid-freakout. Wait a second, I'll tell you. What is going on with my body is… He looks her dead in the eyes and drops the next massive bombshell. In simple terms, you can fight an entire army, alone. The princess's brain just blue screens. The sheer bewilderment is absolutely priceless. Alright, so our boy is standing under the stars with a literal goddess, who drops an absolute bombshell on him. She's like, yeah, you can fight an entire army by yourself. And his reaction is basically, come again? The goddess explains that when they reincarnated this guy, they had to adapt his body to magic, and they kinda overdid it. Just a little. She casually mentions his magic recovery is now spirit class, which means absolutely nothing to our hopeless hero, so she breaks it down for him. It means you're on the same level as creatures literally made of magic. And the buffs don't stop there. His physical strength is ridiculous, running barely's him out, and magic is easier for him to control than a TV remote. The look on our main man's face is priceless. He's thinking, yeah, I might have noticed one or two of those things. His soul is practically sweating just remembering all the unhinged stuff he's pulled off. She continues, explaining that his stats will only get more insane as he levels up. This absolute unit finally gets it. He's been running around like a level 100 character in a starting zone without even realizing it. The goddess looks genuinely sorry, which is a bit late, don't you think? Suddenly, a flash of light interrupts their little heart-to-heart. Boom! Next morning, Captain Cook and the boys roll up to greet Masaru. Cook is already stressing about the next step, saying, "Look, I know those villagers let the beast folk go, but other towns won't be so easy." Our boy, ever the problem solver, is like, "Cool, so do you have a list of where all the other beast folk are?" And Cook's just like, "Of course we do, let's go have a chat with the bigwigs." But Masaru notices Cook seems way too relaxed about this whole negotiation thing. He asks what's up, and Cook just grins and says, "Honestly, I was fully expecting you to solve this problem by punching everyone." Our hero's reputation for chaotic solutions is clearly spreading. They hop on a carriage and head for Cook's home base, the City of Knights. A few hours later, they arrive at the Coastal Kingdom's base, a city called Putarium. And it's not exactly a 5-star resort. Masaru looks around at the grimy streets and thinks, this is a city of kings? More like a city of questionable hygiene. Seriously, the concept of sanitation apparently doesn't exist here. As they head to the main hall, one of the knights mentions an identification check, and our boy immediately starts sweating bullets. The dude's face goes pale. Why? Because this absolute unit never bothered to get an Adventurer's Guild card. They get to the guild, and the receptionist is flabbergasted. "What do you mean you don't have one? Everyone gets one when they turn 12. Luckily, Captain Cook smooths things over, and they get him registered on the spot. Masaru places his hand on this epic, god-tier magical device that automatically creates the card. The receptionist explains it's super secure, can't be used for fraud, and your personal info is hidden, except for your name and any criminal record. He gets his shiny new card, ready to finally be a legitimate adventurer. He taps the card, and the stats pop up. And in the entire room collectively loses its mind. The knights' jaws are on the floor. Their eyes are bugging out. This is not the status screen of a normal person. One of them just screams, "What the hell?" Masaru, bless his clueless heart, asks, "Is it abnormal to have this many skills?" The knights are practically shaking him, yelling, "Abnormal? Most people have 1 or 2 skills. You have a freaking library. And 5 titles?" Our boy's to play it cool, hiding the screen and saying, "Whoops, little mistake there. Nothing to see here." He's begging them, "Forget all that. The important thing is I'm not a spy, right? Please just overlook this." But the damage is done. Cook's men are in a full-blown panic, realizing no one will ever believe their report now. They rush him over to the assembly hall to meet the boss. Our hero is about to walk into the lion's den, and he is not feeling ready. They enter the meeting room, and sitting there is an absolute unit of a man. He looks up with an intensity that could curdle milk. "So you're here. This is Lancelot, the dude who runs the entire city." Masaru immediately knows this isn't going to be an easy negotiation. This guy's aura is on a whole different level. Lancelot doesn't waste time. "You're here for the beast folk." He then immediately calls our boy out. "But you didn't bring any money or items to trade. You have no leverage." He leans forward, genuinely curious about kind of ridiculous offer Masaru is about to make. "So what does our main man offer? Not gold, not power. Knowledge." He lays out his grand plan. Improve their food situation, create jobs, and raise the quality of life. His first concrete example: fixing their bumpy, back-breaking horse carriages. He pulls out the ultimate isekai weapon, the blueprint for a leaf spring suspension system. The room is stunned. Lancelot seems to get it, but he's not entirely sold. He understands the offer, but he's a practical man. "I cannot put my trust in something I cannot see nor touch." So he makes a counter-offer. Masaru will stay in the city and prove his knowledge works. Until he shows results, the beast folk stay locked up. If he fails, he's basically a prisoner. Lancelot is betting Masaru's entire future on this. Without a single moment of hesitation, our boy declares, "So be it." Masaru doubles down, promising to fix sanitation and carriages. Lancelot actually cracks a smile. He's not a bad guy. He just knows a good deal when he sees one. He gets a potential city-wide upgrade and avoids a beast folk rebellion. It's a win-win. But there's one problem: the general public. They're not going to be happy about releasing the beast folk. Masaru, ever the showman, proposes a devilish idea: a duel. Him versus anyone who opposes the plan. The loser has to shut up and accept the outcome. Lancelot loves the energy. "That's a great idea, but," he adds, "there will be plenty of idiots who won't accept defeat. Beating up random citizens won't work. To truly win them over, he needs to defeat the strongest person in the city, the one person whose victory would be undeniable." And with a wicked grin, Lancelot draws his massive sword. "For now, how about it? Let's spar." Our hero's face says it all. His soul has just been yeeted into the stratosphere. "Alright, let's get this party started." The commander of the knights, Lancelot, gets right up in our boy's face and points a sword at his throat. "So, will you spar with me?" he asks, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The moment our main man picked up that sword, something in him just snapped. Lancelot sees it too, and a completely unhinged grin spreads across his face. This guy is a certified battle junkie, and he just found his new favorite toy. Without missing a beat, our hero says, "I'll do it," and Lancelot is absolutely pumped. The shady advisor in the back looks smug, like his master plan is going perfectly. Lancelot, ready to throw down right then and there, asks where they can begin. But our unsuspecting lead pumps the brakes. "Hold on, big guy. We'll set a date and time." And then he pivots so hard he could give you whiplash. "Right now I would like to give everyone a lecture on hygiene." The entire room just short circuits. A study session on sanitation standards? This is not the epic duel they were expecting. This absolute unit then tells them to gather everyone available. He's about to drop the most revolutionary knowledge this kingdom has ever heard: washing your hands. Lancelot agrees, but our boy throws in a little stinger. Attendance is mandatory even for the higher-ups. Can't have the bosses setting a bad example, now can we? The sheer passive-aggressive power is magnificent, but make no mistake, the duel is still on. So, class is in session. Our main man stands before a room of bewildered knights and drops the bombshell. The biggest problem we face is the lack of sanitary practices. He starts laying down what is, to him, basic common sense. Cook your meat, boil your water, and for the love of God, clean your houses. The knights are scribbling this down like it's forbidden arcane knowledge. Our hero can't help but think, I'm literally teaching them stuff a primary schooler should know. One of the knights is blown away that he could just whip up a lecture like this on the spot. But this guy keeps going, explaining that basic cleanliness will stop the spread of plagues. Keep people from dying. A truly radical concept around here. This is the final straw for Lancelot. He stares intently and asks the million-dollar question. "Masaru, who are you really?" Lancelot realizes this information is priceless. This deal is completely unbalanced and now he feels indebted to our boy. But he just smirks, saying being indebted isn't very professional. "Oh, you think you're clever, Lancelot?" Our hero sees the opening and pounces. "What a refreshing man," he says, before smoothly asking, "In that case, would it be possible for you to lend me your smithing workshop?" He's already got a laundry list of improvements he wants to make, starting with the horse carriages. Lancelot agrees, but warns him that the capital has poached all the good blacksmiths, so the place is a bit of a fixer-upper. They arrive at the workshop, and fixer-upper is the understatement of the century. The inside is an absolute disaster zone, with a mountain of onions piled up. Our hero's soul basically leaves his body in pure terror. "Pupils! I need pupil," he screams, completely losing his cool. He goes full-on Gordon Ramsay on these knights. "This is unacceptable. You call this a workshop?" He demands a complete inventory of everything by the end of the day. Lancelot tries to defend his men, saying they've been doing the bare minimum, which is clearly not enough for our guy. We get a flashback to his old life working in a massive home center, managing tens of thousands of items with pristine organization. This sloppiness is a personal insult to his very being. He points a finger at the commander and says, "Lancelot, you take care of the back. Get your men and get this place in order." With a ridiculously dramatic pose, he declares, "I'll show you the true meaning of inventory management." And so the great cleanup begins. Knights are hauling crates and sorting materials under our hero's expert direction. He's identifying hammers, nails, and even hamsters? Wait, what? They stack the organized materials neatly, working long into the night. Finally, it's Yosh! The workshop is now spotless, organized, and actually usable. While sorting, Masaru finds a bunch of fantasy metals he's never seen before, like black steel and crimson ore. The shady advisor pops up again, complaining that they're locked into a terrible contract, forced to buy tons of this useless ore. But where they see trash, our boy sees treasure. He figures he can experiment and make some powerful new alloys from this stuff. He then proceeds to give them a crash course in Metallurgy 101, explaining how to make bronze from copper and tin. The advisor is completely bewildered as Masaru starts rambling about making stainless steel next. With the workshop finally clean, it's time to play. Masaru pulls up his skill menu for smithing level 2. The skill description is wild. It lets him process and shape metals without tools. He immediately recognizes this for what it is, a straight-up cheat skill. He realizes these skill tickets are absurdly powerful, and now it's just a matter of practice and precision. He focuses his power on 2 iron ingots, ready to bend reality to his will. If I can master this, he thinks, I can make anything. He decides to start with something small. Several hours later, he's just staring intently at a knife. He's not using his skill, he's just analyzing its construction, how the pieces fit together, and then it hits him. Wait a minute. I think I actually have the skill for this. Can't I just make it myself? The urge to create with his own 2 hands is just too strong to resist. He grabs the tools. With a look of intense concentration, our boy gets to work. He heats the metal in the forge and starts hammering it into shape with practiced, powerful blows. He then quenches the hot blade in water, hardening it using techniques he remembers from practical lessons in school. This guy is having the time of his life. He holds up his creation, beaming with pride, only to find Lancelot standing behind him, jaw on the floor in utter shock. Lancelot is completely baffled. "How long have you been there?" Masaru asks. Turns out the commander has been watching for a while, stunned that our hero can actually forge weapons. Masaru plays it cool, saying it's just a simple blade and he can do better. Lancelot is seriously impressed, saying he expects great things from him, but then his eyes drift over to something else on the table. Our main man gets a sly, confident grin. "Oh, that. I'll be revealing it tomorrow. Be there." He's trolling the most powerful knight in the city, and it's glorious. Lancelot is just left standing there, trying to figure out what kind of unstoppable, multi-talented force of nature he's dealing with. Later that night, our boy sits down, exhausted, deeply satisfied from a hard night's work. He's surrounded by his creations, a small army of pulleys and buckets. Damn, he thinks to himself, I may have made a few too many. But this is what he loves. He enjoys making things that help people. It's his true passion. Tomorrow, he'll take these into town and teach everyone how to use them. But for now, the knight is still young, and this metal smith has more creating to do. Alright, let's dive right in. Our boy wakes up not to the smell of coffee, but to a blonde girl yelling in his face. He's completely bewildered, and his first coherent thought is basically, "Who the heck are you?" My man has zero clue what's going on, but a mysterious girl is here, so it's a classic Tuesday in an isekai. Turns out she's just a messenger, here to drop off some mail, because all the actual knights are busy, studying. Yeah, right, studying. Anyway, she's got a message for our unsuspecting lead, and it's a doozy. His duel with Lancelot, the guy who looks like he eats boulders for breakfast, is in 3 days. And attendance? Oh, it's mandatory. The look of pure, unadulterated panic on his face is just priceless. The girls start gossiping about how Lancelot is a total battle maniac who got way too interested in our hero. While our guy is practically sweating through his armor, the blonde is just cackling, enjoying the chaos. His friends try to be supportive, saying be a medical team on standby, which is like telling someone not to worry about jumping off a cliff, because there's an ambulance at the bottom. But does this absolute unit show fear? Nah. He puffs out his chest and declares he'll try his best, not to hurt Lancelot too badly. The sheer audacity. The girls are baffled by this ridiculous flex, but he doubles down, promising a little demonstration of his power. You gotta respect the commitment to the bluff. Meanwhile, Lancelot is waiting at the training area, probably expecting our main man to show up armed to the teeth. But what does he see instead? Our boy is by the well about to give a presentation on home improvement. Lancelot came for a duel and walked into a TED Talk. Without missing a beat, this guy gathers a massive crowd, turning his pre-duel jitters into a full-blown product launch. He's a natural showman, asking for a volunteer to help with his demonstration. A woman steps up, and he reassures her that his new invention is so simple, a child could use it. He then launches into a detailed explanation of a hand pump, talking about priming water and vacuums. To these people, this is basically forbidden sorcery. He gives the handle a few pumps, and boom, water gushes out like a geyser, blowing everyone's minds. The crowd erupts, calling it magic, but our hero just smugly calls it a pump and announces he's installing them citywide. But wait, there's more. The infomercial isn't over. Next on the agenda, revolutionizing horse carriages. He gets under a cart and immediately diagnoses the problem. The design is primitive as hell. It's just wheels bolted to a frame, a guaranteed recipe for a shattered spine. So, he whips out a whiteboard like a seasoned engineer and starts explaining his grand vision for a suspension system using springs. Lancelot looks like his brain is short-circuiting, but our boy is deep in his element, ready to build. He's sketching out blueprints while Lancelot just stares, completely bewildered. The man wanted blood, and he's getting a physics lesson instead. The construction montage begins, and just like that, prototype number 1 is complete. Masaru suggests a test ride, and Lancelot, despite his confusion, agrees. They take off, and the cart glides over the rough ground. Lancelot's soul nearly leaves his body. It's smooth. The mechanism actually works, and he's riding in futuristic comfort. Our hopeless hero then drops even more knowledge, explaining the difference between various suspension types. He's not just building a better carriage. He's laying the groundwork for an entire automotive industry, talking about shock absorbers and larger models. The other knights are losing their minds, already planning their comfy new road trips, while Lancelot is still trying to process that his duel has been hijacked by an episode of Pimp My Ride. Masaru offers Lancelot the next ride, and you can see the respect forming in the big guy's eyes. Lancelot, ever the pragmatist, points out that they'll need craftsmen to maintain new tech. But our boy is already 10 steps ahead, confirming he'll teach everyone how. This is where he springs the trap. He brings up their earlier conversation about balanced deals. Checkmate. Lancelot knows he's been played. He asks what Masaru wants, and our main man lays it all out. For all this game-changing tech, he wants a peace treaty. An end to the invasions against beast folk and humans, plus their excess ore. The air gets thick with tension. Masaru looks him dead in the eye and says, "That is all." Lancelot is floored. He agrees, and they seal the deal that will reshape the future of their world. Lancelot clarifies he can only promise peace from his own city, but that's a monumental victory. As he leaves, Masaru gives him a sincere thank you. But Lancelot, ever the battle maniac, cackles and reminds him their duel is still on in 3 days. Some things never change. With the deal secured, Masaru feels a wave of relief. But his day isn't over. He's immediately swarmed by his own people, who are hyped about his new inventions. This absolute unit is completely drained of magic and social energy. He just wants to sleep. He collapses onto a pile of women. Okay then. He groans that teaching new tech to people is exhausting on both the mind and body. Later, he reflects on his past life and the craftsman who taught him everything he knows. He's chilling in his room, looking out at the night sky, when he starts reciting some old, slightly cringy poetry to himself. Suddenly, he realizes he's not alone. The goddess Victimias is sitting on his roof. She asks if the poem was from his hometown. He confirms it, and she, being nosy, asks who it was about. Our boy actually opens up, telling her about his first love, a classic tale of love at first sight, followed by a catastrophic failure to confess his feelings. By the time he worked up the nerve, she was already engaged to someone else. He even congratulated her like a true champ, even though it stung. He then mentions the weird coincidence that a rabbit kid he met is May. Just like her, Victimias looks genuinely sorry for him. This triggers a memory for Masaru, and he realizes something important about what she told him when they last parted. He tells her that meeting the rabbit people has saved him and given him a new purpose. He sincerely thanks her for bringing him to this world, which makes her blush and get totally carried away. She gives him this gentle smile, completely lost in the moment. He snaps her out of it by asking what's wrong. Then, in a moment of pure genius, he thinks she's still a useless goddess, and then accidentally says it out loud. Her face immediately sours. He backpedals furiously, saying he's grateful anyway. She decides to let it slide, and all is good again. Feeling a second wind, our hero decides to head to the smithy to get more work done. The grind truly never stops. As he walks away, he glances back. The goddess watches him go, thinking to herself, "The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it?" A subtle, yet powerful sentiment to end the night on. Ritris. Alright, let's get this show on the road. For 5 straight days, our main man has been running on fumes and pure grit. When he wasn't helping the victims of that whole chaotic mess, he was channeling his inner blacksmith, prepping for the fight of his life. And just like that, the day of the duel arrives. The entire town has turned out for this, packing a massive coliseum to the brim. This isn't just a fight, it's the biggest event of the season. Suddenly, the man of the hour, Lancelot, rolls up. He's actually impressed that our boy didn't just bags and skip town. Masaru, cool as ever, just shrugs it off. "I didn't hear anything about our duel, but it looks like a festival's broken out." Before Lancelot can even start the trash talk, this absolute unit asks about his subordinates. Lancelot just snaps back, "Where is my sword? You said you'd improve it," and our boy, without missing a beat, hits him with the most legendary line. "Oh, that? Sorry, I broke it for reference. My bad." Lancelot's entire world just shatters. But don't worry, our guy came prepared. He yeets a brand new black sword over to Lancelot, claiming it's way tougher. It's a bit of a downgrade to a short sword, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. This unsuspecting lead strikes a pose with his own weapon, looking way too confident. Lancelot just cackles, "Very nice. It'll make your defeat all the more adorable." Our hero just smirks back, "Sure, I'll do my best to hold back." Oh, the smack talk is getting spicy now. Lancelot warns him that the last person who underestimated him had to eat their words. Then he asks our boy what experience he has with losing to humans. Masaru's response, "A stone-cold none. This man is an absolute savage." They go back and forth a bit, with Lancelot admitting this guy has some serious power. But the time for talk is over. They both know this has to be an all-out brawl. They march into the arena, ready to throw down. The crowd absolutely erupts. From the VIP box, our boy spots the messenger girl cheering him on, looking absolutely radiant. A little motivation never hurts, right? The announcer gets the crowd hyped, introducing the combatants. Knight Commander Lancelot versus Adventurer Masaru. The rules are simple, one-on-one, no teams. The duel ends when one of them surrenders or can't fight anymore. A fair and honorable duel is promised. They lock eyes across the arena. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The ref yells begin. And it is on! Their blades clash, and for a second, it seems like they're evenly matched in raw power. Lancelot is genuinely surprised. His face twists into an unhinged grin. To think there was someone who could rival me in strength. Show me what you're made of. Lancelot unleashes a ridiculous storm of attacks. Our boy is getting absolutely hammered, blocking desperately as Lancelot tries to just brute force his way to victory. One swing is so powerful it literally obliterates the stone floor beneath them. Our hopeless hero is sweating bullets, thinking, "Bro, are you seriously trying to kill me?" Lancelot pauses, having figured out. "You're a strange one," he says. "You've got the strength and experience, but your technique is absolute garbage." He's not wrong. Our boy is just swinging with pure instinct, not skill. He knows he's outmatched in a traditional sword fight. His body just won't move the way a real swordsman's would. Realizing he's screwed in a straight-up fight, our main man decides it's time to get creative. He's not a warrior. He's a guy who spent years working at a home center, and he's about to put all that ridiculous knowledge to use. It's time for his ultimate move. Skill, item bucks. He screams, and suddenly, the sky is filled with logs. The VIPs are completely bewildered. No one had skill user on their bingo card for this fight. Lancelot is just baffled. "What are you up to? You trying to trip me with these?" But our boy is just getting started. Saying skill US. Woodworking, smithing, and construction skills all activate at once. In the blink of an eye, the logs and spare parts flying around the arena assemble themselves. Lancelot looks around in pure shock. He's not surrounded by junk anymore. He's surrounded by fully functional Sage weapons. Our boy flexes his galaxy brain strategy. His crafting skills are so high he can create complex machinery on the fly, turning a sword duel into a war zone. The catapults fire, and Lancelot is forced to dodge for his life as massive projectiles are yeeted at him. He barely avoids getting flattened. The VIPs are losing their minds. The blonde lady thinks he's just stalling, but her companion sees the truth and screams, "Lancelot!" Because wasn't random chaos, it was a trap. Our boy has built a massive ballista and has it aimed right at the Knight Commander. Lancelot realizes he's been perfectly herded into a kill zone. If he moves an inch, he's getting skewered. Two massive arrowheads snap into place on either side of his head, stopping just short of turning him into a shish kebab. He is completely and utterly pinned. The Knight Commander is frozen in place. The crowd is stunned into silence. Lancelot is forced to his knees, totally immobilized. Our boy calmly walks up and places his blade against the commander's neck. It's over. Checkmate. Lancelot is seething. He got played. He thinks if he can just get back to close range, he can win this. After all, the only thing he can depend on now is his arm. If he just move his sword, he tries to raise his weapon, but it won't budge. He looks down in horror to see that the black sword our hero gifted him is magnetically stuck to a massive black slab that just popped out of the ground. He got trolled from the very beginning. The entire VIP section can't believe what they're seeing. Our boy planned this whole thing. The announcer's voice booms across the arena. Match over. The winner is Masaru, and Lancelot is left kneeling in the dirt, completely and utterly defeated by the power of home improvement. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. The dust settles in the arena and Commander Lancelot is staring down our boy Masaru with a look that's half respect, half "how did this kid just play me like a fiddle?" He finally gets it. The whole fight, every move, was a setup to break his sword. Our main man just gives him the smoothest, most self-satisfied smirk you've ever seen. Yep, the cat is out of the bag. With the entire stadium watching, they finally have their post-game chat. Masaru confesses, "Yeah, at first I thought your blade was just gonna snap, but I had to be sure." This absolute unit then drops the full breakdown of his ridiculous 5D chess move. He admits he borrowed Lancelot's sword earlier, secretly tested its material, and realized it was a different blade he was using now. The whole spring-loaded arrow trap? Just a distraction to get close enough to slice the commander's weapon in half. It was a complete gamble from the start. Our boy continues, explaining that even Lancelot's giant ballista arrow was just another tool to manipulate his movement. He basically trolls the most powerful warrior in the kingdom by saying, "See, fighting isn't just about your sword skills, it's also about the quality of your gear." And to add the ultimate flex, this guy holds out the ridiculously overpowered sword he crafted. "Here, take it. A token of my appreciation for this duel." Lancelot, completely bewildered, takes the blade and gives it a test swing that practically cuts the air in half. He just cackles, realizing the sheer power he now holds. "Hahaha, you might be right. Giving this to me before the duel would have been a bad idea." Then the mood shifts. Lancelot gets real for a second. He calls himself a berserker, a warrior who lives for the thrill of battle. But as he got stronger, everyone else started looking like cannon fodder. He outgrew all his comrades and eventually there was no one left who could even challenge him. He found himself just polishing his sword every day, completely bored out of his mind. Our boy listens intently as the commander admits he was basically running the entire organization by himself, because no one else could keep up. A genuine, felt smile spreads across Lancelot's face. That's why today was so interesting. For the first time in a long while, I had fun. He tells Masaru they'll fight again someday after our hero has grown even stronger. But our unsuspecting lead is just like, honestly, I'd rather pass. With their bromance concluded, Lancelot turns to the roaring crowd and fulfills his end of the bargain. On the name of Commander Lancelot, I recognize Masaru as the winner. And I declare that, immediately after this, all enslaved bestfolk are to be released. He and Masaru raise their arms in victory, as the crowd absolutely loses it. Freedom. Later that night, a couple of knights are kicking back in a tavern, gossiping about how Masaru used his production skills in battle. They're trying to figure out how this guy has so many skills, when suddenly their souls leave their bodies. Standing right behind them, radiating pure authority, is Commander Lancelot himself. The knights immediately start sweating bullets, thinking they're about to get obliterated. Calm down, you idiots, Lancelot grumbles. Turns out, he's not here to punish them. He orders the two knights who brought Masaru to the city to spill every single detail they know about him. Lancelot reads the official report and it makes zero sense. His level is the same as reported, but he has 20 skills and is a title holder. An unbelievably large deviation from the norm. He knows that a level 16 kid performing like a level 7 veteran is a massive red flag. The knights wouldn't even let a level 60 join their ranks, let alone this anomaly. Lancelot laments that his connection with this fascinating kid is already over. But just as he's moping, a shady figure appears in the doorway. A woman with a sly smile says, "For that matter, isn't there someone who could be a messenger pushed onto her, Oji-sama?" A few days later, our hero is ready to head back to the village. He's chatting with Lancelot, confirming that the beast folk have been released and that he's heading out, but Masaru immediately notices something is off. Lancelot is sporting a massive, gnarly black eye. "Dude, what's with the bruises? Did you get into a fight?" Our boy is baffled, wondering who in the world could actually land a punch on this absolute unit. And right on cue, a new challenger appears. It's the woman from the tavern, and she is not happy. Ara, isn't that a terrible thing to say about a woman of marriageable age, Lancelot Oji-sama? She straight up kicked his ass. Lancelot introduces the rascal as his 19-year-old niece, Adelina. She gives a sweet, polite introduction, which is a hilarious contrast to the fact she just decked her legendary uncle. Our main man is completely lost. Lancelot is trying to explain, but Adelina is giving him the stink eye. The commander basically admits he's pawning his wild niece off on Masaru, claiming she wants to expand her horizons and that our hero needs help building the new village. A perfect excuse to get his chaotic relative out of his hair. Adelina, meanwhile, sizes Masaru up and seems very interested. Masaru just laughs it off. "Haha, you really have Lancelot's blood in you." He agrees to let her tag along for a few years while he gets the village established. It's a reasonable plan, right? Wrong. Lancelot immediately goes in overprotective uncle mode, grabbing Adelina and screaming, "If you tell me not to go, I'll cut it to I'll cut tis you hear? And you better not lay a single finger on her, Masaru." With the dramatic farewell over, they finally part ways. "We'll meet again," Masaru yells, walking off with his new, slightly unhinged companion. After a long journey gathering materials, they finally arrive at the village gates. Masaru throws his arms open and shouts to the waiting rabbit folk, "I'm back. The reunion is here." Our hopeless hero quickly explains the good news to the stunned beast folk. He tells them there's a lot to plan and discuss for the future, but that can wait. "Just for today," he says with a warm smile. The little rabbit girl, overwhelmed with emotion, just breaks down into tears and tackles him in a massive hug. It's celebration time. Time to enjoy their newfound freedom to the fullest. And as the party rages on, a familiar notification pops up for our boy. World development, bonus received. He holds the crying girl close, a look of pure contentment on his face. He actually did it. He changed the world one busted sword at a time. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru returns to the village, not with a few sticks and berries, but looking like he just conquered a small nation. The crew is gathered around the campfire, finally understanding the grand plan. With the human kingdom now playing nice, they can welcome all the freed beast folk. But Adelina, ever the pragmatist, is still worried. She's basically thinking, great, we gave them a bunch of advanced tech. What's to stop them from building an army and rolling back over here? Our main man just waves it off, having already secured a peace treaty. His solution to everything? Go bigger. He drops the bombshell. They're not just expanding the village. They're building a full-blown CID of Bestfolk. The next morning, while May is trying to wake up a very sleepy Adelina, this absolute unit is already up and checking his emails. Wait, emails? He pulls up his status screen and finds a message blinking at him. It's from a brand new goddess, Era Sephira, who introduces herself as the younger sister of the Shady goddess who yeeted him here. She's the goddess of civilization and is so impressed with his world development that she's sent him a bonus package. Our boy's brain just short-circuits for a second. There's more than one god? He immediately decides he likes this new one way better, since she seems to have some actual common sense, unlike her unhinged older sister. A brilliant, and probably dangerous, thought pops into his head. If he keeps doing these development projects, he might just keep getting divine rewards. He checks his skills and bam! Everything has leveled up. The motivation is real. Fired up, our hero gathers all the rescued rabbit folk for a town hall meeting. He gets straight to the point. Glad you're all free, he says, but we have a massive problem. With 200 new residents, the village population is about to triple, facing a crisis of food, housing, and defense. And then, with the confidence of a man holding all the cheat codes, he makes his grand proposal. I suggest we build a CIDE. The crowd goes silent, completely bewildered. The chief's the first to snap out of it, basically yelling, a CIDE? Is that even possible? Masaru just flashes them his most charming, god-tier smile and promises a safe, inclusive, smile-filled city just for them. And just like that, the entire crowd is sold. The chief just shakes head, admitting that this guy is a trustworthy human after all, but our main man isn't done. He decides it's time for a little truth bomb. There's something I haven't been honest about, he says, getting everyone's attention. He takes a deep breath, knowing this is either gonna work or get him labeled a lunatic. The truth is, I was brought here by the gods, from another world. Dead silence. Our hopeless hero is sweating, thinking, nobody's gonna believe this ridiculous story. And then the crowd erupts. Not with disbelief, but with a million questions. Which god brought you? Does this mean your knowledge is from another civilization? The chief just cackles, completely unfazed. Of course we believe you. This is a world's created, dummy. The existence of gods is just a fact of life here. Masaru's jaw hits the floor. They don't just believe him, they call him family. Someone who protects them and lives alongside them. The heartwarming moment is immediately shattered by a barrage of chaotic questions about his world, the gods, and what humans are like. Feeling the pressure, this guy panics and makes a wild promise. Fine. I'll make bronze statue of the gods and show you later. We'll talk at dinner. He quickly starts delegating tasks to the crowd, desperate to escape the interrogation. With the masses occupied, he turns to his two most trusted allies, Adelina and May. He has a very special, very secret mission for them. They're gonna help him make slaked lime. Both of them just stare at him with blank confusion. What is slaked lime? Our boy grins, calling it their secret weapon for city building. He leads them over to a makeshift furnace he's already built. The process is simple, apparently. You put seashells in a pot, wood underneath, and light it on fire. Then he introduces them to the bellows, a simple wooden box that will pump air into the fire. He explains that this little contraption will blast air through a tube, jacking the furnace temperature up over 1,000 degrees. The girls are completely lost. 1,000 degrees? Hot is that supposed to be? Masaru drops some quick science, explaining that water boils at 100, and iron doesn't even start to melt until well past 200 degrees. Adelina, ever the sharp one, asks the obvious question. Okay, smart guy, how do you measure that? And our hero, without missing a beat, just goes, I have no idea. He tells them that knowing the theory is cool, but safety and proper usage are way more important. Adelina presses him on what proper usage even means. Masaru gets surprisingly philosophical, explaining that technology can bring great fortune or total disaster depending on how it's used. It all comes down to responsibility. He gives both of them a reassuring head pat, telling them to always think about the consequences, whether they succeed or fail. It's about learning from your mistakes to guide yourself forward. The two look on, clearly moved by his little speech. With the lesson over, he tells them to get the furnace started. He's got his own job to do, prepping the land for their brand new city. He arrives at the site and can't help but grin. The area is already suspiciously flat, almost like a massive battle just happened here. He chalks it up to another ridiculously convenient side effect of his cheat skills. The location is perfect high ground, solid bedrock, just as the chief said, but there's a catch. Leveling this much bedrock is a one-man job that requires his unique processing skills. He asks the rabbit folk for help. He does some quick mental math, and realizes that clearing even a small section drains a ton of his MP. At this rate, it would take him days of non-stop work to clear the whole area. Panic starts to set in. Desperate, he scans the area for any possible solution, his eyes landing on some cliffs to the north, and that's when it hits him. A sudden, earth-shattering realization. His soul practically leaves his body. How could he have forgotten the one thing he's been searching for this whole time? His top priority. He spots it. The quintessential isekai starter pack item. Slime. An entire colony of them, just waiting to be discovered. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru is getting showered with praise from the village chief. They're not just grateful. They're practically ready to build a statue in his honor for helping them level up their town. The chief is laying it on thick, saying she has complete trust in him. And how does our hero respond to this heartfelt gratitude? By unveiling his latest project, a giant, wiggling, gelatinous blob in a box. The crowd immediately loses its mind. This guy just casually brought a slime into the village, and nobody knows what to do. But our main man has a plan. He explains that while slimes are magical beasts, he's got a very specific, very important job for them. He's been doing some research, and he wants to domesticate this little guy to see if it can be a good boy. See, he read up on non-hostile monsters that can be used as resources, just like wood or stone, and his ultimate, galaxy brain goal for this slime. His inner voice screams it for all of us. He wants to build a toilet. The chief's brain just short-circuits. Using magical beasts as a resource? It's a completely alien concept to her. Our boy continues, explaining that he needs to test what the slime can digest, and more importantly, figure out its weakness so they can control it. But he's not stopping there. This absolute unit also wants to start a lizard farm to solve their food situation. The chief is so impressed she just gives him the green light on everything, and so begins the Slime Research Diary by Masaru. First observation. The subject is squishy, translucent, and has the climbing ability of a wet noodle. It's kinda cute, in a dim, blobby sort of way. For his first test, he yeets a box of garbage leaves, wood, the usual into its enclosure. And what do you know? The little guy starts munching away, slowly absorbing everything. The experiment is a success. A few days later, our hero is ecstatic. It looks like it won't have any trouble with human waste, he declared, his building dreams shining bright. But his celebration is cut short when he sees the slime has shriveled up into a sad little pancake. He bolts over in a panic, yelling for Slime-chan. He picks it up and realizes it's completely dry. The poor thing is dehydrated. Crisis averted. He plops the slime into some water, and it puffs right back up, good as new. This leads to a breakthrough discovery. Slimes are weak to dehydration. He now has a way to keep them in check. This sparks an even bigger hypothesis. What if slimes are the world's natural water filters, absorbing dirty water and leaving behind clean water? Our boy is practically vibrating with excitement. This world is a treasure trove of undiscovered knowledge. The good news is, the villagers are no longer scared of the slimes. The bad news, they're now treating them like adorable pets. One Chan is already asking if she can keep one. Masaru is trying to explain that they are still technically dangerous monsters, not fluffy kittens. The chief sighs, clearly exhausted by the sheer chaos this guy brings. She pulls him aside, worried he's taking on way too much. But our man is already thinking 10 steps ahead, planning for the future management of the entire city. He tells her they're going to need a lot more materials, specifically lumber. So he asks the gathering team for a favor. Help him collect tree seeds and saplings. He then proceeds to blow their minds with the revolutionary concept of tree planting. He explains that this is how they can gather wood while maintaining the forest, a little trick he picked up from his home center job back in his old world. The girls are completely in awe of his forward thinking. This dude is playing 4D chess with forestry. He even plans to plant fruit-bearing trees. The chief agrees and asks when he's leaving. "I'll be going alone," he declares with unearned confidence. Flash forward to the next morning. And guess who's packed and ready to go? Adelina and May, looking way too cheerful. Our hopeless hero tries to protest, but Adelina hits him with the flawless logic that this is a perfect chance for them to explore and learn. He still tries to say no, but then May goes in for the ultimate weapon, the tactical guilt trip hug. His resolve instantly shatters. Yep, this is definitely coercion. So, the newly formed trio heads into the woods. Masaru lays out the plan: gather wood, but also keep an eye out for edible plants and seeds. Their priority is cohabitation with nature. He goes on a surprisingly cool tangent about how his old world was destroyed by overdevelopment and how he wants to live in harmony with this one. He immediately gets embarrassed, thinking he sounded too cheesy. The girls just think it's adorable. Adelina even gives him a playful whack. With the pep talk over, they get down to business, ready to forage. Some time passes, and Adelina has stacked an impressive amount of lumber, but they both realize Masaru has wandered off. Suddenly, the clang of swords cuts through the air. He's fighting something. Without a second thought, they sprint towards the sound. They find our boy mid-battle, and before they can even ask what's happening, he yeets a massive, slimy, wiggling thing directly at Adelina. She catches it on instinct, her face a mask of pure horror as she realizes she's holding something disgustingly wet. The synchronized screaming is a thing of beauty. Masaru casually strolls over. Sorry, he says, not sounding sorry at all. I thought you'd dodge. The dangerous monster turns out to be a colossal worm. This guy then starts geeking out, explaining how these worms are great for the soil. Apparently they use earth magic to move around, which is why they don't leave tunnels. May adds that worm parts are super valuable, used for making high-end bows and armor. The muscle is incredibly elastic and durable. Adelina points out the obvious flaw in this business plan. That's great, but almost anyone can actually hunt a worm. Everyone just stares at Masaru, the guy who just did it like he was taking out the trash. May is practically sparkling. Our hero just shrugs. Guess we can add magical beast hunting to the list. Talk turns to hunting more conventional food when May's ears suddenly perk up. A hulking shadow emerges from the trees and she freezes solid. The sheer terror on her face is palpable. Masaru knows this look. It's way worse than her reaction to the goblin. This is next level fear. She frantically grabs his shirt, tears streaming down her face as she screams, "You'll die." This is the one you should definitely not fight. Taking this very seriously, he promises he won't fight, but he has to see what they're up against. He tells them to stay put while he gets a look. He cautiously peeks through the foliage, only to see an absolutely gigantic bear mauling a horse. Oh shit, is all he can manage to think as the monstrous bear lets out a reality-shattering roar. This is not gonna be an easy day. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy is having a fantastic day in the woods, except for the part where he's being hunted by a 10-ton ball of furry death. His soul is trying to leave his body as this unhinged, drooling monstrosity barrels through the trees, looking for a human-sized chew toy. Thinking fast, our main man yeets himself behind a tree, holding his breath and praying to whatever gods are listening. He slides down, completely spent, thinking he's finally safe. As he catches his breath, he tries to process what just happened. That was definitely a bear, but not like any bear he's ever seen. It was a straight-up magical beast, a roided-out nightmare from a video game. Then he spots the collateral damage. Some kind of bizarre, six-legged horse, completely obliterated. Curious, this guy decides to whip out his appraisal skill to see what he's dealing with. The results pop up. An assault savanna horse, basically a mutated creature juiced up on magic. So, the demon bear killed this thing and was having a snack. But that raises the real question. Why did it just up and leave mid-meal? And right on cue, the sky answers for him. It starts to rain. Realizing this is his cue to get the heck out of Dodge, he decides to wrap up his gathering for the day and report this absolute unit of a monster to the chief. Back at the village camp, he lays out the whole terrifying encounter. The chief just nods grimly. Ah yes, that was a demon bear. Just casually dropping the name of a walking natural disaster. He explains that these things are basically unstoppable forces of nature that used to pop up every few years and wreck everything in sight. The chief thanks our hero, saying it's a good thing he convinced them to evacuate when he did. But our boy is still stuck on why the bear bailed. The chief explains the bear's hunger was probably satisfied, and on top of that, it leaves when it senses rain. Because this isn't just any rain. This is the beginning of the legendary rainy season. A downpour so intense it turns the entire forest and plains into a massive lake, knee-deep in water. This means even the demon bear can't move around freely. While everyone else is relieved, a completely different realization hits our unsuspecting lead. He suddenly stands up and starts marching out of the tent. The chief is bewildered, asking where he's going. The chief immediately assumes the worst. Don't tell me you're going to fight it by yourself? But our hero isn't thinking about the bear. He snaps. The real crisis is the food. He can't take another bite of bland village rations. His Japanese taste buds are in open rebellion, and he bolts out of the tent on a mission. He sprints into the downpour as the plains are already starting to flood. He's not looking for a monster to fight. He's hunting for flavor. And that's when he spots it. Movement in the murky water. Suddenly, a massive crab lunges at him, claws snapping. Does our boy panic? Nope. He whistles, whips out some rope from his item box, expertly flips the beast on its back, and ties it up like a pro. He holds his prize aloft in glorious triumph. Beej Crab Jet. This absolute unit realizes the flooded plains are a treasure trove of delicious, edible monsters. A giant Gazami crab, he immediately goes on a catching spree, snagging a jeweled scissor crab that looks like it's made of emeralds. He's a man-possessed, grabbing garland poisoned toads, green moss crayfish, and even a stealth python. This isn't survival anymore. It's the pilot episode of a chaotic isekai cooking show. But just as he's celebrating his haul, a figure appears out of nowhere. It's the goddess Victinia's, looking bored and completely dry despite the monsoon. Our hero just about jumps out of his skin. He asks how she's not soaked, and she smugly explains her god barrier keeps the rain off. Naturally, our main man immediately wants one too. He jokingly asks if she's here to snack on his hard-won crabs, a thought she quickly denies. Seeing an opportunity, our guy switches on the charm. Well, since just the two of us, let's treat ourselves. He offers to cook for her, and she reluctantly agrees. With a bit of handyman magic, he throws together a temporary base in seconds, complete with a roof and seating. Total flex. He tells the bewildered goddess to sit tight while he whips up some gourmet crab. He gets to work, prepping the meal with a huge grin on his face. As the crab starts to boil, the goddess watches him, completely fascinated. He's so into it that he doesn't even notice his bunny ears are drooping from the humidity. In a surprisingly gentle moment, Victinius reaches out to dry them for him. He gets a little flustered, and she immediately bonks him on the head, calling him rude. She insists this, just her being selfish, a selfish way of recognizing all his hard work for the village. Yeah, sure. For a second, there's a genuinely sweet and quiet atmosphere between them, and then, dinner is served, boiled crab, fresh from the pot. Victinius, who has probably never eaten mortal food, struggles with the tough shell. Our hero Ever the Gentleman shows her the trick to popping the leg out. She takes a bite and her entire universe is shattered. The flavor, the umami, the sweetness, it's pure bliss. She starts devouring it, and before he can even suggest she pace herself, she's demanding seconds. Still munching away, she asks if she can take some back for her sister Ain. Our boy can't help but jab. Yeah, I remember her. The one with way more common sense. He agrees, saying he can keep it fresh in his item box. Victinius gazes at him, admitting that watching him is never boring, because he can make anything from tools to swords. She thinks it's some kind of god-tier skill, but he just shrugs. It's not a skill. It's just basic knowledge he picked up from his part-time job as a handyman at a home center. He explains how he worked at this massive store that sold everything under the sun, from plants to building materials. He learned woodworking, electronics, how to lay bricks, you name it. And then the PTSD kicks in as he rants about his lazy manager who made him learn about every single new product, giving him a mountain of information he never thought he'd use. Trying to change the subject from his workplace trauma, Victinius brings up the bronze statue made of him, saying how proud she is. But that just brings the mood crashing back down to reality. The demon bear. He admits the beast folk won't have a warm welcome if that thing is still rampaging nearby. Then, our hopeless hero comes clean. He wasn't on some brave hunting spree earlier. He was just running for his life from the bear. Victinius will not have it. She gets right in his face, her voice trembling, and she refuses to acknowledge something like that. With tears in her eyes, she yells that after all the amazing, impossible things he's done, she absolutely cannot stand the thought of him being weak. Seeing her on the verge of a breakdown, our boy decides to troll her. With a sly grin, he asks what she's gonna do if he does end up running away, especially since they already built that heroic statue of him. This completely breaks her. She points a shaky finger at him, her face a mix of furor, and declares, "I'll never forgive you." But this absolute unit just smirks, pats her on the head like a kid, and mutters that she's a truly useless goddess, which she definitely heard. Oh, this is gonna be good. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. Our boy has been busy turning this quaint little village into Fort Knox. They're mixing mud, slapping up walls, and generally getting ready for a monster mash. Masaru rolls up to inspect the handiwork. The rabbit folk are pretty proud of their new and improved entrance, and honestly, it's looking solid. Our main man gives his nod of approval. He points out they've even built the lookout posts, which means no more surprise attacks from small fry monsters. Lancelot asks for more stone, and this absolute unit, who's been clearing land like a one-man construction company, is like, yeah, I got tons to spare. He's taking a moment to himself, admitting that while he wanted to go grind some levels, fortifying the village is pretty satisfying too. And let's be real, his stats are already ridiculous. His titles are basically professional overachiever, and his skills list is longer than a CVS receipt. I mean, who needs to fight when you have engineering, farming, and smithing? Later that night, our hero is chowing down when a thought hits him. He needs more firepower. He asks the local rabbit folk if any of them can use fire magic. The consensus is, not really. May suggests the fox people might have some magic users, but she's not sure. Adelina chimes in, saying most beast folk are all about physical prowess, not waving their hands around. And that's when it dawns on Masaru. He's been in this world for a while now, and he's barely seen anyone use magic. May can only think of 2 people back in the city who could make a little water. This revelation absolutely breaks our guy's brain. He internally starts screaming at the useless goddess for dropping him in a supposed world of swords and magic that is severely lacking in the magic department. As if on cue, his divine message tablet goes beepy. He's got mail from the goddess herself. Everyone leans in, completely bewildered by the glowing screen. The message basically says, magic and science in this world have kinda hit a wall. It goes on to explain that all the races have stopped researching magic, and therefore the goddess would like him, Masaru, to be the one to kickstart a new magical renaissance. Our boy's face is a perfect picture of "you have Gyoto to be kidding me." He awkwardly admits to the group that the only magic he can use is a little bit of healing. But the goddess's message wasn't about him being a one-man army. It was about teaching the principles of magic to everyone. And what's the first thing this guy thinks of when he hears the word teaching? He needs to build a school, of course. He literally flashes to an image of a modern Japanese school, a full-blown educational system, starting from age 6. The ambition is unhinged. Adelina is curious about how different his world's technology is, and our main man has the perfect show-and-tell item. He whips out a smartphone. The girls are just staring at this mysterious black rectangle. He goes to turn it on, and, classic, the battery is dead. But just as he's about to panic, the Apple logo flickers to life. He launches into a full-on tech demo. This amazing item lets you talk people far away. It can play thousands of songs, take pictures, and even videos. You can play games, access the internet, which is like a giant dictionary. The girls' brains are getting fried by this fire hose of information. Realizing he's losing them, he decides to just show them. He snaps a quick selfie with Adelina and May, and they are instantly hooked. Soon, they're all messing with the calculator and listening to music. Suddenly, Masaru snaps out of it. Hold on, he got completely sidetracked by his 21st century toys. He's supposed to be teaching magic, but he has zero prior knowledge himself, so he does the logical thing and just starts talking to the air, calling for the goddess Victimias. And poof, she just warps in right next to him. She is completely shocked that he knew she was spying on him. He just casually brushes it off and gets straight to the point. You tricked me, didn't you? Victimias reveals that our unsuspecting lead has been using magic this whole time without realizing it. When he fought Lancelot, he was unconsciously reinforcing his sword with magic. He was doing the same thing when he fought those bandits in the mountains. He wasn't just using skills, he was bending reality. She explains that his skills, grant the gods, are basically just a gamer's UI for magic. They take the mental image of what he wants to do influenced by his knowledge of games and home improvement stores, and make it happen. But actual healing magic in this world is way more complex and requires medical knowledge. Masaru finally gets it. His slotted skills were always weirdly specific and convenient because they were custom-made for him. Victimias asks if he remembers that feeling of energy flowing through him when he activates a skill. She tells him that understanding that flow, strengthening it, and picturing it as a source of energy is the absolute basic principle of using magic. Our boy is ready to give it a shot, and Victimias gives him a slightly shaky thumbs up. She tries to play it cool, insisting she's definitely not scared her sister, the Gov Magic, scolding her. When Masaru gets a little too cocky, she promptly smacks him with a divine fist to remind him who's boss. She then admits, with a slight blush, that she's only helping because her younger sister is the goddess of magic, and as the older sibling, it's her responsibility to step up. Masaru just smiles, saying he has no complaints about her stepping up. And so, our hero begins his deep dive into magic research. Meanwhile, the village defenses are finished, and a peaceful calm settles over everyone. Except, the demon bear they prepared for never even showed up. Masaru is hilariously disappointed, while everyone else is just relieved. They figure they can just take down the extra fortifications next year. The village elder is still super impressed with Masaru's new weapon designs, particularly the arrows. Our boy explains his brutal logic. He added backward-facing barbs so once they're in, they're a nightmare to pull out. Then he casually suggests adding poison to the tips to make them even more effective. Adelina is horrified, calling his weapons merciless, but he just shrugs. Survival ain't pretty. Next up is the bow made from Trent wood. It looks amazing, but there's one tiny problem. The bowstring is so tough that the rabbit folk archers can't even draw it. Even Lancelot, a certified beast, is shaking and straining just to pull it back a little. His soul is literally leaving his body from the effort, but then Masaru steps up, draws the bow effortlessly, and channels a bit of that newfound magic into his shot. He lets the arrow fly. It doesn't just hit the target, it obliterates it, keeps going, and snaps a massive tree clean in half. Everyone is speechless. This guy is a walking siege weapon. Just as they're processing this ridiculous display of power, the emergency alarm starts blaring. A scout is screaming from the lookout post. Demombiers. They are coming. A terrifying roar echoes from the northern cliffs, shaking the entire village. The peace is shattered. The one threat they thought had passed them by is here. The chief turns to Masaru, his face grim. Can you do it? Our hero flashes a confident, almost feral grin. You bet I can. He immediately snaps into commander mode, ordering everyone into position. He tells Adelina he's leaving the village's defense to her, gives the bunny sisters a quick, reassuring pat on the head, and declares that the first official demon bear hunt is. With his team assembled, this absolute unit charges forward to face the music. Alright, let's dive right into the action. The demon bear counterattack is officially on. and while the girls watch from the sidelines, one of them is trying to manifest some positive energy. The little bunny girl is doing her best to believe in our main man, but her face is screaming, "We're all gonna die," and her fear is kinda justified, because our boy Masaru is staring down a beast that looks like it ate a grizzly bear, and then hit the gym for a solid decade. The monster is absolutely unhinged, roaring its head off, and our hero's expert analysis is, he seems to be quite pissed. Ya think? He notes his prediction about hitting its eye was spot on, which is a weird thing to be proud of when a 10-ton ball of furry rage is about to charge you. But don't worry, this absolute unit has a plan, and it's beautifully simple. He's going to play the role of the squeaky chew toy to lure the big guy into a trap zone. Meanwhile, the bunny archer squad on the cliffs will provide covering fire. This is a battle they literally cannot afford to lose. The fate of the entire village rests on this ridiculous plan. Without missing a beat, our boy gives the signal. Ready, first volley. The archers let the arrows fly, a beautiful rain of pointy death heading straight for the beast. One slams directly into its eye. Just as planned, the rest of the volley peppers its hide, turning it into a giant, angry pincushion. The bear stumbles, clearly not having a good day, but it's far from down. This is where our hero's real job begins. With the swagger of a man who clearly has a death wish, he starts taunting the monster. "Over here, catch me if you can," he yells, kicking off a deadly game of tag. The bear, predictably, loses its mind and charges, swiping with claws the size of scimitars. Masaru dodges just in the nick of time, but something's off. The bear is slowing down, and that's when he remembers his secret sauce. He coated the arrow tips with some nasty ground toad poison. It's a bit of a wild card poison, but it seems to be doing the trick. Seeing his chance, he signals for another attack. Second volley. A fresh storm of arrows descends from the sky, absolutely shredding the weakened monster. The demon bear gets riddled with shafts, finally collapsing under the onslaught. It lets out one final, pathetic roar and then, silence. Is down. Victory. The entire squad erupts in cheers. They actually did it. Our main man checks his status and hot damn, the EXP and stat gains are insane. He is practically glowing with smug satisfaction. The village is saved, a celebratory banquet is being planned, and it looks like we're heading for a happy ending, and peace. Just as everyone starts relaxing, the dead bear's head snaps up, and our hero's victory smile evaporates into pure, unfiltered terror, because standing right behind the first corpse is its bigger, angrier brother. This is not the same bear. This is the final boss's final boss. His friends scream his name, but our guy is frozen solid. The new bear doesn't waste time with pleasantries and immediately yeets our hero with a single, brutal swipe. You can practically hear his ribs snap as he's launched across the battlefield. The horrifying realization hits him. There's more than on. He smashes into a tree like a ragdoll, clutching his side. Wow. This doesn't look good, he gasps, which is the understatement of the millennium. Before he can even catch his breath, the monster is on him again. He barely manages to block the follow-up attack that pulverizes the ground where he stood. To make matters worse, the bear uses some kind of earth magic to trap the bunny archers. They're cornered. The beast starts a full-on massacre, picking them off while they're helpless. And just, you think it can't any more chaotic. A third bear shows up. This has officially gone from a tough fight to a complete disaster. An arrow hits the second bear in the eye, but this time, it just gets angrier. It literally snaps the shaft in half and keeps coming. But our hopeless hero isn't done yet. Through the pain, a smirk appears. He's still got a few cards up his sleeve. His friends are screaming for him to escape, but this guy is too stubborn to die. He's got the beast's attention, and he can still move. He just needs to lure it to his backup traps. He pushes his shattered body to its absolute limit, making a desperate run for it. He bolts through the woods, adrenaline pumping. The bear is right on his tail, its jaws snapping just inches away. He's so close, but his body is giving out. This is not good. He stumbles and falls, completely spent. He's been trying to heal himself, but it's not enough. He's just 100 meters short of his goal. Game over. Defeated, he looks up at the monster and apologizes to the friends he couldn't save. But just as he resigns himself to his fate, a voice echoes from nowhere. Are you gonna give up just like that? How boring. Suddenly, a figure flashes past him. It's Mei-chan, the blonde girl from before, and she's now standing between him and certain death. She casually parries the demon bear's apocalyptic claw swipe like it's nothing. She even has the nerve to troll our boy, saying he seems a bit weak. Then, without warning, she unleashes a ridiculous blast of energy that obliterates the ground and stops the monster cold. She glances back at him with a confident, almost predatory grin. I hope you don't mind if I butt in. The tomboy has entered the chat and she came to flex. Alright, dive right back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru is having a spectacularly bad day, pinned down by a demon bear the size of a minivan. But just as he's about to become Monster Chow, Adelina drops in with an axe bigger than her ego, ready to turn this thing into a rug. She casually strolls up, not even breaking a sweat, and trolls our main man. "Shouldn't you be thanking me first?" she asks with a smirk. But then she hits him with the ultimate burn. "You should give your thanks to Mei-chan. It's because of her that I was able to make it in time." Oof, right in the pride. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the squad is stressing out. Mei-chan is trying to keep it together, putting on a brave face, but you can see the worry eating her up. She's got that 1,000-yard stare going. Adelina's sister tries to give her a little pep talk, saying it's okay to have misunderstandings and that their relationship is strong enough to handle it. You know, a classic heart-to-heart while their friend is potentially getting mauled. Mei-chan agrees, remembering Masaru said something similar. But then, the mood snaps. Adelina's sister freezes. I heard 2 roars. And it's not an echo. She realizes one of the roars was from a totally different bear. That's when Mei-chan's composure completely shatters. Her soul leaves her body as she grabs on and begs, "Oni-san, I beg of you. Please help Oni-chan." Flashback to our hopeless hero laying out the plan. He basically tells the crew, "Look, this is going to be a one-shot deal, and it's going to be spicy." Back in the present, we see just how spicy he meant. This demon bear is an absolute unit, pure muscle and rage. Masaru, ever the gentleman, tells Adelina to back off and protect the frail maiden. She just gives him a look that says, "Dude, I'm holding a battle axe. Read the room." But before they can argue, the cavalry arrives. The entire squad pops out of the woods, weapons drawn, ready for war. They raise their spears and swords, and it is absolutely go time. The leader screams, "Do not falter. Charge." Our boy is completely floored. He realizes they all came because Mei-chan rallied the troops, and their plan is as simple as it is brilliant. They're gonna yeet this oversized teddy bear off a cliff and straight into a pit of giant spikes. It's a full team effort, everyone pushing with everything they've got. The bear teeters on the edge, one paw slipping, and then it stops. The ridiculous beast digs its claws in, refusing to fall. The plan is failing, but just as panic sets in, Masaru flexes. "Great guys. Well done," he yells, appearing out of nowhere. He steps forward, telling them, "It's all gonna be alright now. Leave the rest to me." This absolute unit takes a moment, feeling the support of his friends. He's finally healed enough to go all out. He looks the monster dead in the eyes and says, "Well then, here I go, bear-kun." The bear lunges, jaws wide open, and our main man screams, "He ate my ultimate move." And what's his ultimate move? A sword technique? A magic's? Nope. He summons a giant freaking log and shoves it directly into the bear's mouth. The monster gets a face full of splinters as the log jams its jaws wide open. Using the log as a pivot, Masaru launches himself into the air. "It's over," he roars, bringing his axe down in an epic arc. The hit is so powerful it sends them both flying off the cliff. As they plummet towards the spike pit, our guy calmly says, "With this, checkmate." This unhinged genius planted this. He kicks off the bear's face, using its body as a launch pad. He sails through the air to safety, while the bear continues its one-way trip to Pincussionville. He even has the decency to apologize. "I'm truly sorry, bear-kun." The demon bear gets absolutely obliterated by the spikes. Adelina is losing her mind, screaming his name, thinking he's gone. But then a voice cuts through the panic. There he is, hanging off the side of the cliff, looking beat up but smug. "You're acting as if I died or something." The sheer audacity of this man. Everyone rushes over, overjoyed that he's alive. And how do they show their relief? By immediately beating the crap out of him for scaring them to death. Adelina explains his chaotic strategy. He literally summoned a log in midair to break his fall and save himself. Masaru just grins, patting the log. They're quite reliable, don't you think? With the second demon bear officially deleted from existence, the team erupts in cheers. They won. Our hero looks out, a wave of exhaustion and relief washing over him. "I see. So we won." He starts to sway on his feet, and then just face plants out cold. The man literally passed out from exhaustion and started snoring on the spot. The whole crew, just bewildered, but Adelina just smiles fondly. "Well, this is just like you, I guess." She looks down at the sleeping hero. "Thank you for your hard work, Masaru." With the battle won, it's finally time to head home. Alright, let's dive in. After the absolute chaos of taking down a demon bear, you'd think our crew would take a breather, right? Wrong. There's a city to build, and survival is the name of the game. The whole squad is buzzing with victory, and our boy Masaru is soaking it all in, looking like the hero of the hour. And guess who's watching from the cheap seats up in heaven? The goddess Victinia's checking out her favorite mortal on GodTube, and she is loathing the show. Even the perpetually unimpressed Hirasama has to admit, "Okay, fine, he did a great job." She's finally acknowledging Masaru's hustle, but hold up, Hira's brain suddenly reboots and she remembers she was fully expecting this guy to get obliterated. She goes from 0 to 100, screaming, "Let go of me. Masaru is going to die." My girl, you are several days late with that panic attack. Victinia's just hits her with the most powerful weapon in the universe. The silent, smug stare, cornered. Hira tries to play it cool, acting like her sudden obsession with Masaru is just watching over her apostle. Sure it is. We all see those motives, and they are shady as heck. Trying to change the subject, Victinia suggests they focus on the city's progress. More importantly, the completion of each statue. They decide to raise a glass to celebrate their champion's triumph. And down on the mortal plane, our heroes are doing the exact same thing, toasting to their victory and the future of their new home. It's a full-blown party to celebrate the absolute smackdown of the demon bear. A few days later, once the hangovers have subsided, our main man claps his hands together, ready for phase 2. Alright everyone, we defeated the bear. Time for the city development plan. The beastmen just stare back, their faces a perfect mask of bro what? The hype is not mutual. One of them timidly asks about the weird white lines and partitions drawn all over their land. This absolute unit gestures to the massive, perfectly laid out grid that stretches towards the mountains. He's basically turned their backyard into a giant blueprint. With a grin he says, "Oh this. Allow me to explain. Our boy is in full presentation mode now, pointing to the sky like a TED Talk guru. When someone asks why they can't just build houses wherever, Masaru drops some serious urban planning knowledge on them. He explains this little thing called land readjustment, a genius plan to keep smelly workshops away from houses and control the flow of traffic. Secondly, he says, separating zones makes it way easier to deal with disasters like fires or plot twist crime. And for his grand finale, sewers. He's installing a top-tier sanitation system with underground passages so they won't be living in their own filth. Adelina even recognizes the concept from a lecture about advanced water treatment. A bunny man, looking horrified, asks if this means they have to poop inside the house now. Our hero snaps back with a giant, "That's a big no." He then paints a wonderfully graphic picture of diseases and plagues wiping them all out if they don't get their hygiene game on point. That horrifying story does the trick. Everyone is immediately on board. But then, a new problem. A beastman points out that the housing plots are tiny, barely big enough for a tent. Why not build bigger? Masaru's grin is pure chaos. He lets the suspense build before revealing they're not building shacks. They're building 2-story stone houses. The crowd absolutely loses it. 2-story stone houses? For them? That's like a fantasy within a fantasy. Adelina puts it in perspective. Even in major cities, buildings like that are for businesses or inns, not common folk. Masaru then breaks down the ridiculous class system of this world's architecture, where commoners live in mud huts while nobles get brick houses. Our boy is about to smash that pyramid to pieces. Fired up beyond belief, the entire town raises their fists, ready to start building their dream homes. Masaru leads them over to a prototype he already whipped up, a wooden frame standing tall and proud. He begins the briefing, explaining that these partitions are the foundations for the houses. The wood is cut so intricately that the pieces lock together like a perfect puzzle, no nails required. Once the framework is up, they'll fill the walls with stone. And what holds the stones together? Not magic, but Masaru's special recipe. A plaster made from seashell, hemp, and seaweed. Adelina is floored, realizing this stuff is basically concrete. She asks if this was his old job. Our hopeless hero explains he was just a delivery guy for Craftsman, but he soaked up all their knowledge like a sponge. He might not have the skill, but he has the know-how to make anything. This leads Mei-chan to ask if he's a bad person, since some of that work might have been a bit illegal. He doesn't even deny it. He just smoothly pivots, saying as long as it helps them, who cares? He gives her a reassuring pat, and just like that, the team is back on track. With morale at an all-time high, they get to work, ready to build a magnificent city together. What follows is an epic construction montage. Frames go up, stones are laid, and an entire neighborhood rises from the dust. 1 month later, the first street is complete, and it looks incredible. Masaru then decides it's time to introduce his greatest invention yet, the modern toilet. He proudly demonstrates the proper sitting technique to a bewildered Mei-chan. She is so confused by this strange display that she just backs away slowly, calling him disgusting under her breath. Our hero is left completely baffled by her reaction. Shaking it off, he decides to just start mass-producing them anyway. Walking through their new city, Mei-chan marvels at how much they've built. But she also reminds him that they still need farms and industry, gently telling him not to overwork himself. This guy promises he'll work with everyone and not be so reckless, earning a sweet smile from Mei-chan. But the peaceful moment is shattered when a guard comes sprinting towards them, yelling that something has happened. They rush to the gate, but it's not a supply issue. The guard, out of breath, delivers the shocking news. There are humans at the gate, all of them unconscious. Masaru's face freezes in pure, unadulterated shock. Frishert. Alright, let's dive right back to the chaos. So, the rumors of a bunch of collapsed humans turn out to be terrifyingly true, and our boy Masaru immediately recognizes the armor. They're the same Shady knights that got yeeted out of the post town. The leader of the group, a grizzled veteran, confirms they are indeed the king's guard, and boy, are they in rough shape. He introduces himself as Fried, and is understandably shocked that our main man has healing magic. Masaru plays it cool, just giving his name like it's no big deal. Suddenly, the door flies open and in comes this absolute drama queen named Adelina. She announces she's the niece of Lancelot Dono, and the knights just about lose their minds. Turns out of our hero's ridiculous exploits have already reached the capital. The elder tries to smooth things over, explaining their new, fragile alliance. And Masaru chimes in, saying he's learned not to judge all humans by the actions of a few idiots. Fried then reveals why they're trespassing in the first place. They're on a top-secret mission from the king himself to subjugate a mutated beast. He describes a one-horned demon horse with dark skin and 6 legs, and you can practically see the light bulb go on over everyone's head. Our boy casually goes, "Oh, you mean the dark horse? Yeah, about that. I kinda already took care of it." Fried's soul leaves his body. He explains his elite squad got completely obliterated by a demon bear, and had to retreat for a whole week. He tries to play the hero, telling Masaru it's too dangerous here and that he should come back with them for safety. Without missing a beat, this absolute unit just smirks and drops the biggest flex of the century. "Oh, the demon bear? Yeah, we killed that too." The sheer, unadulterated shock on Fried's face is priceless. Masaru then trolls him even harder, offering to show him the corpses of boeich monsters, which he conveniently has in his dimensional storage. Fried completely loses his composure, screaming, "You have it with you." The bunny elder immediately picks up on his desperation. This guy doesn't just want the corpse, he needs it for something. So when Fried formally requests the monster parts, our main man looks him dead in the eye and says, "Sorry, that's a no from me, dog." Adelina is loving the drama, whispering that our boy is up to no good, while Fried flashes a seriously shady grin. And this is where the fun begins. Masaru launches into the most epic sales pitch ever. He explains that while the bear ate most of the horse, the remaining parts are primo quality materials. The bones are sturdy, the skin is smooth, and just as Fried is about to explode from anticipation, our hero delivers the final blow. And the horn too. Bingo! Fried immediately tries to make a deal, saying the materials are worth a lot, and they'll even throw in the bounty reward. But our boy has already figured it out. This isn't about money. The knights need that horn for fame, for glory, for political power, things you can't buy. So, this guy weighs his options. He'd take the cash, or he could leverage this for a massive favor. He makes his move. "Forget the money. I want to accompany you to the capital." The entire room is stunned into silence. He lays out his terms. He'll come to Greta's and negotiate the price for the materials himself, in person. Fried agrees but warns him that royal negotiations are no joke. Masaru just smirks. "Don't underestimate me." He flexes and reveals his trump card. "I used to be a broker at a home center. Negotiation is in my blood." And just like that, the deal is sealed. Later, Masaru announces he's got a dip for a bit to handle a project, which makes little May pout adorably. He promises her this trip is strictly business, no fighting involved. And what's this urgent project? Oh, just building a massive multi-story house from scratch. But that's not all. He's not just building a house. He's planning a full-blown public bathhouse, maybe even a hot spring. As a modern Japanese man, our hero declares that a proper bath is a non-negotiable cultural necessity. The girls are bewildered but excited at the idea of not having to wash with freezing cold water anymore. Adelina, ever the pragmatist, points out that heating a bath that big would be a logistical nightmare, but our main man has an ace up his sleeve. He's found an actual hot spring. He then proceeds to give them a mini science lesson on geothermal activity, explaining that he used his ridiculous map skill to locate an underground river of lava right next to a water vein. Normal isekai stuff. Just as he's planning his grand construction project, Adelina reminds him about the shrine he promised to build for the goddess. The bunny girls are adamant, but Masaru is clearly trying to procrastinate. And speak of the devil, the goddess herself materializes out of thin air, announcing she skipped work just to see him. Before he can even process what's happening, she bonks him on the head for slacking on his divine duties. Turns out, even goddesses can get petty. She's also brought her envoy, a new girl named Isla Safira, who seems way more composed than her chaotic boss. Alright, let's get this party started. Our boy is minding his own business when a stunning new arrival drops in, asking if he's with Victinius. And not just any random person, this is Isla Sephiral, Victinius' sister, here to talk about the future of the world. Just a casual Tuesday. Isla, clearly the more refined of the two sisters, suggests they skip the boring stuff and just have a nice chat. She says, "You guys." And then with a flick of her wrist, she casually manifests a portal. Out pops a fully set table and chairs, ready for tea time. An absolute flex. Our main man, ever the nerd, immediately identifies it as a dimensional storage skill. But Isla just smiles, basically telling him he's thinking too small. She explains that in this world, there are no absolutes. Skills are meant to be used creatively. Victinius tries to pivot the conversation back to how amazing Masaru's production skills are, but this absolute unit has other plans. He completely trolls her by changing the subject to building her a statue. And just like that, the divine goddesses completely lose their minds. Their composure shatters as they both scream. "At is of course it's necessary. Right?" The girls are totally hyped, already picturing their marble likenesses. Masaru says he'll need some reference material and casually offers to send over a picture he took from her status screen. And the image he sends. Victinia's in a full-blown bunny girl outfit, a souvenir from her punishment game. She is beyond mortified. As everyone panics, our hopeless hero smirks and says, "Well, I wouldn't need these numbers if you just told me directly." The girls are just screaming, "Delete it. Delete it right now." Without missing a beat, this guy goes straight for the kill shot. "You're 3 sizes." Isla is scandalized, calling him shameless, but Victinia's is so statue-crazed she almost agrees before realizing she's been played, and that's when the goddess snap. Victinia's unleashes a ridiculous blast of holy power right at his face. The magical energy is off the charts, denser than anything he's ever felt before. A massive pillar of light erupts into the sky, visible from all over town. The girls rush over, terrified, asking if our boy is still in one piece. He survived, but the sheer power has him shook. Victinius, meanwhile, is having "my fault" moment. Yeah, you just tried to obliterate him." The villagers are freaking out over the sudden light show. And then the goddesses themselves descend, appearing before the crowd. The townspeople are floored. A literal divine visitation. They immediately hit the deck and start worshipping. The goddesses are super awkward about the whole thing, admitting they're not used to all the attention. Masaru tells them to get a grip and asks why they're really here. And the grand, divine reason for their visit? Crabs. They want to eat crabs. Yep. Victinius admits she told her sister about the delicious crabs and used the statue business as a flimsy excuse to come down for a snack. Seeing his opening, our main man steps up and addresses the crowd, announcing that he's received a divine mission from the goddesses themselves to expand the town's food supply. He's using 2 all-powerful beings as an excuse to start an agricultural revolution. Genius. He lays out the grand vision. They'll expand the farms and plantations, securing their food supply for good. He splits the workforce into teams. One to survey the local plants and another to start building. This guy barks out orders and gets the entire village moving. Isla points out this will be a massive undertaking, but Masaru reveals his true plan. This isn't just about farming. He's redesigning the whole city, adding parks, gazebos, and proper gardening to make it beautiful. And why? To build them statues and shrines, making it the perfect vacation spot for a certain pair of goddesses. The bribe lands perfectly. "You mean I can eat crabs every time I come to play?" They are 100% sold, pledging their full support. Our boy realizes he's just turned his town into a divine resort, and a wave of guilt washes over him. But seeing their starry-eyed faces, he just promises them a crab feast whenever they visit. With the goddesses successfully bribed with seafood, our hero gets down to business. He asks them for a favor, referencing Isla's shady magic from earlier. He promises to discuss it in detail, after crabs of course. He then tells Victinius he'll send her a message when the time is right for his next move. She understands he's heading to the capital soon. A few days later, they've arrived in the capital city of Greats. Inside the castle, a guard reports to the king that Commander Fried has returned. And we see the king, looking like a proper villain on his throne, asking one simple chilling question. "Were you able to get your hands on it? The mutated beast's horn." "Oh yeah, this is gonna get chaotic." Alright, let's dive back in. 2 weeks later, our heroes finally roll up to the capital, and Fried is soaking in the 5-star service of the massive city gates. But our main man, Masaru, is having an absolute meltdown. Fried is trying to be a serious knight. This guy is complaining that his butt hurts from a 7-day carriage ride. Fried immediately snaps back, reminding him they only took a carriage because someone decided to bolt from their last mission. After a brief detour to meet with the local rabbit folk leader, our heroes are finally back on track. The leader, Magaru, explains that her people are in a tough spot. Some shady party rolled through and turned a bunch of them into slaves, so naturally, she's not too keen on trusting outsiders. The whole town is just simmering in a stew of grudges and envy, which is just a fantastic vibe for a new city. But our boy, seeing his favorite rabbit people in trouble, immediately agrees to help sort things out. With that sorted, Fried lays out the plan. first check in with his sister, then head straight to the castle for their audience with the king. But Masaru, ever the agent of chaos, has other ideas. He wants to go shopping for a Gefu fruit first, realizing he's about to be dragged on another pointless side quest. Fried's soul basically leaves his body, but this absolute unit just smirks, saying there's something he needs to confirm before meeting royalty. This is gonna be good. So, they yeet themselves over to the Adventurers Guild, which is buzzing with hardened warriors and grizzled veterans. A chipper receptionist greets them, asking if they're here to pick up a quest. Masaru, with the straightest face you've ever seen, goes, "Oh, I've always wanted to try being an adventurer once." Then he drops the act and gets down to brass tacks, leaning in conspiratorially. "So, just hypothetically, what's the market price for the materials from a one-horned mutated beast?" The receptionist, probably used to weirdos, just points him to the materials counter. The guild expert lays it all out. Regular monster parts, a few silver coins, rare stuff, maybe a gold coin, dragon-level materials. Now we're talking, starting at 100 gold coins a pop. But then he gets to the mutated beasts. These things are ridiculously rare, supercharged with magical elements, and so strong the king's own guard has trouble with them. Just a single piece of a mutated beast would sell for thousands of gold coins at auction. The number crunching in Masaru's head causes a system error. He tries to play it cool, but internally he is screaming. 100 million yen. For the monster head he's got chilling in his inventory. On the way to the castle, Fried can only watch in horror as our boy descends into a fit of unhinged, villainous giggling. The poor knight is practically begging him, "Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not cause any trouble." Masaru just gives him the most innocent "who me?" look imaginable. They finally arrive at the throne room, and the guards announce their presence to His Majesty. The room is massive, designed to make you feel small and insignificant, with the king looking down from his throne like an absolute unit. The king's gaze lands on them, and our hopeless hero finds himself face to face with the ruler of the entire human race. Fried immediately hisses at him to kneel, but Masaru is already running calculations, thinking about the trump card up his sleeve, so, in front of the entire royal court, he just flat out says, "I refuse." The guard and Fried simultaneously have a stroke. The king, surprisingly, is more intrigued than angry. Masaru introduces himself with zero honorifics, just straight up Masaru. The king actually cackles, saying he likes the kid's guts and will pardon his insolence since he's in a good mood. But then he drops the hammer. "But Masaru, be careful. If my good mood is ruined, you won't be able to imagine the consequences." Masaru feels a chill run down his spine as the king demands the report. Fried quickly explains their mission, detailing how Masaru single-handedly defeated the mutated beast that was terrorizing the beastmen. As proof, Masaru dramatically summons the monster's severed head right there on the throne room floor. The king is genuinely impressed, calling it an unexpected and handsome gift. And then, the most trolltastic smile plastered on his face, Masaru says it again, "I refuse." The entire room goes silent. "This isn't a gift," he explains. "He's here to conduct a negotiation. He wants to trade the head for a favor." The king is no longer amused. He flexes his royal authority, reminding Masaru that a subject's place is to look up to their king, not stand as an equal. The pressure in the room becomes immense, a terrifying aura that even Masaru admits feels like Lancelot's overwhelming power. But just as quickly, the king reins it in, apologizing for going too far. He laments how lonely it is to be a ruler chosen by the gods. This is the opening Masaru was waiting for. "That's funny," he says, "because a little bird that during your coronation, you were so nervous you stumbled over your own name several times." The king's face turns to stone. My smile is pure, unadulterated chaos. The king completely loses his composure, standing up from his throne and screaming. Wait. He demands to know who told Masaru that top-secret, deeply embarrassing story. Instead of answering, our main man just declares, "Let's start the main show," and summons a swirling vortex of dark energy. Out of the portal steps a literal goddess, Victinias, who looks down at the king's slack-jawed face. She turns to Masaru and playfully scolds him, "Aren't you taking a goddess too lightly? Calling on me when you feel like it?" Our boy just pulled the ultimate flex in front of the most powerful man in the kingdom, an shirt. Alright, let's dive right back into the madness. We open on the King of Gratas, who looks like he's just seen a ghost riding a unicycle through his throne room. His Majesty is completely bewildered, stammering, "Just what on earth? Who is this man?" And you can't blame him. The dude flashes back to when he was 30, kneeling before the glorious, heavenly figure of a goddess. So seeing that same goddess casually chilling in his castle, with some random dude, has short-circuited his royal brain. He's internally screaming, "Why are they having a tea party in front of my eyes?" Because that's exactly what's happening. Our boy Masaru is kicking back, sipping tea with the goddess Victinias like they're old college roommates. She's telling him how another goddess, Hera, was super impressed with his progress. Masaru, ever the smooth operator, is just soaking it all in. Victinias then pulls out a magical projection, showing him that yet another goddess, Isla, is already working on his request. We see Isla surrounded by the bunny girls getting her hands dirty. Our main man is like, wait, a goddess is doing manual labor for me? Is that even legal? But Victinias just waves it off, saying she's a good goddess, whatever that means. Suddenly, King snaps. He marches forward, bellowing about how goddesses shouldn't meddle so much in mortal affairs. He gets about 2 words out before realizing he's yelling at a literal divine being, and his entire just collapses. Wait a minute. No. Oh my ease. Too late, my dude. Victinias floats down gracefully, all smiles and apologies. My apologies, action finally, King of Gritas. We were just so absorbed in our conversation. The king, sweating bullets, is like, yeah, time sure flies, before cutting right to the chase. So what's the deal between you and this guy? Victinias explains that our hero is her apostle, so technically she's his superior. But then she adds with a little smirk, he has been getting me crabs lately. The king's brain just blue screens. An apostle who delivers seafood. What is even happening anymore? Masaru decides to step in and de-escalate. Nope, I'm just your average Joe. A perfectly normal human being, he declares with the most unconvincing hand gestures ever. Internally, this absolute unit is panicking, thinking, crap, I can't just tell him I'm a transmigrator from another world. Realizing he's botching the explanation, he looks to Victinias for help. She puts a finger to her lips, thinks for a second and drops an absolute bombshell. We're friends, I suppose. The king's jaw hits the floor. Immortal is friends with a god? Our boy sees his opening and goes for it. He declares that as her friend and follower, he wants to build her a statue. Victinias's eyes light up. She immediately turns to the king and demands he arrange for materials. The poor king is getting absolutely steamrolled, but before he can even answer, a new player enters the game. Another, much more intimidating goddess appears out of nowhere, grabs Victinias by the scruff of her neck, and growls. You're overstepping your authority here, Victinias. The chill goddess is now terrified. Her boss, Hera-sama, has arrived, and she is not happy. Hera announces a 24 hours for a good course for nothing, and starts dragging Victinias away. Even as she's being yeeted into another dimension, Victinias yells back, don't forget my crabs. And just like that, poof, they're gone. The king is left standing there, processing the sheer chaos he just witnessed. His final takeaway? I can't believe they're friends. I want to be friends with Masaru too. Fast forward a bit, and our boy is having a formal sit-down with the king. He brings up the statue again, asking for permission to build it in the capital. He plays it smart, saying he felt a little taken advantage of by the goddess's sudden demand. The king, now fully on board the Masaru hype train, declares that he will personally handle the negotiations to honor the gods. But there's a catch. The king has a condition. He wants to know why Masaru is so obsessed with getting the horn of a one-horned mutated beast. He then unveils a royal scepter, claiming it was made from that very material. It's a long-standing tradition for the new king to receive one. The king explains he's past his prime and needs to prepare for his successor, and this is his duty. It's a whole dramatic speech, but our main man isn't buying it. He eyes the scepter, noticing something is off, and without missing a beat, he flexes his appraisal skill. The results pop up, and bingo. The scepter isn't from some mutated beast, it's made from a unicorn horn, a powerful detoxifying agent. Our boy just caught the king in a massive bluff. He calls him out on it and the king's face just crumbles. So the deal is off now? He mutters, completely busted. The king tries to save face, asking if Masaru thinks he was trying to deceive him. Our hero goes into full-on business mode, schooling the monarch on the art of the deal. He says a negotiation is about finding common ground, not taking advantage of trust. The king is stunned. He swears on the goddess that the tradition is real, but admits that trickery is part of the game. He's seriously impressed with this guy's character, so he proposes a new, honest deal. The kingdom will officially hunt the beast and Masaru will get the horn at cost. In return, the king gets first dibs on whatever epic item Masaru crafts with it. Our boy grins. No, it's a deal, and they seal it with a handshake. Business is booming. With the deal done, the king asks what's next. Masaru needs to restock, so the king offers him a place to stay in the capital and even assigns him a personal guide. We cut to a library, where some poor knight named Zack is getting pulled away from his books. His friend Fried informs him he's been assigned to escort some VIP, who just made a deal with the king himself. Zack is clearly not thrilled about it. He's shocked that some random guy got a personal audience with the king, and then in walks our hero, flashing the king's official recommendation letter. I'm Masaru. I'll be in your care. But he's not done. He then adds, oh, and I'll be counting on you for the workshop stuff too. Zack's brain just short circuits. He's gone from librarian to tour guide to personal assistant in 10 seconds flat. He just stares, utterly bewildered, while Masaru gives him a shady, all-knowing smile. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Alright, let's dive into this chaotic business venture. Our boy is getting the grand tour from his new pal Zach, who's being suspiciously friendly. Magaru is basically like, dude, I'm just a customer, why are you offering me a place to stay? Zach just smiles and leads him to his family's store, and when they get there, boy. The store looks like it lost a fight with a hurricane, and the hurricane won. The sign is barely hanging on, the place is a total wreck, and our hero's soul visibly leaves his body. Zach sheepishly explains that his dad is trying his best, but business is, not great. But then our main man starts investigating. He picks up a brick and uses his appraisal skill. Bam. High quality. He looks around and realizes everything is top tier. The logs are perfectly cut, the stones are uniform. Zach's dad is an absolute master craftsman. There's just one tiny problem. The man is completely clueless about how to actually run a business. Realizing he needs to meet this legendary, broke artisan, Magaru tells Zach to introduce him to his dad. Zach leads him out back and yells for his old man. And sitting there, looking completely defeated, is this absolute unit of a man who looks like he could bench press a house. This guy is clearly going through it. Suddenly, the old man snaps. He starts screaming that there's no money left. They don't even have enough to EAT tomorrow. Forget the bricks. Our boy's internal monologue just goes, oh, and there it is. This is the classic good-for-nothing father, a dude so obsessed with his passion that he lets his family starve. A true starving artist. The situation is even worse than it looks. The dad admits all his workers bailed because he couldn't pay them for 3 months straight. Zach then asks where his sister Shani is. The dad mumbles that she went to work at a rival workshop. Zach absolutely loses it. He clocks his old man right in the face, screaming at him for being a useless dad. While the family drama unfolds, our unsuspecting lead switches into full-on business consultant mode. He asks about the sister Diana, but the dad just shrugs. Magaru lays down the hard truth. Your products are the best in the capital, so why aren't they selling? He points out the obvious. The store looks like a haunted house, giving customers a terrible first impression. High quality means nothing if your presentation is garbage. He starts laying out a plan, starting with basic inventory management so customers can actually see what they're buying. And with that business lecture delivered, we get a hard cut to the castle. Our hero is collecting his fat paycheck for the beast subjugation mission. But this guy doesn't just take the money and run. He immediately pivots into his next business deal. He starts negotiating with the king himself to sell the kingdom's surplus grain. He offers to buy up all their extra barley, wheat and soybeans. After a bit of back and forth, they iron out the details. Negotiation complete. The deal is done. The king's advisor is blown away by our boy's skills. But then the king reveals the shady reason for his stockpile. He's planning military invasions. Our main man immediately shuts that down, basically telling the king that expeditions are a waste of resources. He argues that true prosperity comes from developing your own realm, not conquering others. This absolute unit then has the audacity to offer the king a piece of advice. He starts lecturing the most powerful man in the country on political philosophy. He uses the Beastman city he's building as a prime example of how different races can coexist and create a thriving economy without needing to invade anyone. Then, the mood gets icy. Our hero leans in and drops a thinly veiled threat, warning the king not to look down on other races. You can practically see the pressure building. The king is visibly shook, sweating buckets under our hero's intense gaze. With the mic dropped, Magaru announces he's out. The king slumps in his chair, completely drained from the verbal beatdown. He turns to his servant and asks if his choices have been wrong. The servant basically says, yeah, the kid's got a point. Inspired, the king decides he needs to see this Beastman city for himself. And in a huge moment of growth, he declares they'll be bringing pens, not swords. Back at the dilapidated shop, our boy returns from his ridiculously successful meeting. Zach immediately warns him to behave himself in front of his sister. Magaru is personally offended, insisting he's a man of logic. They're greeted by Diana, Zach's sister, who is an absolute sweetheart. Magaru is giddy seeing the warehouse stacked with supplies. He's already planning how to turn all this raw material into pure profit. Diana shows him a unique ceramic plate, a failed prototype for lightweight armor their dad invented. It was brilliant, but way too expensive to produce. Then she casually mentions she already kicked her dad out for trying to mortgage the house again. This girl is a savage. They get down to business, lamenting the massive debt they're in. They need a miracle customer. And right on cue, our hero raises his hand. A big customer, you say? I'll buy everything in the store. Zach and Diana can't believe their ears. This is a blessing from the gods. The deal is settled. He'll buy everything. But just as they're celebrating, this guy hits them with a classic cliffhanger. He leans in with a sly grin. Now, will you guys listen to my proposal? Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru is about to drop a business proposal so wild it might just work. The target? A couple of skilled but seriously indebted siblings. Without any preamble, this absolute unit spreads his arms wide and offers them the deal of a lifetime. How about you and your father move to our city? He's not asking them on a date, he's headhunting them for his ambitious, world-changing project. Our main man is thinking 5 steps ahead, picturing the mountains of gold this partnership could bring. Naturally, Diana is bewildered. You're telling us to leave our home in the capital. She immediately thinks his proposal is completely unhinged, but Masaru just smiles, clarifying that he needs their help to build the legendary Beastman city. And the benefits package? Oh, it's premium. He's offering guaranteed meals, unlimited work, and even a cushy brickmaking gig for their dad. It's the full corporate package, isekai style. Diana is still skeptical. A Beastman city? Are you serious? She points out the obvious flaw in his plan. They're human. It's a city with almost 0 humans, a place they know nothing about. But our boy has an answer for everything. He flexes his royal connections, promising to get the king's permission to hire any human craftsmen who are struggling financially. This guy is practically vibrating with excitement. More manpower and faster city development, and he's loving the sound of that. Zack, however, looks like he just ate a lemon. He is not sold on this grand vision. Diana tries to inject some logic, reminding Masaru that they'd have to learn entirely new skills for a project like that. Realizing he's losing them, Masaru pivots like a pro salesman. Back to the supplies, he says. Give me a 10% discount, it's a done deal. Smooth. Incredibly smooth. Zack agrees, but asks if they pay entirely in gold coins. He wants to pay off their debts in one epic drop and be done with it. Diana gets a bad feeling about this, especially since the person they owe money to is a notoriously shady character. But with no other choice, they head out. They arrive at the loan shark's office, and the guy is already annoyed. How many times are you going to knock on my door? He snaps. He recognizes Diana and immediately gets slimy, thinking they're here to borrow more money. The creep leans in, suggesting he might help if Diana insists. Yeah, this dude is the worst. Before he can get any creepier, Zack steps in, telling him to back off. They're here to pay their debt, not get harassed, and that's Masaru's cue. He yeets a massive bag of gold onto the counter, and the coins spill out in a glittering cascade. The loan shark's jaw basically unhinges. Zack breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, they can escape the spiral of debt, but the sleazeball just smirks. Well, you did a great job gathering this much, he said. It's still not enough. The mood plummets instantly. Zack is losing his mind, asking how they could possibly owe more. The lender calmly explains that this is about their father, specifically about that warehouse they rented. Turns out, their dad did some unauthorized renovations. We're talking using a ladder to shield a wall, making a hole in the ceiling to create a makeshift bedroom. The dude basically trashed the place without permission. Masaru's soul leaves his body. His gut feeling was right. They were too late to stop the dadpocalypse. Zack is just crushed, realizing his good-for-nothing father has screwed them over yet again. Later that night, our hero is completely exhausted. But instead of sleeping, this absolute unit decides the best way to unwind is to go on a massive shopping spree. Retail therapy, baby. He explains to a bewildered Diana that this isn't just for fun. He's sourcing high-quality goods to lure more top-tier craftsmen to his new city. This isn't just town, it's a future metropolis he plans to build. He's dreaming big, aiming to create a city that will eventually surpass the capital itself. While their dad is content just making bricks, Masaru is driven by the pure, unadulterated fun of creation. Hearing his unhinged ambition, something shifts in Diana. She looks at him with a newfound respect, a small smile playing on her lips. The moment is surprisingly sweet. Masaru mentions he's hitting the markets in the morning. Diana immediately offers to be their guide, wanting to show him the best spots in town. She also plans to introduce him to other craftsmen, seeing a golden opportunity. Deciding she needs a break from all the accounting work, she officially joins the shopping crew. This going to be fun. The next day, the marketplace is buzzing with energy, and our crew is right in the middle of it, buying everything that isn't nailed down. Zack is stunned by the sheer volume of stuff Masaru has purchased. This guy's wallet is a black hole. They've got textiles, seasonings, rare vegetables, and a goat. A goat called the Weidao goat. Zack's brain short-circuits. Oh, but it's not just a goat. Our main man also bought horned rabbits and cutter quails. A whole menagerie of mutated, probably dangerous livestock. Masaru is ecstatic. He can finally start his own farm. The rabbits are delicious, the quails lay eggs constantly, and the goat gives milk. Zack just looks on, completely defeated by the sheer chaos. Zack pulls Masaru aside, trying to express his concern about his sister moving to this city of madness, but Masaru just looks confused. Wait, aren't you coming with us, Zack? And then he drops another bombshell he forgot to mention. As part of his deal with the king, Zack has been officially nominated as the captain of a new unit and he'll serve as the city's ambassador. Zach's face is a perfect picture of, I'm sorry, what? The poor guy is having a full-blown existential crisis. When did I become a captain? Masaru just trolls him, saying he's glad they're on a first-name basis now. Just then Diana bolts in, looking for Masaru. She's made up her mind. She's officially accepting his offer to move to the Beastman City. But of course there's another problem. To get things in order, she went to the Merchants Guild to sell their property. She hands Masaru the official assessment papers. As he reads the document, his face contorts in pure horror. Because of the terrible condition of their house, thanks Dad, they're not getting any money. In fact, they're being charged demolition fees. The debt just keeps getting deeper. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. Our boys' pals, Zach and Diana, are waiting outside the Merchant Guild, looking a little concerned. Seems whatever deal Masaru was trying to cut inside didn't exactly go smoothly. And right on cue, our main man stumbles out the door. One look at his face and they know it's bad. This dude looks like he just saw the bill after a night out with a royal princess. His soul has officially left the building. Zach, bless his heart, asks what happened. Turns out, the Shady Guild is trying to slap them with a ridiculous demolition fee for the old store. The land value is trash, the building is garbage, and now they want our hero to foot the bill to tear it down. So Zach asks the million-dollar question, what are you gonna do? Without missing a beat, this absolute unit grips a ridiculously oversized mace, and with a look of pure, unadulterated vengeance says, isn't it obvious? Oh yeah, he's mad. He whips out a weapon that looks like it could level a fortress and grunts. It's been a while since I got this mad. This is not a drill, people. The DIY god has chosen violence. We cut to the scene of the crime, the dilapidated old building. Zach explains that our boy was pretty bummed when the guild basically told him to pay up or get out. They completely lowballed him, refusing to see any value in the property. So, what does any sane person do when faced with exorbitant fees? They grab a giant flail and decide to do the demolition themselves, and with one titanic swing, he obliterates the wall. The entire neighborhood is stunned. Some poor bystander is like, why is this happening? And Zach, ever the loyal friend, just deadpans. Oh, he's just hunting a house today. Normal stuff. But this isn't just mindless destruction. Our guy has a plan. He explains that the crushed stone can be recycled into gravel later. Zero waste, maximum efficiency. He's even using his construction magic to create dust covers so he doesn't annoy the neighbors. The most considerate, unhinged demolition expert you've ever seen. He even hands Zach a full-blown, professionally diagrammed demolition plan. Zach's face says it all. I don't see how he becomes more of a menace, and yet here we are. Just then, Masaru mentions that Jack, the ambassador's son, will be visiting, so he might as well put him to work. And speaking of surprise helpers, Diana's dad, the blacksmith, just casually strolls up. Apparently, our boy hired him for a job, much to Diana's shock. Zach is utterly bewildered, asking what else they could possibly be doing. And this is where the master plan unfolds. Masaru isn't just saving money. Oh no, this is about petty revenge. He's going to use the salvaged materials to build a brand new, top-of-the-line blacksmith shop, and then sell it back to the Merchant Guild for a massive profit. A pure, glorious troll move. Diana's dad gets this absolutely psychotic grin on his face. The man is practically vibrating with excitement. Getting back at the guild and making a fat stack of cash. He is SON. Zach can only watch this chaotic father-daughter bonding moment. Relieved his dad is still, well, his dad. With the plan set, our hero declares that once this project is done, it's time to head back to the Beastman City. Zach's already bracing himself for the inevitable chaos, admitting that while he's used to Masaru's insane plans, they never stop being terrifying. Masaru, being the troll he is, tells Zach to make sure he says a proper goodbye to his girlfriend, making Diana blush furiously. Her dad just cackles, knowing they're just making excuses to go drinking later. And what a trip to the capital it's been. Our main man managed to negotiate with the king, secure a ton of resources, and most importantly, recruit an army of skilled craftsmen for his new city. After some heartfelt goodbyes, we flash back to his final meeting with the king. The king notes that Masaru's shopping trip caused quite a few complaints around town. Our boy just gives a sheepish oops. His Majesty has also heard about the new armory being built to sell to the guild. He correctly guesses it's a parting gift, a little thank you present for all the trouble. And what a gift it is! A 3-story stone building with incredible displays. But the best part? The king is losing his mind laughing over the store's state-of-the-art, no-escape, anti-theft system, complete with a dropping iron cage. Absolutely legendary. The king, seriously impressed. He sees Masaru's moves not just as clever business, but as a huge step forward for the whole kingdom's economy. But he also offers some wise advice. Masaru has incredible skills, but he can't do everything alone. You have the manpower, use them. The words hit home. Our hero realizes the king is right. To build a true city, he needs to empower his people to thrive even when he's not around. He thanks the king for the wisdom, even if the king was just talking to himself. As a final gesture, the king offers to send some spirited people who don't break down easily for a cultural exchange. Masaru's only condition: please, for the love of all that is holy, don't send your sister. With a firm handshake, the deal is sealed. A partnership is born, but the king immediately panics at the thought of another drinking party with Masaru's crew. The man has seen enough chaos to last a lifetime. Back in the present, it's time to go. The caravan being loaded is absolutely massive, a testament to everything our hero has accomplished. A group of adventurers, a lively elf and dwarf duo among them, can't believe the scale of the operation. They're part of an 8-person team who decided to retire from adventuring and settle in Masaru's new city. This absolute unit is thrilled to have them, planning to put them in charge of training the city's new security guards. Prompted by the crowd, our boy reluctantly agrees to give a departure speech. He stands before everyone and gives a genuinely heartfelt thank you. He speaks of their shared journey not just to build a city, but to create a new home for all of them and their friends. We see the faces of everyone he's brought together, from the king to his closest companions. He promises that while the days ahead will be tough, they will also be filled with fun and joy. And with a final, resounding call, they set off. The grand caravan rolls out, a moving city of pioneers heading towards their new home. The next chapter has officially begun. Alright, let's dive in. A few days have passed since our crew left the capital, and the vibes are immaculate. The open road, good company, and apparently some seriously delicious wild boar. This is less of a perilous journey and more of a gourmet road trip. Everyone's in high spirits, except for Annabelle, who's getting a little cramped from riding in the carriage all day. Meanwhile, Zach, being the ultimate wingman, decides it's the perfect time to troll our boy about his new elf encounter. Annabelle gets all flustered while our main man just laughs it off. But their banter is cut short when they spot the river they were aiming for. The sun's starting to set, so it's perfect timing to set up camp for the night. Our boy and Noria get to work gathering supplies, looking like a total power couple. Once camp is mostly set up, the boss asks for a status update on their location, and this absolute unit casually whips out a ridiculously detailed, full-color map that looks like it was beamed down from a satellite. He points out they're about halfway to the next city, completely on schedule. Noria and the boss just stare at the map, their brains buffering. Noria, an elf who's been around for ages, has never seen anything so advanced. The boss just sighs, basically admitting that between the dimensional storage and the other weird skills, nothing this guy does surprises him anymore. Our hero just shrugs it off, mentioning how even the beastmen he crash-landed on were pretty chill. The man makes friends everywhere he goes. With the day's travel done, everyone's hyped for dinner and ready to hit the road again tomorrow. Time to cook. Masaru checks the inventory and decides their meal needs a little something extra. He wants to hunt some wild birds, and Noria, their resident expert hunter, is more than happy to oblige. Without even blinking, she spots a target in the trees, and in one fluid motion, yeets an arrow straight through it. A perfect, clean shot. She turns back with a smirk that just screams, "Yeah, I'm that good." Zach is completely blown away, complaining that his own bow is basically a glorified stick in comparison. Noria explains these aren't just any birds. They're thief birds that are notorious for swiping gear from travelers. But there's a silver lining to their criminal lifestyle: they are ridiculously delicious. Suddenly everyone is on board for a full-scale bird hunt. Zach is about to tap out, but our main man stops him. "It's too early to give up," he says. "I have an idea." And then he pulls out a bow that looks like it belongs in a sci-fi movie. It's a sleek, powerful, and frankly, dangerous-looking weapon that he casually offers to Zach. Everyone's jaw hits the floor. Noria is especially shocked, demanding to know when he became a bow expert. She snatches the weapon, immediately recognizing the high-quality materials. "This thing is a beast." Masaru explains he made it for himself, reinforcing its mithril to handle his ridiculous strength. Noria calls his bluff, challenging him to draw it. Our boy immediately backpedals, claiming he made the strings too tight and isn't an elf, so he can't possibly do it. A likely story. Still, he decides to give it a shot, aiming at a distant tree. You can practically see the PTSD from his previous accidental acts of mass destruction in his eyes. "I really hope I don't hit anything outrageous," and as if on cue, a giant bear wanders into the frame right behind his target. Perfect. He lets the arrow fly and the power is absolutely unhinged. It blows straight through the tree and keeps on going, a sonic boom trailing in its wake. The sheer force of the shot is just insane, and then from the direction the arrow flew, a very human scream echoes through the forest. Our hopeless hero's soul leaves his body. "I hit someone!" "Not again!" The scream wasn't a joke. The group immediately bolts towards the sound. They burst through the trees into a scene of pure chaos. Another caravan is being completely swarmed by a massive pack of wolves. One person in a hood is cut off from the rest, about to become dog food for a particularly nasty-looking alpha. Noria tries to line up a shot, but the fight is too messy. So what does this guy do? He grabs the nearest log and launches himself into the fray like a freight train, smashing a wolf out of the way. He lands right in front of the hooded figure, a dark-skinned girl who is just staring in disbelief. But our hero's grand entrance doesn't exactly scare off the pack. He swings the log, but it connects with a solid chud. The wolf doesn't even flinch. It's like he just tried to beat up a statue. Suddenly, Noria shouts a critical piece of information from the back line. Jet away, Masaru. They're golems. That explains it. Arrows and swords are completely useless against these things. The knight he just saved tries to tell him to retreat, but her pride won't let her run. She charges in, sword swinging, only to bounce harmlessly off the golem's hide. Realizing fighting is pointless, Masaru does the only logical thing. He grabs one of the wolf golems and tries to use it as a living shield, but this just makes him a bigger target. And the entire pack swarms him in an instant. His friends watch in horror, and the knight is paralyzed with guilt, thinking his death is her fault. But then, a voice cuts through the chaos. It hurts. Don't bite my neck. The knight is bewildered. Alright, Masaru's muffled voice replies. Oh no, there's a hole in my underwear. This man is being mauled by rock monsters and his biggest concern is his briefs. He stands up, covered in chomping golems, and calmly tells the girl to go back to her friends. He's got this. He then turns to the golems, a terrifying look in his eyes. How dare you? He roars. My synthetic fiber underwear is a precious, irreplaceable relic in this world. He has officially snapped. He grabs the golem chewing on his arm and starts swinging it like a club. He proceeds to obliterate the entire pack, smashing rock with rock in a tornado of pure rage. Golem parts fly everywhere as he systematically dismantles every last one. And when the dust settles, he's just standing there, calmly analyzing his new combat techniques. Later, Zack confirms there were no casualties. Our boy explains his thought process. He buffed his body with magic, but it wasn't enough. But here's the kicker. The golem bites triggered his spirit class magic recovery skill. The wolves were literally recharging his mana by trying to eat him, allowing him to bulldoze through them. The irony is just beautiful. Just then, the leader of the group he saved approaches to thank him. It's the knight, now with her hood down, accompanied by a smaller, equally badass-looking dark elf. The little one gives him a deep, respectful bow, clearly grateful for the chaotic rescue. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. Our crew has just saved a couple of dark elves, and the leader is laying on the gratitude thick. But while she's being all formal, our main man immediately notices they're the same race as Annabelle, and Annabelle, bless her heart, is not having a good time. The dark elf knight is, well, she's built like a fortress and Annabelle is built like a very nice aerodynamic plank. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Our boy, sensing the impending catfight, tries to play diplomat, saying he's fine with both. Which now do the right thing to say when a woman is asking what you're comparing. He immediately gets dragged off for a real talk, which is code for you're about to get yelled at. Once the domestic dispute is settled, they get down to business. Why were these dark elves getting jumped by a bunch of rock monsters? The leader looks hesitant, but our unsuspecting lead tells her it's cool if she doesn't want to talk. That's all the prompting the younger one needs. She explains they're basically homeless and struggling to find a place to settle down. Then, with the biggest puppy dog eyes you've ever seen, she asks the million-dollar question. Can we please join your group? Without a single nanosecond of hesitation, this absolute just goes, okay. The entire party's jaws hit the floor. The dark elves are stunned, trying to explain the massive burden they're asking him to take on. But our boy is just like, yeah, it's fine. Annabelle just sighs, completely bewildered by his impulsiveness. Zack and Theodore just look at the new recruits and basically say, yeah, get used to it. This is our life now. We don't know if we're lucky or cursed. With 2 new members in tow, the caravan finally rolls into its destination. The Beastman City. It's a full-blown homecoming. The kids swarm our hero and he's welcomed back like the legend he is. Even Adelina cracks a smile, admitting he's as unpredictable as ever. He asks where the chief is, and Adelina points him toward the housing area. The chief sees the massive crew Masaru brought with him and is floored. Our boy casually introduces the craftsman and then is like, oh yeah, and we picked up some dark elves on the way here, they'll be crashing for a bit. Are just, wow. They can't believe a city this developed exists deep in the mountains. The leader is completely blown away, admitting that a city built on cooperation between beastmen and humans is something to be admired. She's still a little shady about our main man, thinking he might be pulling some strings behind the scenes, but one look at the genuine smiles and trust on everyone's faces, and she realizes this place legit. She's seen that look before, the look of people who truly trust their leader. Realizing they haven't even introduced themselves, our boy apologizes. The younger one is Emeralda, and the absolute unit of a knight is Irina. Masaru just smiles and welcomes them home. That night, the entire city throws a massive welcome party. We're talking bonfires, feasts, the whole 9 yards. As our hero is chilling, he suddenly gets a feeling, and who should appear but the goddess herself, Isla Saphira, looking radiant as ever. Apparently, she's been playing teacher for the local kids while he was away, and now they're finally giving her a break. She's clearly happy with the results, telling Masaru that the kids have learned all the magic she promised. She explains that hanging out with mortals has been surprisingly fun, but then she drops the bomb. Her work here is done and it saddens her, but she has to leave. She's taught everything she can, and her role playing as a teacher is officially over. Our boy, looking absolutely panicked, is like, wait, you're the god of teaching, you can't run out of material. He reminds her about the crabs, but Isla explains that the gods have a strict non-interference policy. She's already pushed the limits, her job is done, it was fun. Goodbye. The contract is fulfilled. But then, our hopeless hero gets a glint in his eye. He looks her dead in the face and says, starting tomorrow, please give me exclusive one-on-one magic lessons for an hour every day. Isla is completely bewildered, sputtering that it would be against the rules. But this guy just flexes his massive brain. Is it? If I have the aptitude, it's okay to teach me, right? And since I'm a resident of this town, I have a right to your teachings. Then I can just teach what I learned to everyone else. Isla is speechless. He's found the ultimate loophole. He reminds her their contract never had a deadline. He asks her a simple question. Why would he recruit all these craftsmen if he didn't have her full cooperation to help build this city? Her brain just short-circuits. He played her. He played a literal goddess, and she is surprisingly okay with it. She finally understands why a god would want to descend to the mortal world. She agrees to the lessons, and our boy prepares himself for some divine tutoring. Internally, however, he is absolutely losing his mind. The very next morning, the lesson starts. Isla is ready to summon him at the crack of dawn. She tries to start with the basics of releasing magic, but Masaru's like, oh yeah, I can do that, and skips the theory. He just stands up, says look, and prepares to unleash his power. He lets it all out, and a pillar of pure magical energy erupts from his body. Isla's soul basically leaves her body. The power of a reincarnator is just that ridiculous. Our boy feels great, finally able to use his magic efficiently. He decides to test out some wind magic. He casually conjures a freaking tornado. Some poor beastmen, just trying to live their lives, are sent screaming in terror. The next few days are a blur of insane progress. He masters spheres, earth walls, and even some kind of lightning magic. The dude's a monster. On the 8th day, our main man is waiting for his teacher. He's getting annoyed, muttering about how a goddess shouldn't be late and threatening a punishment. And right on cue, a goddess appears. But it's not Isla. A completely new, shady-looking goddess materializes before him, introducing herself as Victinius. Well, this just got complicated. Alright, let's dive in. Our boy Masaru is out in the woods, minding his own business, when a wild goddess appears. This is Victinius, Isla's older sister, and she's here on a request to help with his magic studies. But one look at her face tells you this isn't gonna be a friendly tutoring session. She's cackling with an energy that screams, prepare yourself, mortal, and our main man's soul is already halfway out of his body. So, after a quick check-in on why everyone's suddenly obsessed with his status screen, Victinius basically tells him to stop slacking and get his act together. The ladies are bickering, but the new teacher is all business. She lays out the game plan, magic compression training, and if he fails, well, the consequences will be even worse than the tornado he accidentally created last time. To really hammer the point home, she gives him a little physics lesson from his old world. She describes watching a compressed gas cylinder get damaged, and how the cork yeeted itself through a wall like a missile. Yeah, that's the kind of power we're playing with. No pressure, my dude. Alright, she says, try gathering your magic. Our hopeless hero gives it a shot, concentrating with all his might. He actually manages to form a pretty dense ball of energy for about half a second. Then, with absolutely zero control, the magic sphere just obliterates itself, shooting off into the woods like an unguided rocket. This guy flops onto his butt, completely bewildered. Victinia sighs, realizing this is going to be harder than she thought. Good grief, what a good-for-nothing student, she mutters, clearly unimpressed. She points out the obvious. He's failing because he has no frame of reference for this kind of magic control. So she pivots. What's your specialty, Masaru? Arb, looking like he's being quizzed on quantum physics, stammers out, IT management and making things? And just like that, a light bulb goes off over Victinius's head. Making things, she repeats. She tells him to stop thinking about as raw power and start thinking like a craftsman. First imagine a vessel, then pour the magic into that shape. This is something our main man can understand. The concept clicks instantly. To make things, that is. Okay, round 2. This time, instead of a vague ball of doom, this absolute unit pictures a once forged, that ridiculously huge sword. He gathers the magic, molds it with his imagination, and bam! A colossal, Glowing blade of pure energy materializes in his hands. It actually worked. He's stunned. He turns to his new teacher, genuinely grateful. Thank you so much. Your advice really helped. Victinius is completely off guard by the sincere thanks, and for the first time she looks a little flustered. She starts getting all tsundere, muttering about how she's brooding over nothing. But the shift is obvious. She was ready to talk, but our boy, bless his heart, is so distracted that he loses control of the magic. A sudden gust of wind just erupts from him, sending him tumbling. Victinius, now bright red and embarrassed, snaps at him. Why, you idiot? Don't lose concentration. Our hero is just on the ground, apologizing for ruining the moment. Victinius, trying to regain her composure, brings up the development of the city, which sends Masaru into a full-blown flashback. We see him in a workshop, absolutely livid. What the hell is this? He roars, holding up a knife. He'd asked a group of craftsmen to make 3 identical knives as a test, but what he got was a set of closed but not quite blades. He spells it out for them. When I said make it the same, I meant the same. Literally. The local craftsmen are baffled. They argue that the hammer marks and polish are just part of the handmade charm. But our boy is not having it. This isn't art class, this is manufacturing. So, he decides to show not tell. He whips out a tool from his world. A simple, plastic ruler. A what? A ruler. It measures things, with precision. He places the ruler against the knives, showing the tiny millimeter-sized gaps and inconsistencies they couldn't see with the naked eye. The craftsmen's minds are blown. They've never seen a tool like this. Masaru explains that back in his vocational school, they had to produce things with a margin of error of 1/20th of a millimeter. The local guys who do it all by eye can't even comprehend that level of accuracy. Then, for the ultimate flex, he pulls out a knife he made, by hand. With their primitive tools, he puts the ruler to it and the craftsman's jaw hits the floor. It's perfect. No gaps. The thickness, the length, it's impossibly precise. Masaru explains the whole point of the exercise was to see their skill level so he could teach them new techniques. The craftsmen, seeing the light, are now 100% on board, practically begging him to teach them his ways. The flashback ends, with Masaru telling Victinius it was a wild ride, but a fun one. Her response? A completely deadpan, cool story. Classic. They move on talking about finding land for a shrine, and other city building plans. Our main man is really feeling like this place is his home now. Meanwhile, back in Nevins, Isla is chilling when she gets a message from her sister. It's a postscript that reads, P.S. You look like you want to talk Saru about something, so please take this opportunity. Isla immediately goes into full denial mode. Busted. She's panicking, trying to convince herself that's not the only reason she wants to see him. Back in the forest, Masaru returns, and Victinius is different. She says his name with a softness we have never heard before. She tells him she'll be visiting the city more often, and that it would be nice to see him welcome her with a warm smile. Whoa, okay, where did this come from? Our unsuspecting lead is completely bewildered by this sudden 180 in personality. What? Is all he can manage. She just blushes and says it's nothing, quickly trying to change the subject. The two of them head off, the air thick with a brand new, chaotic romantic tension, and from her divine perch, Isla watches all this unfold. She sighs, thinking her sister is just so cute when she's around Masaru. But then it's time to get to work. Her sister asked her to investigate that incident with the Dark Elves. She pulls up her celestial database, a series of glowing magical screens. She starts digging for info on the elves Masaru saved, but when she searches for the beast that attacked them, she gets an error. Not found. This is bad. Like really bad. She realizes with a chill that there are things in this world that are completely outside of the gods' control and knowledge. What on earth is happening? A disturbing omen indeed. The Dark Elves were attacked by something unknown, something that shouldn't even exist, and with that chilling mystery, the curtain falls for now. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Our boy Masaru is keeping the neighborhood fed and happy with his ridiculous hunting skills, even smoking meat for everyone. The locals are loving it, saying the elves are so reliable they wish they'd stay in the woods forever. Speaking of elves, our main man bumps into Esmeralda in town. She's just wrapped up her ranch work for the day and says everyone is settling in nicely, but she's got a serious look on her face, hinting that there's something important she needs to do. A moment later, she tracks this guy down and asks for a favor. He, of course, being the accommodating hero he is, tells her to swing by his place after dinner. Later that night, the mood gets heavy. Esmeralda cuts right to the chase, telling him there's an important matter she has to discuss with him. Turns out, she's not alone. She brought a friend, and then she drops the first bombshell of the night. My name is Esmeralda, the Queen of the Dark Elves. Our boy's brain just blue screens. He's been housing literal royalty this whole time. The Queen explains from a kingdom called Stenzen, a solid 10-day trip from here. But one day their home was completely obliterated by those unhinged golems we've seen before. An entire country, just gone. Zack can't believe it. The whole kingdom just got deleted off the map. Emeralda confirms they fled to the Beastman City to regroup, but now she's done hiding. She needs to know what happened to her homeland, no matter what it takes. And then comes the big ask. She looks our hero dead in the eye and asks him to take them back to Stenzen. Masaru, trying to wrap his head around this insane request, asks the million-dollar question. Why were they even attacked? But they have no idea. Zack throws out the idea of a grudge, but our boy immediately shuts that down. Dark elves are famously chill. They vibe with nature. It makes zero sense for anyone to have a beef with them. The Queen's Guard explains the attack was a total blitz. The enemy was already inside the castle when she got back, and only a few people managed to escape. This is where our main man switches into detective mode, asking for any details on the golems. The guard was a bit busy, protecting the queen, but she remembers seeing animal types wolves, bears, monkeys, and then she says the magic word. The one word that sends a chill down our hero's spine. Spiders. You can practically see Masaru's soul exit his body. Zack, completely oblivious, is like, yo, you figure something out? Our hopeless hero plasters on the fakest smile in history and tries to nope right out of the conversation. Spiders? Yeah. Not a fan. Gotta go. To my room, bye. But Zack is not letting him off that easy and calls him out immediately. Are you actually scared of spiders? Masaru starts sweating, babbling about his grandma and his skin turning green. The excuses are just pathetic, even the elves calling his bluff. Zack is absolutely losing it, cackling at the fact that this absolute unit is terrified of a few eight-legged freaks. Masaru panics, yelling that he's just a normal human who doesn't like creepy crawl eyes. He tries to weasel his way out, talking about city development, and not knowing who the final boss is. Any excuse will do, but just as he's about to completely bail, his phone dings. A message from the gods. It's from Isla Saphira, and she's got a quest. These golems are a mystery even the gods. If he investigates, he gets a skill coupon. A skill coupon. That's all it took. The fire in his eyes is back. Masaru slams the table, his fear completely gone. Ivy decided. I will take full responsibility and help you. The whiplash is real. Everyone is stunned by this sudden burst of courage. Our boy, now brimming with confidence fueled by pure greed, declares he has conquered his arachnophobia and will lead them to victory. He grabs a bewildered Zack for a test drive. Behold, the Masaru human-powered carriage special. It's a glorious, chaotic tricycle carriage hybrid that he built himself. The elves are rightfully skeptical, but our boy flexes his engineering prowess, showing off his custom-made leaf springs for shock absorption. This thing is top of the line. The safety test begins now. And who's the guinea pig? Poor, unsuspecting Zack. Tighten your seatbelt, Masaru says with a grin. It's gonna be dangerous. Zack's face screams pure regret. Without a moment's hesitation, our main man yeets them down a hill at top speed, with Zack screaming for his life. They absolutely flying. The elves are just watching, amazed at the sheer velocity. Suddenly, a mob of goblins blocks the path. Masaru doesn't even flinch. He just cackles and plows straight through them, turning the carriage into a goblin-obliterating battering ram. It is pure, unadulterated carnage. They skid to a halt, and Zack looks like he's aged 10 years. He tells the elves the ride is surprisingly smooth, though he might need therapy. Zack has total faith in our boy's chaotic engineering. Masaru will just keep making improvements. Later that night, while tinkering with his death trap mobile, Masaru gets a visitor. It's the goddess Victinius. He casually tells her to hold on, he's busy thinking about raising crabs. The goddess appears, looking completely unimpressed with his new hobby. He asks what's up, and she gets straight to the point. She has a negotiation, a very shady one. I want you to eliminate all the remaining living things in Stenzen. Wait, what? Our boy is completely thrown. She wants him to commit mass. What now? Alright, let's dive right in. The big day is finally here, and Lancelot is giving our boy the third degree about his brand new invention, but he quickly clocks that something's off. Our main man looks more bummed out than a goblin who lost his favorite shin-kicking rock. But Masaru, ever the showman, deflects with a grand reveal. He gestures wildly and shouts, "Behold, my masterpiece! And what is this glorious creation?" It's the Masaru Special, a human-powered tricycle carriage that looks like it was built in a cave with a box of scraps. This absolute unit proudly explains all the features: lightweight frame, high-end parts for the pedals, a comfy seat with feather cushions and even a trunk. Tony Stark would be proud. Meanwhile, Irina is doing a quick inventory check. This trip is supposed to take 10 days, and you've packed basically nothing? Our boy just smirks, tapping his dimensional storage. Don't worry, I've got enough food and water to feed an army. He then tells Zack to help Irina get her bags loaded up. But hold on. Irina's face drops. Her soul has officially left the building. Yeah, she's not coming. She hits them with the news that she's staying behind, having already hashed it out with Emeralda. Instead, she gives them a new, ridiculously heavy quest: go to the Dark Elf capital and see the truth with their own eyes. She wants them to witness whatever tragedy has befallen her people and carry that memory forward. Yikes, no pressure. Then, in a moment of pure emotional whiplash, she mutters how she wishes she could go because it sounds fun, before exclaiming yes, like she's accepting the mission herself. This girl is chaotic, and I am here for it. Adelina immediately volunteers to go in her place, but Emeralda shuts that down instantly. Nope, you've got homework. We're studying how to be an administrator. Tough break, kid. Everyone agrees it's for the best. Even the Beastman chief pops in to say Adelina needs to learn the ropes. Lancelot starts teasing Zack, saying he doesn't seem very knightly, which of course just makes Zack want to know all his training secrets. The crew shares a few more laughs, and some classic friendly banter before getting down to business. Lancelot reveals he's not messing around. He's already sent a messenger ahead on horseback with a letter detailing the attack on Grytas. He's operating on a worst-case scenario. What if the entire kingdom has already been wiped off the map? So, the plan is a small, 3-man recon team. Let's get in, get the info, and get out. Our hopeless hero is all business. I want to get it done quickly and go home. Spoken like a true champion of getting things over with. Irina gives her blessing, figuring the 3 of them are more than enough for the job. After some quick goodbyes, they prepare to set off. Irina dramatically yells their destination, Stenzen, and without a single moment's hesitation, Masaru yeets himself forward. He starts pedaling his ridiculous contraption with the force of a freight train, leaving a completely bewildered Lancelot in a cloud of dust. Look at the focus on this guy's face. He is pure determination. The people left behind are just screaming as he vanishes over the horizon. Irina, however, looks completely unbothered, as if this is totally normal. The carriage kicks up so much dirt, it looks like a bomb went off. Elsewhere, the goddess Wanisama is not having a good day. She looks absolutely wrecked, slouched over a table while her attendant worries about her. She confesses that her heart aches, and she can't forgive herself for what happened, but then a glimmer of hope. She puts all her faith in our boy, whispering for him to be safe. Back on the road, the trio travels for days, crossing vast landscapes in the supertrike. The journey is long, but they finally make it. From a nearby hill, Lancelot points towards the capital, a site of monumental towers and sturdy structures. Irina points it out too, her voice filled with hope. Our main man, however, looks on with a grim expression that says, "You guys are not ready for this." They all recall Emeralda's words about it being a magnificent city, their eyes full of anticipation, and then they see it. Utter devastation. The capital isn't damaged, it's been obliterated, wiped from existence. Irina's face shatters as she stares at the smoking ruins of her home. It's a wasteland of rubble and despair. Irina tries to bolt towards the city, but Masaru grabs her wrist, stopping her dead in her tracks. She's in full-blown panic mode, screaming that they have to search for survivors, but this guy with ice in his veins just calmly tells her it's unnecessary. "I can assure you," he says, "there are no survivors in the capital." The whiplash from that statement just abops Irina and Lancelot's necks. They are completely bewildered. Irina loses it, demanding to know how he could possibly say that when they haven't even set foot inside the city. Before things get too heated, Lancelot steps in, being the ultimate bro. He reminds Irina that Masaru has never lied to them and they should hear him out. They sit down and Irina immediately goes for the jugular, asking if the god ordered him to eliminate everyone. Masaru doesn't deny it. He just confirms that he already knew the city was destroyed, which is why he seemed so down before they left. This is too much for Irina. She snaps, ranting that the gods haven't interfered with the mortal world for thousands of years and that this is all nonsense. She calls it a waste of time and gets ready to search for survivors on her own. But Lancelot, bless his heart, connects the dots. "The goddess, huh? That explains why you've been so depressed." He buys it. Instantly, no questions asked. His logic is flawless. No normal dude could order a knight around, so Masaru must be legit. He even reminds Irina that the freaking Kingi recognized Masaru as a divine apostle. Masaru tries to downplay it, saying his relationship with the goddess is more like friends, which honestly just makes it sound even more shady. Finally calming down, Irina agrees to follow his lead. What should we do next? Our boy tells her to just sit tight and watch the remaining enemy soldiers from a distance. He then drops the most unhinged plan in history. He's not just gonna fight them. He's gonna do something violent to put an end to the capital's history once and for all. His eyes gleam with a chaotic energy as he explains his targets: the golems, and the capital itself. And with a casual smile, this absolute unit declares, "I'll blow them all up." Lancelot and Irina's reaction is all of us right now. Seriously, dude. Alright, let's dive right in. Our crew is chilling by the campfire when our main man, Masaru, drops the most unhinged plan in history. Irina just stares at him, completely bewildered. "You're going to destroy Stenzen?" Masaru, looking dead serious, just nods. "In order to fix all this, that's the best thing we can do." Irina immediately snaps back, completely losing it. "Go away. Why can't we just smash the golems in the city? Zack chimes in, backing her up. Yeah, that's way too over the top, Masaru. There's no way Emeralda would ever agree to something that ridiculous. But then our boy hits them with the ultimate Uno reverse card. Oh, I've already talked with Emeralda. I her permission. Zack's jaw just abouts the floor. Masaru explains that he got the green light from both the goddess and the queen right after he took the job. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. This was a pre-approved demolition project. Flashback to a few days ago. The mood is tense. Soerer is absolutely laying into the goddess Victinia's. You want to destroy our own land? And you're asking for our permission? The goddess looks heartbroken, explaining that they have no allies left in the city. The only things still standing are the golems. It's been 3 weeks, and those things haven't budged an inch, which is apparently a very, very bad sign. Soerer is on the verge of tears. After losing our people, our castle, you want to take away the last home we have left. She gets right in the goddess's face, channeling pure rage. Just because you created the world doesn't mean you can just destroy it. As for me, all the goddess can do is whisper a pained, I'm sorry, but that's not nearly enough for Soerer. Suddenly, Queen Emeralda just collapses, grabbing onto Masaru's arm for dear life. She's completely broken, begging him to save them because she thinks even God has abandoned them. Our boy is caught completely off guard, trying to process the absolute chaos unfolding. Without missing a beat, this guy turns to Soerer and delivers a classic hero line. He tells her that he thinks sent him here specifically to save them. He promises the queen that he'll rebuild everything, and he'll create whatever she wants until that day comes. He then tries to smooth things over, telling Soerer that Victinia's loves this world more than anyone. He knows it's a lot to ask, but he hopes that once the dust settles, she can find it in her heart to forgive the goddess. And then he reveals his true motivation with a gentle smile. I just don't want to see my friend making that kind of face. And boom. The goddess is absolutely stunned, her heart completely captured. Even Soerer calms down, agreeing to trust him and try to live for that better future. The goddess, still emotional, says she has one final request. Back in the present, Masaru explains the deal. The queen wants Irina to witness the danger of Stenzen with her own eyes. Irina is confused, thinking she's just on chore duty. Our main man clarifies. He will execute the plan, while she and Zack are his backup and his eyes in the sky. Soerer looks off into the distance, remembering her home. She asks one last time if he's absolutely sure there are no dark elves left. He confirms it. With a sad smile, she entrusts the city's final moments to him. Zack and Irina promise to stick by his side, no matter what. With his resolve hardened, this absolute unit gets ready for go time. The team splits up. Zack and Irina take their positions on lookout duty. And then our boy just yeets himself off a cliff. He's had enough of kings and knights. It's time to do something crazy. He bolts through the forest at top speed, because this has all been way too tiring. Finally he arrives, overlooking the desolate ruins of the capital. He spots the golems, and thanks to his training, he can sense something is deeply wrong with them. There's a sinister magical energy radiating from them, an ominous power that needs to be obliterated. This solidifies his decision. This whole place has to go. He remembers the queen's tear-streaked face. Clenching his fist, he vows, I don't want to see her face like that again. So I'm ending this. It's time to blow this all away. And how's he gonna do it? By using a method he read about in light novels back on Earth, of course. We're about to get some premium isekai science. The plan is simple but chaotic. Create a fuel air bomb. First, you spread a fine, inflammable powder through the air. The key is getting the powder-to-oxygen ratio just right for a massive, catastrophic explosion. Thanks to his air control skill, this is basically child's play. He creates a massive dome over the entire city. He then manipulates the air inside the dome, jacking up the oxygen levels to create the perfect explosive environment. Next up, he opens his item box and pulls out a swirling vortex of pure chaos. This guy is about to rain down a metric ton of wheat flour all over the capital. You heard me right. A flour bomb. From their perch, Zack and Irina are completely baffled. Is he making it snow or something? The entire city is being coated in a fine white powder. Now for the grand finale. Masaru clenches his fist, channeling his magic. Ignition. He's about to burn the oxygen, the flour, and every last trace of that corrupt magical power. He says a silent farewell to the city, wishing could have seen it in its prime. He makes a solemn promise to the ghosts of the city and its people. I will do everything in my power to make that time come, I promise. And with one final, I'm sorry. A fine powder explosion obliterates the entire valley. A fiery goodbye to the fallen capital of Stenzen. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. When we last our boy, he just nuked an entire town off the map. The aftermath is a frankly ridiculous crater that stretches as far as the eye can see. His companions, Zack and Irina, are just staring at the absolute devastation. Irina, ever the optimist, is like, so, they're gonna rebuild the capital after this, right? Zack assures her they will, but then the whole squad does a double take. Our main man, Masaru, is already back, looking completely unbothered. He casually explains, "Yeah, that blast was a bit much. Had to dump all my magic into heat resistance, and I kinda crashed into a cliff. My bad." The party is just whispering amongst themselves, completely bewildered. They're like, is there anything this guy's handle? The dude literally just yeeted himself off a cliff to escape a nuke he created. Standard Tuesday for him, I guess. But suddenly, our hero's divine cell phone goes off. It's a call from God, and Esla wants him to report back to her immediately. As Irina gives a dramatic "until we meet again," you just know things are about to get even weirder. Without missing a beat, our boy bolts. He completely forgot he was in the middle of a golem investigation. A new message from Isla pops up, and he is OFF. This absolute unit is just parkouring over the rubble of the city he just obliterated. The message explains what these golems actually are. Monster corpses that chow down on magical energy until they basically become living statues. The look on his face says it all. What have I gotten myself into? But then he notices something shady. Parts of the message from Isla are straight up missing information. He immediately gets another message from her, saying she's taking over the investigation and just wants him to collect fragments. Yeah, not suspicious at all. This guy knows she's hiding something from him. He figures his quest is done and he's got no choice but to go back. But then he sees a little PS at the bottom of the message. Turns out, Isla wants to cheer up a depressed friend with dinner, and she needs Masaru to grab that delicious crab from before. The payment. A skill ticket. He gets a flash of a woman crying, realizing the consequences of this whole mess are still very real. The message continues, with Isla promising to do anything in her power to help him out. Our hopeless hero's eyes practically pop out of his skull. The system then trolls him with a very motivational picture of some bunny girls. He immediately starts spam typing. This is just an image. I've no improper feelings. Sure you don't, buddy. Sure you don't. This needs a minute to cool his jets. Just then Zack shows up, asking if he was thinking out loud because he came to talk about the same thing. Zack explains that troops are on their way, and they need a story for the giant crater where a town used to be. They both just stare at each other, completely blank. That's right, folks. Neither of them has a plan. They quickly realize they're in a bind. They need to stick around to help clean up, but that means they'll have to explain themselves. They can't leave, but they can't stay. Our boy is stressing that May is going to be furious. And speak of the devil, a very angry May appears right behind him, looking like she's about to end his entire career. She snaps that she's been waiting for him, and she is not happy. Zack, in a moment of sheer genius, comes up with the ultimate strategy. Why don't we just leave? And so, our heroes execute the most advanced tactical maneuver known to man. They run away from their problems. 2 days later, the King's Royal Guard finally arrives, and their commander, Freed, is absolutely floored by the apocalyptic landscape. They find a single signpost left standing in the rubble. It's a note from Masaru that basically says, "Yo knights, I took care of the monsters for you. You're welcome." What an absolute power move. He even invites them to meet him at a nearby coastal town, leaving the commander utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, our crew is already planning their next move, heading to a nearby port to lay low. Masaru is already scheming to use his brain muscles to get another city to help the rebuilding efforts. As they roll into town, however, they're greeted by a massive commotion. The whole place is a massive construction site. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. It's Captain Cook and Erdam, who are thrilled to see him. Zack steps in to apologize for Masaru's general chaos, but then Irina spots someone else with them. It's Isla, in person, looking unimpressed and asking if they're break more stuff. Cook explains that all the construction is actually Masaru's fault. He gave everyone shovels and water pumps, and now the entire town has gone DIY crazy. Our main man gets sidetracked explaining his grand vision for a garden path, when Cook suddenly has a revelation. "It's my curse," he cries. "When I see people building things, my body just moves on its own." The man is afflicted with an unquenchable thirst for home improvement projects. Cook and Erdam decide the top priority is getting Masaru's curse dealt with. As Masaru gets dragged off by the townsfolk, Irina watches on, looking thoughtful. She admits that while she knew he helped build the Beastman's town, seeing this is something else entirely. She always pictured him as this epic, strong warrior she could depend on. But looking at his goofy face now, she thinks he feels unworthy. Ouch, that's cold. The DIY curse is in full swing as Masaru is pulled from one project to the next, fixing stairs and installing closet rods. But before he can finish, he's teleported away. He materializes in a massive, empty arena, and his soul immediately leaves his body. Why, is there an arena here? A deep voice booms, Isn't it obvious? A hulking figure holding a sword the size of a surfboard steps out of the shadows. You're here to bargain for my help, right? The absolute unit tells Masaru that if he wants a favor, he better show some respect. Then, with a terrifying grin, he just says, "Let's fight." The warrior starts walking forward, radiating pure intimidation. All our hero can think is, have you forgotten to polish your brain muscles all this time? And the challenger is revealed to be none other than Commander Lancelot, and he looks ready to turn our boy into a fine paste. Alright, let's dive right back into the action. Our boy Masaru steps into the arena, and his opponent Lancelot is already talking mad trash. The dude's basically screaming, "You've been ghosting your Ds to play with swords? Let's fight!" Lancelot is absolutely vibrating with chaotic energy, ready to throw down, while the peanut gallery notices that our main man is giving off a completely different, more serious vibe. This isn't the same guy they saw last time. Lancelot is Port Ariam's commander, a total berserker who lives for the thrill of battle. But hey, at least he's an honest psycho who stands by his word, which is more than you can say for most people. Realizing this is about to get real, this absolute unit decides to do a quick pre-fight check-in with his stats. And holy moly, his soul basically leaves his body in pure shock. The dude got a massive, delayed EXP dump from that little incident back in Stenzen. Our hero is now having a mild internal crisis. The last time they fought he was a measly level 16 and they were evenly matched. Now he's so jacked, he's legitimately worried he might accidentally turn the commander into a fine red mist. But Lancelot is all smiles, practically gushing that going all out is the highest form of respect. Masaru, seeing he has no choice, just rolls with it. Lancelot then goes, "You speak just like my niece Adelina," and our boy, seeing the perfect opportunity to troll, leans to it hard. He confirms she's doing great, even saved his life once. Then he drops the bomb that she's helping build his town, might stay there forever, and they might even get married or something. The sheer audacity. He quickly backpedals, saying it's up to her of course, but the damage is done. Lancelot, now a very concerned uncle, adds a condition to the fight. If he wins, Masaru has to send Adelina over so he can get the full story because he's not out to let his niece get swindled by this guy. Masaru counters with his own, much more practical condition. If E wins, he's borrowing some carpenters. And with the stakes set, the rematch is officially on. Up in the stands, the crew is getting nervous. They know Masaru gets a little intense when he's fired up, and they're genuinely worried about their commander's well-being. Down below, the two warriors face off. Lancelot decides words are for nerds and communicates the only way he knows how, by stomping the ground so hard it shatters. Masaru's eyes widen as Lancelot blitzes forward with the force of a freight train, kicking up a tornado of stone and dust. The guy has a completely unhinged look on his face. The shockwaves from their initial clash are so powerful they blast all the way up to the spectator box, leaving everyone completely stunned. Lancelot immediately overpowers our hero, roaring that he can't win. Masaru, ever the smartass, tries to pull a fast one. "Hey, can we just call this a win for me since you rejected my challenge last time?" Lancelot responds with a resounding, "Hell no, you fool," and unleashes a brutal swing. The commander leaps into the air for a devastating overhead strike, forcing Masaru on the defensive. He blocks the blow, but the sheer force sends him stumbling, leaving his back wide open. Mistake. Lancelot sees the opening and goes for a full-body tackle to end it. But our boy is faster. He dodges just in time, letting Lancelot's sword slam into the empty ground. They re-engage, blades flashing in a chaotic dance. The crowd can barely believe what they're seeing. Lancelot decides to up the ante, enchanting his sword with magic and unleashing a massive energy wave that carves a trench in the arena floor. "It's over," he cackles, positive he's won. But Masaru is just built different. He effortlessly weaves through the flurry of magic-infused slashes, turning the solid stone floor into Swiss cheese. His friends are sweating buckets, but they can see our main man is handling this ridiculous onslaught surprisingly well. In fact, Masaru points out that Lancelot's wild swings are making him lose his balance. Lancelot concedes that Masaru has him beat in raw strength and speed, but then accuses him of learning his moves from beast men. And here's the kicker. Masaru realizes that despite his overpowered stats, Lancelot's raw experience, technique and killer instinct are on a whole other level. He just can't keep up with this veteran's flawless movements. Lancelot forces our hero to his knees, declaring, "This is my stage." He's completely in his element, threatening to lop Masaru's head off if he doesn't surrender. The commander goes on a tirade, saying high stats are for fighting monsters. A true warrior's skill is forged in battle. He even mocks our boy for relying on magic to grow. And that's the last straw. Masaru's had enough of this experience beat stats lecture. He snaps. A dark aura erupts from his hand as he declares, "If this is what you want, then I'll use everything I have." Lancelot immediately recognizes the skill item box. He figures Masaru is going to try and craft something mid-fight, and prepares to rush him down. But this absolute unit starts monologuing about anime and manga from his homeworld, talking about characters who summon endless weapons from the sky. Lancelot is just staring, completely bewildered, probably thinking, what in the world is this guy talking about? Masaru explains that he can open his item box anywhere and at any size he wants. Channeling the wisdom he got from Isla, he unleashes his true, ridiculous power. This isn't just an item box, this is home center. He has all the materials, all the knowledge, and all the godly power he needs. Lancelot's jaw hits the floor, because our boy looks to the heavens and yells, build things in the item box, and bring them out. With a smug grin, he admits he's always wanted to say a line like that, and descending from portals in the sky is an entire arsenal of giant, fully loaded ballistas. Lancelot just stares up at the sky at the ridiculous overkill aimed directly at him, and asks the only question that matters, can you keep going on? Bro, you have no idea. Alright. The stage is set, and the big bad commander Lancelot is ready to throw down. He announces the start of the battle, casually mentioning that the dozens of giant ballistae aimed at him weren't prepared beforehand. And that's because our boy, Masaru, literally just whipped them up out of thin air. Lancelot's jaw hits the floor, finally processing that this dude just created an entire arsenal of siege weapons on the spot. Masaru's crew in the stands are losing their minds, calling him a god, and even Lancelot has to admit, okay, that's pretty amazing, but our main man just shrugs it off with maximum smugness, basically saying, God? Nah, I'm just a dude who works at a home improvement store, you idiot. He then lays down the challenge. You see all this, you still want to dance? Lancelot, however, is completely unfazed. This absolute unit starts listing off his resume, with surviving encounters with 100 spearmen and 100 bowmen. Our hopeless hero decides it's time for the first shot. He announces he's gonna use air control magic to cut the ballista strings. With a flick of his wrist, a ridiculous volley of telephone pole-sized arrows screams towards Lancelot. His own men are panicking, screaming at their commander to run for his life. But Lancelot? He just stands there. He doesn't even flinch. He just starts swatting these colossal projectiles out of the air like they're annoying flies. His men can't believe their eyes. This guy is a one-man army, and Masaru, realizing he's dealing with a certified lunatic, calls for the second barrage. This time, they all fire at once. The arena floor erupts in a chaotic explosion of splintered wood and metal. But when the dust settles, everyone's soul leaves their body. Lancelot is standing there without a single scratch, surrounded by the debris. This dude's power level is just unhinged. Our boy is completely bewildered, screaming, "Are you kidding me?" As he launches the final volley. This time Lancelot doesn't even bother blocking. He just casually strolls through the hailstorm of death, dodging every single shot. He's so bored he starts monologuing about how this isn't even a real fight. Turns out, this guy is a battle supercomputer. He knows where every shot is coming just by the sound of the strings being cut. He's basically Neo from the Matrix, effortlessly weaving through the attacks. In fact, he's having the time of his life, literally yelling for more. Masaru finally accepts that Plan A is a spectacular failure. This is bad. He needs a new plan now. Lancelot is closing in, but before he can finish the fight, our hero decides it's time for a big gamble. Suddenly, a vortex of wind erupts around him. Lancelot freezes, wondering what new nonsense this is. Instead of a sword, our main man summons a big metal pole. Lancelot is utterly confused. A rod? Seriously? He swings his massive sword, but Masaru blocks it perfectly. The impact shakes the arena, but the pole doesn't even bend. This absolute unit explains it's a prototype shaft made of magic-conducting metal. It can take whatever Lancelot dishes out. Lancelot is intrigued, but he's still a master swordsman. He starts overwhelming Masaru with pure skill, reminding him that a good weapon doesn't make up for a skill gap. He easily pins our boy's weapon, declaring that he's won. With Masaru on the defensive, it's just a matter of time, but then Lancelot notices something is off. Why is this guy only defending? He's not even trying to counterattack. And in that moment of confusion, a horrifying realization dawns on him. Masaru lets out a final, desperate scream as the plan comes together. Lancelot understands now, but it's too late. You see, that pole wasn't just for blocking. Masaru made it long enough to reach high into the sky. Lancelot looks up, and his blood runs cold. A massive shadow is falling from a portal in the clouds. Our boy explains that since he can't shoot projectiles like some other guys, he had to get creative. He opened his storage space in the sky and dropped a giant chunk of bedrock he had lying around. The entire defense play was just a stall tactic to guide the orbital strike. Lancelot's face is pure, unfiltered terror. This is Masaru's real ace. If he can survive a literal meteor, he wins. The screen is filled with a city block-sized rock, plummeting towards him at terminal velocity. There's no way to cut it. No way to dodge it. The entire arena and everyone in it is about to be completely obliterated. But just as the rock is about to make impact, our boy yells the ultimate cheat code, "Item box," and just like that, the meteor vanishes into thin air. The announcer, probably having a heart attack, declares Masaru the winner. Lancelot is just frozen, trying to process the fact he almost got turned into a pancake. Our hero collapses, admitting he was totally bluffing and had no other choice. But then he pops back up with the smuggest grin imaginable and says, "A win is a win. Now you're gonna hear me out." And that, my friends, is how you win a duel with psychological warfare and the threat of extinction-level events. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. So after that absolutely ridiculous duel, Pip starts grilling our main man about the civics. "You totally used your item box to summon that rock, didn't you?" She's convinced he cheated by preloading his attacks into the sky. But before our boy can even answer, Lancelot snaps, pointing at Pip and calling Her the cheat. The two immediately start bickering like children who just lost a game of tag. Masaru, the actual winner, is just stuck in the middle, his soul visibly leaving his body. He's just so done with this nonsense. Lancelot finally calls a truce, grumbling that he'll let Masaru have this win, but he's coming back for a rematch. He storms off, telling Masaru it's his turn to talk. Inside, Lancelot gets straight to the point, slamming his hand on the table. "Alright, you wanted to talk about a mess? Spill it. What'd you screw up now?" The whole crew gathers around a table and our boy gets this dead serious look on his face. "So, I have an incident to report." Without missing a beat, this absolute unit drops a bombshell that shatters the entire room's vibe. Our neighbor city Stenzen has fallen. The room goes dead silent. Everyone is completely bewildered. Stenzen is the royal capital, the strongest and safest place in the entire kingdom. There's no way it could have just fallen. Lancelot absolutely loses it, grabbing Masaru and screaming that this was no time for their pointless duel. He's furious, yelling that if Masaru knew this, he should have already handled it. And our hero, with the most casual expression imaginable, just goes, "Oh yeah, that. It's not resolved, but we did destroy all the monsters before coming here." He then explains to the slack-jawed knights that he basically just obliterated everything with a massive explosion. You know, as one does. Lancelot, still trying to process this, asks what Masaru actually came here for. Our boy lays out his plan. He's here to request help for the refugees and wants to establish a trade route with the Beastman's town to help rebuild. Lancelot's second-in-command immediately pushes back, saying they're a city of knights with their own people to protect. But Lancelot is intrigued by the trade deal. It could be a massive opportunity. He does have one major concern though. The Beastmen were literally enslaved and treated like animals by humans. You think they're just gonna agree to trade with us? And this is where our main man flexes. He gives Lancelot this unhinged 1000-watt smile and says, "Lancelot, you don't really want it, do you? If you do, just ask." It's the friendliest threat I've ever seen. Lancelot, a guy who lives for battle, immediately gets the message and backs down. His men start seeing the logic. If this trade route works, it'll be a huge boost for their own town, not just the kingdom. It's an organization to help people, after all. Realizing this is a total win-win, Lancelot grins and formally accepts the proposal. A perfect outcome. But Masaru isn't done. He's got one more personal request. He asks if he can borrow the meeting room for a night. Lancelot is suspicious, thinking it's some shady reservation. But our boy just beams and says, "I want to have a small party with my friends." Lancelot's brain short-circuits for a second before he immediately demands to be invited. Masaru agrees, but he has one very specific, very important condition. He needs crabs. Not just some crabs. Mountains of crabs. His sudden, passionate outburst for crustaceans leaves everyone completely stunned. One of the knights mentions they don't really crabs, but they know a special spot. Lancelot's eyes light up. This is no longer a party request, it's a new challenge. So, they wrap things up for the day, and our hopeless hero is led to his lodging. Lancelot promises to show him where to find the crabs in the morning. The next day breaks, and Masaru is on a beautiful coastline, ready for some fishing. He's geeking out, saying he's only ever seen this stuff on TV. Suddenly, Lancelot and his entire knight squad show up in full battle armor. Not exactly beach party attire. Lancelot points to a creepy, black-looking island, saying that's the spot. But as our guy looks closer, he realizes the swarms moving towards them aren't fish. They're bees. And not just any bees, they're bigger than people. Masaru is freaking out, thinking they're the ones being hunted. The knights draw their weapons, without flinching. Lancelot cackles, explaining that this is the hunting ground he was talking about. These are spotted army bees, a crazy dangerous monster that paralyzes its prey and carries it back to the nest, alive. They're basically a flying death sentence. Lancelot trolls Masaru, saying if he wants those crabs that badly, he's gotta fight through the bees to get them. With a battle cry, Lancelot orders his knights into a defensive formation. Humanity's enemy is coming this way. The swarm upon them. The battle is on. Knights are slicing and dicing, cutting the giant bugs out of the sky. Irina joins the fray, a whirlwind of destruction. The knights are holding their own, a perfectly coordinated unit of death. But one bee slips through and dives straight for Arena's back. Before it can land a hit, a bolt erupts from its side, obliterating it mid-air. The shot came from Zack. He smirks, holding up a sleek-looking bowgun. Masaru handed this to me before we came here. Said it would be suitable in my skilled hands. What a legend. Lancelot is impressed, but then he realizes, where is our boy? He spots a sign stuck in the sand. It reads, "I'm going to the island. Please don't search for me." Lancelot's jaw hits the floor. He looks out at the water and sees this absolute unit casually on the water towards the nest of giant killer bees. Meanwhile, inside the nest, the queen bee is lounging on her throne when she receives a notification. A little elf girl delivers a glowing tablet. The queen looks at the screen, and it's a message from Masaru, a formal dinner invitation. The sheer audacity. Back on the island, our hero has arrived. He pulls out a familiar piece of gear, something he hasn't needed since day one. With a flash, he dons a full-body high-tech suit that looks suspiciously like a beekeeper's outfit. He clenches his fist and declares to his future dinner, "Just you wait, Victinias. I'm gonna make you some good stuff." Alright, let's get this party started. Our boy has found himself staring at a honeycomb the size of a small car. The good news, he's got enough honey to feed a kingdom. The bad news, he's used smoke to knock out the bees inside the nest, which was a genius move, honestly. The problem is, he seems to have forgotten about the bees outside the nest, and let's just say they are not thrilled about his home invasion. They're axe alert, absolutely furious, and ready to turn our main man into a human pincushion. But this absolute unit just steals himself. He's got a goal, and a little thing like an apocalyptic swarm of giant killer bees won't stop him. Flash forward to the next day. The beautiful goddess Victinias arrives at the designated meeting spot, looking a little concerned that our hero might have starved to death somewhere. But surprise, he pops out looking dapper as ever, welcoming her to a full-blown dinner party. This guy has a whole spread ready to go. He welcomes her with a $1 million smile, not a scratch on him. And who's that helping in the kitchen? It's her sister, Isla, blushing and happy to see her. Victinias is immediately on edge, wondering what kind of shady business is going on. She's like, "You're that magic teacher, right? I'm only here because of a promise." The sheer ice in her voice could freeze lava. Our boy just smiles through it, but she warns him he's gonna regret this whole situation. Without missing a beat, our hopeless hero yeets a platter of food onto the table straight from his item box. Victinias, convinced this is a trap, immediately takes a bite check for poison. That's some sister energy right there. She takes a tentative nibble, and her soul basically leaves her body. The flavor absolutely obliterates her skepticism. She's stunned, asking what kind of sorcery this is, and our main man, with a casual flex, reveals his secret weapon. In all the food he prepared, he used that legendary honey he risked it all for. He even geeks out explaining his cooking process while she's just trying to process the divine taste. Isla gets all misty-eyed, thinking this entire grand gesture was for her. And honestly, it's the most wholesome thing ever. She's been through a lot, and she's just so touched. She tells him they'd be happier eating together, trying to cheer him up after his own recent troubles. Our boy, smooth as ever, says he's just glad to see her looking better than before. A compliment so perfect it makes her short-circuit, but the appetizers are over. It's time for the main dish. He unveils a steaming, glorious mountain of seafood. It's crab. The sisters are practically vibrating with excitement, demanding he serve them immediately. This guy just sighs, realizing he's now a private chef for two goddesses. He cracks open a crab leg and decides to just lean into the chaos. He holds out a piece for Victinias, who proceeds to have an out-of-body experience right at the dinner table. Our hero is completely bewildered by this unhinged reaction. And of course, Isla sees this and gets jealous. She wants the full Lord Masaru feeding experience too. Our boy is sweating bullets, calling this a crime of conscience, as he's forced to satisfy the voracious appetites of two goddesses who are knocking on new doors inside his heart. After the chaotic but delicious meal, Elle is so thankful she decides to give him a quest reward. It's a skill ticket. Basically, a gacha ticket for a new power. She unleashes her divine authority, summoning a spread of magic cards. He just needs to pick his destiny. He touches one, and with a brilliant flash of light, the skill is his. Everyone leans in, eager to see what epic new power he's acquired. He checks his status and it's Precision 6. Okay, not exactly mind-blowing. And wait, there's more. Stick Technique 2, Spear Technique 2 and Staff Technique 2. The girls are speechless. All that divine power for a handful of bland-as-toast weapon skills. Isla is absolutely mortified. But our boy, ever the gentleman, just smiles and thanks her, saying any gift is a good gift. Isla, completely misreading the room, blushes and asks if it's kindness or love, and that's the trigger. Victinias snaps. What the hell are relationship with this guy? She goes full protective older sister, screaming at them like middle schoolers. Then she gets that scary, prophetic look in her eyes and declares that judgment will befall him in half a month for playing with the heart of a god. Cut to 2 weeks later, and the prophecy was real. There it is, judgment incarnate. Irina and Zack, looking royally ticked off, they demand to know where he's been. Our hero tries to explain his epic adventures, duels, negotiations, parties with goddesses, but Zack just deadpans. He was busy fishing. Yep, he went to play around on a tiny island. The prophecy was just his angry friends, but there's no time to argue. They've got a massive journey ahead, and preparations need to be finished. The whole town is bustling, getting ready for the next big adventure. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Our boy has successfully liberated an entire town of beastmen, and now it's time to build a society. People are lining up, hyped out of their minds to finally get a house. Adelina is a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, but our main man, Lancelot, has already sent word ahead. Masaru, ever the optimist, is all smiles, explaining he's got this totally under control. He's planned out aquaculture, livestock, and a bunch of other businesses. Nobody's going hungry on his watch. The whole place is buzzing with chaotic good energy. A couple of adorable beastmen kids run up, their eyes sparkling, thanking our hero for freeing them and giving them a home. It's a super wholesome moment. But then they hit him with the million-dollar question. What's this town's name? And just like that, the gears in our hero's head grind to a halt. A few days later, the leadership crew is in a strategy meeting, planning out trade routes and logistics. They're talking about making pickles and fish paste, important town building stuff. But while everyone else is focused, Masaru is just staring intensely, like he's trying to table on fire with his mind. He hasn't moved. He hasn't spoken. He's just glaring. Adelina is completely bewildered. What a weird thing to get hung up on, she mutters, clearly not understanding the gravity of the situation. This, my friends, was the wrong thing to say. Our boy absolutely snaps. He slams the table, yelling that the name is the most important part. The fate of the entire town rests on it. He goes on a completely unhinged rant about how he once named his online guild with the word daggers in it and got ganked constantly. The pressure is literally giving him a migraine. Realizing this guy is about to have a full-blown meltdown, Adelina suggests he take a break and do some manual labor. Maybe moving some wood and scooping some goat droppings will clear his head. We see him working hard, operating some kind of new pulley system they've built, but it's no use. He's just standing in a puddle, his soul having completely left his body, still paralyzed by the naming crisis. A whole week passes, and our hopeless hero looks even worse. His eyes are spinning, he's twitching, the man is broken. Suddenly, Adelina and Zack burst in, announcing they've made a great discovery during the excavation he planned. Masaru, trying to play it cool, immediately pretends he knew what they were talking about all along. Smooth. Real smooth. He pulls up his map skill, checking on the project. It seems their little digging operation is going well. We see Adelina manning a ridiculous magical contraption that's basically a fantasy world tunnel boring machine. She casually remarks, "Not bad. This absolute unit of a tool uses the operator's own magic to just obliterate rock and dirt, carving perfect tunnels." Masaru explains he reverse-engineered the tech from a giant worm monster he hunted. As one does. He and Esla worked together to build this beast. The only catch, it runs on a super rare magic stone, and the fuel consumption is insane. He's about to leave the drill in the ground when Adelina hits him with a casual threat. If that thing backfires and messes up her face, Lancelot will personally end him. Yikes. With that comforting thought, the machine continues to dig. Zack is having his doubts, but our main man is confident. He's calculated the exact spot with his map skill, and right on cue, the machine hits something with a solid thunk. Masaru hears it, but what he hears next is not rock or treasure. It's a voice, booming from the depths of the earth, screaming, "You idiot!" And who pops out of the hole looking absolutely furious. None other than the goddess Victinius herself. Everyone is just staring, completely baffled. She gets right in Masaru's face, shaking him and demanding to know if he has decided on the town's name. Before he can even answer, the ground starts shaking violently. Victinius complains that she's been botching over his little digging project, and his ridiculous indecisiveness is distracting her from her godly duties. And then, kaboom! A massive geyser of water erupts from the hole. They didn't just find water, they struck the mother lode. It's a hot spring. While Zack and Adelina are getting blasted, Victinius just casually throws up a divine barrier, not even blinking. The crew immediately realizes the potential. A hot spring visited by a literal goddess? This place is going to be a 5-star tourist trap. Victinius even gives our boy a rare compliment, admitting he does something good once in a while. But this magnificent victory only plunges Masaru deeper into despair. He's officially depressed. Not only does the town need a name, but now the hot spring needs a good name too. The pressure has doubled. The others can only watch in horror as their leader's sanity continues to crumble. He just mutters, "I'm gonna rest a bit," and wanders off, completely defeated. He collapses on a cliffside, totally zoned out. This happens to be the very spot where he first arrived in this world. As he's reminiscing, a portal rips open and Victinius steps out. He thinks she's here to yell at him some more, but she tells him to chill. She's not mad. In fact, she's jealous. Our boy is confused. A goddess is jealous of him? She explains that even though she's a god who created this world, she can't actually name anything in it. That power belongs to the mortals who live there. She can't leave her own mark, no matter how much she loves her creation. At most, her name will just be passed down in legends. And that's when it clicks for Masaru. As a mortal, he has a power that she, a literal creator class being, does not. He can leave a permanent mark on this world, and with that realization, our hero bolts upright. His eyes are clear. The depression is gone. He screams, "Atiatit." He stands tall and declares the town's name for all to hear. Vintalia. Victinius says the name aloud, admitting it has a nice ring to it. Masaru explains that he made the name by combining the names of goddesses from his old world. It's a tribute, a way for him to leave a mark on her behalf. She's speechless. He's not done yet. He tells her that when the hot spring is built, she can come and hang out anytime she wants. Overcome with emotion, she gently takes his hand. She leans in close and whispers heartfelt thank you. Our clueless hero asks what she said, and she immediately gets playful, teasing him for being unexpectedly audacious. She then sticks her tongue out, demanding a real apology for all the trouble he caused. This absolute unit is totally flustered as the sun shines down on their newly named town. Victinius looks on with a smile, calling herself a useless god, but you can tell she's happier than she's been in a long time. But wait. We cut to a dark, ominous space between dimensions. A colossal shadowy figure, clad in terrifying armor, is holding a picture and Victinius, and he mutters the name of the new town. Delia. Who is this guy? What does he want? We're left on a cliffhanger of epic proportions. Alright, let's dive right in. Our main man is chilling in his freshly built town when his knight buddy Zack rolls up, looking like he's about to hit the road for good. Zack lays it all out. He's heading back to the capital. He's got a report on the whole Stenzen situation, and return the soldiers the king loaned him. Masaru, being the absolute troll that he is, jokes that he's already carved a massive goddess statue as a parting gift for the king. But this absolute unit quickly clocks that his friend is looking seriously bummed out. Zack admits that while the soldiers loved Vintalia, they'll be back in about a month. A month? For our hopeless hero, that's an eternity. This guy's eyes light up as he starts rattling off his next dozen DIY projects, from a temple to a full-blown hot spring. The man is a one-man construction crew. Zack tells him not to worry, he'll handle the big scary commander Lancelot. Apparently, after their little duel, Lancelot gave Zack a friendly warning, which was basically an order to keep his eyes on Masaru. The other commander cuts right to the chase. You mean spy on him? And honestly, can you blame them? He lays out Masaru's ridiculous resume, creating siege weapons, dropping bedrock from the sky. These are acts of a god. Zack even admits that if Masaru wanted to, he could probably obliterate the entire country. But here's the kicker. Zack draws a line in the sand between someone who can do something and someone who will. He trusts Masaru. The commander, however, is all business. If that trust is misplaced, he'll do his duty as a knight and, well, you get the picture. Hearing this super casual threat has our boy sweating absolute bullets. But Zack clarifies he's only telling him this because they're friends. A little heads up between bros. He tells Masaru not to screw things up while he's gone, and they share an epic, manly handshake. Of course, our main man immediately starts overthinking the handshake's intensity. Because of course he does. As Zack's crew is about to leave, this absolute unit stops them, offering a shortcut. The shortcut, naturally, is through a path with a giant sign that screams, "Monster nest ahead. Enter at your own risk." And right on cue, a squad of shady, hooded figures ambushes them in the woods. They're completely surrounded. But before anyone can even draw a sword, a flock of wind-cutting quails dive bombs the ambushers, slicing through the air with razor-sharp attacks. The lead hoodlum is completely bewildered. These monsters are from a whole different region. The birds have them totally pinned down, terrified and confused. And that's when our boy flexes. He lets out a simple, casual whistle. Instantly, the entire flock of killer birds calms down and flies right over to him like loyal pets. The hooded figures lose their minds. "You can control beards." Masaru, with the straightest face you've ever seen, just points back at the warning sign. "That's my question for you. Didn't you see the sign? I'm running a monster breeding program here." The sheer audacity is magnificent. Realizing they're not bandits, he asks where they're from. Turns out they're refugees from Stenzen, the city that was mysteriously vaporized by a pillar of light from the heavens. Total coincidence, I'm sure. They're broke, hungry, and we're following a rumor about a new town. They're terrified they'll be punished for trespassing, but our hopeless hero just grins. Punished? This is a free land, everyone's gonna be stoked to have you. He tells them to follow him, that he'll show them the truth behind the rumors, and then, the grand reveal. He gestures towards his creation, Vintalia. The refugees' jaws hit the floor. This town looks more like the freaking royal capital. They're blown away by the clean streets and the multi-story buildings. The rumors were a massive understatement. Someone asks who the man in charge is, and Adelina points right at Masaru, but then she immediately snaps. A leads migrants here without even asking me. The town manager is absolutely furious. Masaru tries to play it cool, but Adelina is already running the numbers, stressing about housing and feeding dozens of new people. He tries to downplay his role, saying he just builds things and lives in the temple up on the hill. This just confuses the refugees more. A dude living in a temple for shrine maidens? Our boy has a minor panic attack, realizing he can't exactly explain his direct line to the goddesses, so he does what he does best, brushes it off. It's a human thing, don't worry about it, just call me Masaru. He then drops another bombshell on the elf, Emeralda, telling her that her queen from Stenzen is also living here, and that no one will go hungry. Adelina, ever the efficient manager, decides they'll have a welcome dinner for introductions, but there's one small problem. She points out that the newcomers are, to put it lightly, absolutely filthy. They sheepishly admit it's been about 10 days since their last bath. Oof, no problem for our main man. He just grins and offers to open up his brand new hot spring a little early. He claims he was just about to head over for a final examination anyway. Cut to the examination. It's literally just him alone, soaking in the perfect Japanese-style onsen he just finished building. The man is living his best life, chilling in the hot water and admiring his handiwork. He starts monologuing about how the town is growing so fast it's practically becoming a nation, but a voice cuts him off, trolling him about wanting privacy. It's the goddess Victima. He looks over, and there she is, also soaking in the hot spring, completely relaxed. His soul leaves his body as he realizes he wasn't the first one in here, and she's just like, so we can talk like this, right? Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy has just built a brand new, top-of-the-line hot spring, but his relaxation is immediately interrupted by the arrival of a literal goddess, Victinia's. And she, forgot her swimsuit. She's blissfully soaking, talking about recharging her magical power, while our main man is doing his absolute best to become one with the water, submerged up to his eyeballs. He's trying to play it cool, but his internal monologue is just a high-pitched scream. Yeah, this is what the narrator calls a difficult encounter. Understatement of the century, my friend. Victinia's is just casually lounging on a rock, completely unbothered by the fact she's giving everyone a divine view. This absolute unit is trying to rationalize the situation, thinking, oh well, she's a goddess, she probably doesn't have the same concept of shame as us mere mortals, and then without missing a beat, she looks him dead in the eye and asks, you like what you see, don't you? The troll level is off the charts. Our boy's soul basically leaves his body in pure, stammering terror. She cackles, calling him weird for being so flustered while she continues to flex on her rock throne. Desperate to change the subject, this guy warns her that sitting there is a bad idea. Why? Because there's a geyser nearby. He explains he built it himself to heat the spring, but it's not exactly stable yet. He's also worried about the town's booming population finding his private paradise. And speaking of the population, it's a real grab bag of fantasy races now: gnomes, dwarves, leapies, you name it. Victinia's gets serious for a moment, pointing out that everyone is flocking here for one simple reason: safety. In this chaotic world, beastmen and other races are constantly getting invaded and having their cultures obliterated. Realizing she's right, our hero knows their little haven won't be safe forever if they stay isolated. So, he drops the biggest bombshell of the day. They need to unify the entire area and form their own nation. Victinia's immediately perks up. Oh, you'll be the king then? She points out that he's already doing all the work, basically running the place like he used to run his home center job. This triggers a mini PTSD flashback for our boy, who remembers being mercilessly exploited by his old bosses. Still, he admits he likes doing good work and building things. He even jokes about finally getting a salary for all his trouble. To his complete shock, the goddess gives him a dazzling smile and chirps, of course. Our main man is completely bewildered. Wait, really? She clarifies that she can't actually give him money or interfere too much, but she's more than happy to offer other rewards. She starts listing all the good deeds he's done, from helping Esla to building her a temple. Then she leans in close, her voice dropping to whisper, so, what is it you desire from me? Our boy's brain short-circuits. He's trying to convince himself she's a goddess and couldn't possibly mean that, but the panic is real. He tries to bolt, but she grabs his arm, not letting him escape the awkwardness. And in a moment of ridiculously perfect comedic timing, the very geyser he warned her about erupts right underneath him. He gets yeeted into the air by a jet of scalding hot water. screaming his head off. He comes crashing down, smacking the back of his head, only saved by his last-second protection magic. He lands directly on top of Victinia's, who is absolutely losing it with laughter. As he scrambles to get off, she grabs his hand, pinning him in place. She looks up at him, completely unfazed, and asks again, "Is there really nothing you want from me?" She then starts guiding his hand somewhere very, very interesting. But before things can escalate any further, slam. The door to the bathhouse is thrown open by Adelina and the crew. They freeze, taking in the unbelievably compromising scene before them. Adelina's brain processes the situation in about half a second before she goes nuclear, screaming "pervert," and unleashing a tidal wave of water magic right at his face. Our hopeless hero is blasted into the stratosphere Team Rocket style. Victinia's just casually explains to a concerned Adelina that it was all a misunderstanding. Later, we see a bruised and battered Masaru hard at work, clearly serving his sentence. Adelina tries to tell him he's been cleared of all charges, but he's too mortified to even listen. The conversation quickly shifts back to the whole "let's build a nation" thing. Everyone is gathered around a table, brainstorming. The elves are on board, seeing it as the best path to peace and security. Our main man points out the obvious flaw in their plan. None of them know the first thing about politics. Emeralda says she's been learning from Adelina, who apparently has some experience from her home country. They start spitballing ideas about tourism, logistics, and even tax rates. Their main exports would be monster meat, goat milk, and preserved food. It's a humble start, but it's a start. Adelina decides to test Masaru, asking him to run some numbers on their economic prospects. But he expertly dodges the question, pointing out a much bigger, more immediate problem. They need to choose a king. The entire room goes silent, then explodes in a collective "H-Yurish." They all immediately point to him. He started the town, he should lead it. But this guy is having none of it. He flat out refuses, saying he's not king material and would be a terrible ruler because he's always running off on quests. He's the heart of the town, but he can't be chained to a throne. He deflects again, suggesting the rabbit elder, who immediately shoots him down. He then lays out the ideal resume for their future leader. Someone with a strong will, a sense of justice, and the power to back it up. As he speaks, everyone's eyes slowly drift across the table and land squarely on Adelina. She's completely caught off guard, looking around like a deer in headlights as she realizes she's just been nominated. Alright, pop open a cold one, because our story is jumping forward a week, and our boy Masaru has decided to go from humble shopkeeper to full-blown politician overnight. He grabs a megaphone and calls basically every living soul in the settlement to the town square for a very important announcement. His crew is in the back, totally bewildered by this sudden power move. But Masaru just flashes a shady grin, telling them to brace for a massive surprise. And what a surprise it is! Our main man just casually announces to the entire town that he's unified all the surrounding lands and formed a nation. The crowd's collective jaw hits the cobblestones. Adelina and the girls are just stammering, trying to process how this guy escalated from building a fence to founding a country. The whole place erupts into chaos, but Masaru, cool as a cucumber, just tells everyone to pipe down so he can explain his master plan. See, this isn't just some ridiculous power trip. He lays it all out. Forming a nation is about security. It's a 4D chess move to get their massive neighbor, Gruttas, to officially recognize them. With a formal alliance, they'll be completely safe from invasion, making this the ultimate safe haven for everyone who's fled here. It also means they can defend themselves from any future disasters without having to ask for permission. The girls finally get it. This is a genius political play, but it's not just about defense, it's about getting paid. This absolute unit explains that by becoming a nation, they can build a trusted brand for their goods. A guy in the crowd spells it out. If people think their stuff is high quality, they can lock in stable prices and build a rock-solid economy. Masaru puts the ball in their court, telling the Workers' Guild that the reputation of their new home rests entirely on their shoulders. No pressure, guys. The crowd is absolutely buzzing with energy, totally hyped for this new chapter. But then one dude raises his hand and asks the million-dollar question. So OO's gonna be the king? Everyone immediately looks at Masaru, but our hopeless hero just looks annoyed, as if they're asking the dumbest question in the world. Without missing a beat, he points the megaphone straight at a completely stunned Adelina. And then he drops the final bomb. She will be Vintalia's first king, not Queen King. He just yeeted the entire responsibility of a nation onto her shoulders like it was nothing, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. They are 100% on board, chanting her name. Adelina is completely blindsided, asking why it isn't him. But Masaru just hits her with a truth bomb. Nobody here cares about her past. They trust her now. The townspeople immediately back him up, shouting that while they love Masaru, the guy is never actually around. He'd be a terrible king. Talk about a brutal but fair performance review. Pushed onto the stage, Adelina takes a moment to process the fact that she's now royalty. She admits she's not sure she's ruler material, but then frames it in the most epic way possible. Getting a front row seat to watch this nation grow sounds pretty awesome. Then she lays down her one and only condition, and it is legendary. Make this place fun. If I get bored, I'm quitting. Best monarch ever. And with that, the real work begins. It's straight to the boring part. Paperwork. Our main man is already drowning logistics, trying to sort out budgets and foreign relations. He tasks the guild master with setting up communication networks, and the newly crowned King Adelina immediately starts flexing her authority, demanding all guild leaders attend future meetings. Suddenly, a letter magically appears in the room with a cartoonish spring. It's a congratulations card from the Shady goddess herself, who is of course taking all the credit for their success. But then she drops the fine print. For the official crowning ceremony to be legit, she has to be there in person. Masaru's soul instantly leaves his body. A visit from God is the last thing this guy wants. Well, looks like the next road trip is set. They're off to the kingdom of Graitas to handle official business. Our boy is fuming about the useless goddess, dropping this on him last minute. And how are they traveling? By busting out the Masaru special, his ridiculously over-engineered tricycle. The elf queen is already looking sick, remembering how bumpy the ride is, but Masaru blames the medieval roads, not his own chaotic engineering. This of course leads to a classic Masaru info dump about Roman concrete and a revolutionary new material he found on his last adventure. He proudly announces his discovery. It's rubber. The room goes silent. Nobody has a clue what he's talking about. He explains it has elasticity, and that by making tires for his tricycle, the ride will be smoother and faster. The guild master is immediately intrigued by the possibilities. Masaru explains rubber is used for tons of stuff in his world, from hair ties to erasers. The implications are massive. This could change everything. He realizes he needs to get the gardeners planting these trees immediately. With a sudden burst of energy, our boy bolts out of the meeting, yelling that he's heading for the carpentry workshop. His crew is left in the dust, completely bewildered as he just yells, "It's about work," and vanishes. Masaru slides into the workshop with a smug grin. "Alright fellas, we've got a ruler now, so you know what we have to build, right?" The carpenters are horrified, thinking he wants their small crew to build a royal palace by themselves. Masaru just unrolls the blueprints for a massive, unhinged castle, and their panic goes into overdrive. The lead carpenter starts freaking out. They're too busy, it's impractical, and they have no idea how to build something so complex. Are you asking us to build something like temple? They insist they're just commoners, not pros. But Masaru just trolls them, saying, "Hey, you guys built the rest of the town, didn't you?" Then he introduces them to a concept from his world, DIY. They imagine a world full of expert craftsmen, but Masaru clarifies that the whole point of DIY is that it was done by complete amateurs. He explains the true meaning: do it yourself. You learn the skills, you get the materials, you build it all from scratch. The slogan is simple: if I can do it, you can do it. He gives them an epic speech about how this movement is about taking ownership, which is exactly what their new town needs. Building this castle will be proof that the town belongs to everyone. It won't be Masaru's town anymore, it'll be everyone's town's. He lays down the final challenge: build the symbol of their town, for their queen. Doesn't DIY sound pretty cool? His speech is a critical hit. The carpenters are fired up beyond belief. "We accept the job. We'll show you or die." They immediately put him to work, telling him to gather all the materials they'll need, and our boy is all in, ready to work his butt off for his new home. With a triumphant fist pump, he roars, "Let's DIY. Alright, let's dive right back into the madness." Over in the classroom, Istasama is dropping some magic 1-1 knowledge. The goal? Get that magical energy flowing and shoot it out your hand. And look at that, our girl May actually pulls it off. Istasama is floored. Wow! The first one to do it, and May absolutely loses her mind, screaming, "Is me," before her tiny body gives out and she faceplants from exhaustion. But even on the floor, she's got one thing on her mind: getting strong enough to help our main man, Masaru. See, she tried to help with the construction project earlier, but Masaru, being the responsible adult, told her it was too dangerous. The other kids start begging their magic teacher to teach them how to build houses, and Istasama is just bewildered, like, "Guys, I do fireballs, not foundations." From her perspective, watching these guys build a literal fortress with their bare hands is the real magic here. She's just staring at the progress, completely gobsmacked. Meanwhile, at construction site, our boy Masaru is in his element. The foundation is done, and it's time to raise the pillars. The crew can't believe they've done this much in just 2 weeks, but this absolute unit is already calling it a historic monument and flexing his superior safety standards. He's even got a custom-built crane on site, making the whole thing look less like a fort and more like a five-star resort. The local builders are practically taking notes, admitting they never could have planned something this epic. They're still geeking out over his previous genius idea: floor heating powered by the local hot springs, an entire building heated without a single open flame. That's next-level thinking. And now they want to fireproof everything. Our guy has basically introduced the concept of a fire code to this world. Suddenly, a worker bolts into the planning room, screaming for Masaru. The bad news? They're completely out of stone for the roads. The guy is panicking, but our unsuspecting lead is cool as a cucumber. Good grief, he sighs. You should have told me earlier. Turns out, running out of stone is not a problem when you have a literal mountain of bedrock chilling in your item box. But Masaru decides it's time for a little lesson in civil engineering. He explains that stones on a road are for spreading out the weight of wagons. Then, he casually materializes a bag of dirt. Everyone is confused. He calls it a sandbag, and then yeets it onto the ground with a thud. The Wolfman is baffled. We'll use this instead of stone. You're joking, right? But our boy just tells him to watch. He lays out a whole row of these dirt-filled sacks. Then he pulls out a massive tamper tool and screams. And hit them. The Wolfman gives it a whack and the ground goes wide. The result? A surface as hard as solid rock. Their minds are officially blown. Masaru explains it's cheap, easy, and they'll never run out. Plus it has tons of other uses, especially in disasters, though he wisely cuts himself off before getting into the grim details. The Wolfman is just stunned, asking how he comes up with this stuff so easily. He admits they're constantly learning ridiculous new techniques from this guy. Our hopeless hero just smirks. The biggest difference between them? Experience. His big secret. Just trying stuff to see what works. After all, he declares with a massive grin, everything is DIY. He says he just learned this stuff by chance back home. Now that they know the principle, they can get creative with it too. This sparks a whole new brainstorming session about what else they can build. Later, our main man is back at his desk, surrounded by new materials, a familiar creative spark in his eyes. He decides to teach everyone the sandbag technique himself. Soon, the whole crew is working together, filling and stacking bags. The teamwork, immaculate. Some time passes and Masaru goes to check on the progress. The road is nearly finished, looking pristine and solid. The crew is so motivated they don't even need his help anymore. They thank him, saying morale has never been higher. He points to a specific spot, revealing that he had them clear this area for a very specific reason related to his upcoming trip. Right on cue, the Wolfman notices he's packed his bags. Our boy is leaving today. The mission? A road trip to the royal capital to get Adelina officially coronated as queen. And speak of the future queen, she arrives with her entourage looking regal. She immediately starts playfully scolding Masaru for being late, acting every bit that the part of a queen. But this guy has a surprise for them. He unveils his latest creation. The Masaru special model. It's a sleek, ridiculously advanced-looking carriage. He geeks out, explaining the improved suspension and all-terrain tires. Adelina just rolls her eyes. Oh, yeah, it's wonderful, we get it. Masaru reminds her she's about to meet the king and god, asking if she's ready. She scoffs, complete unbothered. Why would I need to be prepared for that? The sheer confidence. Our boy can't help but be impressed. Irina just smiles, knowing that's just how her lady is. Just as they're about to leave, Adelina grabs Masaru's arm, getting all flustered. You told the others about this, right? She demands, and he just points to the massive crowd that's gathered to see them off. All the kids and villagers are there, cheering them on. The entire town turns out to wish them luck and demand souvenirs. Masaru hops into the driver's seat and slams the door. Come on, we're leaving. As the vehicle pulls away, he shouts back the cheering town. When we're back, Adelina will be a queen, and with a final farewell, they head off towards the capital, ready to change the world. Alright, let's dive right back into the madness. Zack finally rolls back into town, looking fresh and ready for duty. He bumps into Captain Fried, who immediately calls him out for being late to the party. Fried explains that the legendary Commander Lancelot basically kidnapped him for a training session, and then started asking a whole bunch of questions about our boy Masaru. But that's not all. Fried mentions that on the way they felt the ground shaking from some kind of monster beast. Zack's brain immediately connects the dots. The pouring down Fried's face says it all. He knows exactly that monster. Fried quickly changes the subject, clearly not wanting to relive that particular trauma. So, Absolute Unit zarches up to the king's chambers to make his report. But before he can even announce himself, a voice booms, "Come in already!" And his jaw hits the floor. It's not a royal meeting. It's a full-blown crab party. Our main man Masaru, his entire crew, and the king himself are chowing down on giant crab legs like there's no tomorrow. After the seafood fiesta, finally gets a seat and tries to catch up. The Cade is like, "So you heard the sounds from that monster too, huh?" Funny how they got here before you. Masaru just casually explains. Oh yeah, we told the king it was the goddess's favorite food, and he wanted to try it. Zack is stunned that this guy was just casually chatting with the king. The aide then drops another bombshell. The king has appointed Adelina as the queen of Masaru's new nation. Adelina asks Zack if he's cool with this, and he plays it off, saying it should be interesting. But then he gets a little wistful, muttering that she's gonna be harder to rim now. Bro is down bad. Adelina gets all flustered, not realizing our boy was just trying to shoot his shot. Zack, ever the professional, tries to get back on topic, asking about the official blessing for the new nation. But Masaru's crew just waves him off, saying, oh, don't worry about that. The king won't be that surprised. And boy, were they underselling it. Flashback. Masaru drops the founding a nation line, and the king's brain completely short-circuits. He slams the table, the sound echoing through the hall. The aide is trying to play it cool like, that's a normal reaction, right? While the king is having a full-blown aneurysm. Back in the present, the meeting gets serious. Masaru explains that they need to confirm a few things. First, the utter annihilation of the city of Stenzen. The aide confirms the reports. The city was wiped out by a massive explosion, with apparently no survivors. And then he turns the interrogation lamp right on our unsuspecting lead. So 2 questions, Masaru. How did you create an explosion that big, and how did you confirm there were no survivors? Our boy's internal monologue is just pure panic. He can't exactly say, oh, a goddess gave me cheat codes, so he tries to dodge the question. But just as the tension gets thick, the king steps in. It's fine. As long as you're being true to me, you don't need to worry. He trusts that Masaru wouldn't yeet that kind of power at his kingdom. Plus, it turns out Lancelot has been running around telling everyone how ridiculously strong Masaru is. So the king was already pre-warned. They briefly touch on reviving Lady Emeralda, but that's a problem for another day. The elf notes that the king is way more chill than the last time they met, and that's when the king gets a wicked grin. Our next subject is the founding of a nation. The king demands to know how this all went down. Masaru, with the confidence of a man who has no idea what he's doing, says, some guy gave us advice, so we turned the town into a nation. What's the problem? The king leans in, his eyes blazing. There is. You're trying to form a new nation inside the territory of Gratas, and cue Masaru's soul leaving his body. This is the first he's hearing of this little detail. Thinking on his feet, this absolute unit tries to spin it. He says a lot of refugees moved to the area. Therefore, it should be Gratus's responsibility to make sure they're safe and have everything they need to live. The king sees the checkmate coming. So, you're saying the one to take care of them will be? Masaru lays the trap. If that's too hard for you, I guess you'll have to leave it to me. He even throws up a peace sign, acting like he's doing them a favor. And then, for the finishing move, he leans in and whispers, showing the king the hand he used to obliterate an entire city of golems. It would be very foolish to think of making the beastmen into slaves again. So think very carefully before speaking. The threat is not subtle. It is a neon sign flashing, don't mess with me. Zack is having a meltdown in the background, but Masaru explains this is a necessary power play. This is how he protects everyone in his new town. The king is just bewildered by this unhinged diplomatic strategy. After a long tense silence, he just sighs. I understand. He admits that having an allied nation on the border is actually a good thing for them. The real problem, he says, isn't political. He looks absolutely tormented. Should I be recognizing this nation? He points a finger straight at our boy. Prove to me that you, Masaru, are worthy of finding a new nation. The king clarifies he knows Masaru isn't the ruler, but he's the pillar, the one who makes it all possible. So, convince me that you are worthy. The whole squad is speechless. Masaru is completely floored. His brain is just a loop of static and screaming. He was ready for Adelina to be tested, not him. He has no epic speech prepared. He can't just summon another monster. What does he do? His mind flashes back to his old life, to the home center. And then it hits him, an idea so crazy it just might work. He reaches into his pocket. He slams it on the table. This is my card. He presents his guild card like it's the ultimate trump card in a high-stakes poker game. The entire room falls into a deafening silence. Everyone is just staring, completely and utterly baffled by this move. Masaru is sweating, thinking he's somehow won this ridiculous bluff. And then, the king starts to chuckle. The chuckle turns into a full-blown, maniacal laugh. This is the answer that I wanted. Masaru is bewildered. He was just winging it, but the king's inner monologue reveals his true game. He was never testing Masaru's philosophy. This was all an elaborate, high-stakes political drama. Just to get a peek at Masaru's guild card and discover the secret to his power. The king cackles, thinking, with this, I can finally see if what he's been telling me is true. What a ridiculously shady and brilliant move. The king picks up the card. He takes one look at the stats, and his face absolutely melts. The smug grin is gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. Sweat pours down his face as he reads the numbers. This guy is no mere human. He's a monster. His stats are 2 to 3 times higher than the kingdom's strongest generals. He's on a completely different level from what they'd even call a hero. And his job? Disciple? The king has never even heard of such a thing. Without missing a beat, the king composes himself, his face now a mask of regal calm. Very well, looking at this, I shall deem you worthy of finding a nation. I hereby swear to walk the road ahead of us together, as your ally. Masaru is overjoyed, but the king is just thinking, okay, rule number 1, do not make an enemy of this guy. He sighs, admitting he took Masaru too lightly, and calls for his aid. A knight bursts in, and the king snaps at him, before immediately switching gears. You fool. Prepare the decorations. We're having a ceremony, but just as the chaos hits its peak, a brilliant light fills the room. A serene voice cuts through the noise. You don't have to make such a big deal of it. It's the goddess. She has descended from the heavens, feathers gently falling around her. She gives a playful wink, assuring everyone that it's all good. The king, who just survived a negotiation with a demigod in human form, now has to deal with Tiaboyo actual goddesses in his throne room. His soul has officially left the chat. Alright, buckle up, because it's go time. The next day dawns, and the entire city of Grytas is packed in the public square for a massive ceremony. Our boy Masaru is already complaining, saying this whole pomp and circumstance thing feels like a painful morning assembly at school. King Action, however, is all about tradition, wanting to make sure everything is done by the book to honor the goddess. The king steps up to the podium, his voice booming across the crowd. Today is the birth of a new alliance, he declares. He raises a golden goblet alongside Adelina, the new queen, ready to make it official. With a triumphant roar, he formally acknowledges Vintalia as a legitimate nation. The crowd goes absolutely wild, and papers fly through the air like confetti. This is a historic moment. Even our main man is impressed, admitting that was a pretty solid speech, but his brain immediately switches to panic mode. He starts worrying that Victinias, being the chaotic goddess she is gonna trip on the carpet or say something totally unhinged and ruin the mood. And right on cue, a blinding light descends from the heavens like a divine UFO. The goddesses make their grand entrance, looking regal as heck. Victinias smiles down at the mortals, giving her official blessing for the founding of Vintalia to proceed. She then formally ups Adelina as the very first ruler of their new nation. Adelina humbly accepts, and the crowd erupts in cheers once again. But hold on, because Victinias isn't done. She points directly at Zack, the envoy from Grytas, and drops an absolute ball. Oh, and one more thing, she says with a grin. You're gonna marry the new queen and support her as her prince consort. That is my order. The entire world grinds to a halt. The king's jaw hits the floor. Zack and Adelina's brains just short-circuit, and the crowd, the entire population of Grytas, collectively screams, "Why not?" Zack is completely losing it. Wait, me? Brickmaker turned knight? Are you sure about this? He pleads with the goddess, who just calmly replies that she received a message telling her to do it. And who sent that message? We cut to our boy, Masaru, giving the most smug, troll-tastic thumbs up you have ever seen. This absolute unit just played 4D chess and arranged a political marriage for the memes. Absolute chaos breaks out on the royal balcony. Everyone is yelling at Masaru, demanding an explanation. This guy just shrugs. It seemed like Zack liked Adelina, so as a friend, I wanted to help him out. The king looks like he's about to have a heart attack, screaming that a decision this huge can't be made on a whim. But when they ask Adelina for her thoughts, she is ridiculously chill about the whole thing. Huh? Oh, well, if it's gonna work out better this way, I don't really have a problem with it. She turns to a bewildered Zack and says, yeah, I like you too, Zack, but you're gonna need to train your body a bit. Then she flexes on him, adding with a smirk, and hey, if it gets boring, we can just separate. Oof. Masaru steps in, telling Zack to man up. That's all the motivation he needs. Zack's eyes fill with fiery determination as he vows, you just wait, Adelina. I'll train so hard that you'll beg me to stay by your side. And she just cackles, loving his fighting spirit. The king, looking like he's aged 10 years in 5 minutes, just sighs and accepts his fate. He officially presents the new power couple to the nation, Queen Adelina and her prince consort, Zaeltak. They kneel before the cheering masses, a kingdom forged in pure, unadulterated chaos. As they seal the deal, the elf girl is still trying to process what in the world just happened. But wait, where's Masaru? Our hopeless hero has already bounced, slamming the door to his workshop. He straight up ditched the after-party. He knew if he stuck around, the new couple would pester him all night, and he is not about that life. He looks out his window for some peace and quiet, only to find Victinias chilling on his roof. He nearly jumps out of his skin, and she immediately trolls him for speaking so informally to a god. He asks why she ditched the party too, and she just brushes it off, saying she's not into human celebrations. Masaru then brings up the hot spring incident, trying to figure out her message, and she gets instantly flustered, thinking he's finally picking up on her feelings. Nope. This guy is as dense as a diamond. His brain completely misses the point, and she's left thinking, damn it, he doesn't get it at all. She quickly changes the subject to the festival. Masaru explains he wasn't having fun. He was roped into helping someone with their food cart. The delayed realization hits him like a truck. Wait, was I just being used? Victinius calls him an idiot but admits that just watching him was fun, and suggests they have big festivals in Vintalia too. Suddenly, our boy is all fired up, already planning the logistics and most importantly, stocking up on crabs. The two of them are grinning, excited for the future. Just then, Esla appears, ratting her sister out. Turns out Victinia's got so flustered about Masaru that she messed up the original message about the hot spring. The two goddesses start bickering while our main man is completely oblivious. He just yells that he's gonna prepare the best crabs ever for the founding celebration. He tells the goddesses they better be there, and they just fly off into the night. Isla remarks that those two never seem to change. Then, the goddesses get serious. It's time for the real ceremony. Victinia's unleashes her power, beginning the magic gospel. A massive, glowing orb appears, projecting a live feed of the lands of Vintalia for everyone in Ingratus to see. It's a divine presentation, a god-tier PowerPoint. Victinius announces that this new nation has the full cooperation and blessing of the gods. She formally invites everyone, no matter their race, to a future celebration in Vintalia. I hope, from my heart, that you will all be there, she declares. The crowd looks up in awe as she promises they'll meet again in Vintalia. What an epic way to put your new country on the map. Alright. Our boy is back in the political hot seat, but this time it looks like things are going swimmingly. He and the king are laughing it up like old war buddies, sealing a deal for eternal cooperation. You love to see it. But hold up, not everyone is buying into this feel-good moment. Adelina is off to the side, looking like she just smelled something shady. Meanwhile, the king and our main man are deep in some 5D chess conversation of goddess statues and military deficits. The king finally cuts the crap, saying there are evil conspiracies afoot and they need to get down to business. The topic? Trading. The king thinks it's way too early to even discuss it. But this is where our unsuspecting lead flexes his otherworldly knowledge. He starts dropping bombs about something called a patent regime to generate massive profit. See, rebuilding a town isn't just about hammering nails. It's about strategy. The king, predictably, is completely bewildered. Patent? What's that? Our boy practically pulls out a whiteboard and starts giving a TED talk. He explains that a patent is a system to protect new inventions and techniques. It gives the creator a monopoly on the profits for a limited time. He even breaks out a flowchart, explaining how a portion of the profits goes back to the inventor, which makes the king's brain start smoking. This absolute unit goes on, explaining that once a patent is public, it inspires other people to create even newer, better things. It's a feedback loop of pure progress that will level up their entire civilization. The king is hooked, and he asks Masaru what kind of ridiculous tech he's already cooked up. Our hero gets a nostalgic look in his eye, talking about how he loves to create things, casually mentioning ideas for light bulbs and temperature control devices. You know, just minor stuff. He paints a picture of a world where anyone, even a kid with a good idea, can get a patent and get paid, but the king immediately spots the political angle. He's worried that this system will just let Vintalia, his own country, suck up all the profit. Realizing he's negotiating with actual royalty, our boy throws the ball in their court. So, what do you two think is a fair split? The king throws out the first offer, a 10-year term with a 25% cut for the inventor. Not bad, not great. But then Adelina steps in with an absolutely unhinged counteroffer. A 50-year term, but only 15% profit. Our guy's soul nearly leaves his body. He's screaming internally, what the hell? How is anyone supposed to make a living off that? Adelina clarifies her ridiculously long-term plan. It's a sliding scale. 10% for the first 5 years, then it drops even lower. Her logic is that the goal isn't to make a few inventors rich, but to make the tech so widespread and cheap that it benefits the entire kingdom. Before the king can even process that, our main man pivots to his next master plan, a study abroad program. He wants to set up engineering guilds across the world where people can register and go study in his hometown. It's like an exchange program, but for building a better future. The king remembers our boy mentioning using usable human resources, and the pieces start to click. This guy explains that when people from the drab and dreary Vintalia see the high-tech, clean city of Gratas, they'll be so blown away it'll kickstart a revolution of motivation. Adelina backs him up, confirming that the quality of life difference is insane. They don't even manage their trash properly over there. They basically invite the king to come see for himself, a classic come-at-me power move. Our hero even flexes his past life resume, mentioning his experience in hygiene management and customer service. The king is on board with the idea of studying magic and engineering, but there's a catch. He's heard about Masaru's tech, and the queen has been writing him rave reviews. But he's still not sold on sharing the secret sauce. Without proof it won't just tank his economy. Our boy is all smiles, confident he can win the king over. But the king isn't playing around. He's got specific requirements this time. The challenge is laid down. Masaru has 1 week to teach the local craftsman a new technique and produce a tangible result. The king's face is pure steel. This is the final exam. Succeed and he'll lend his full authority to both of Masaru's crazy schemes. The pressure is immense. All eyes are on Masaru. The king even offers to foot the bill for the project. Fired up, our hopeless hero puffs out his chest. I definitely will. He bellows, pointing at the sky like a true shonen protagonist. I will clear all the king's doubts. And then in a tiny panel, we get the hilarious truth. This guy is completely broke because he spent all his money on magic beasts. His ambition is writing checks his wallet can't cash. Cut to the craftsman's workshop. Our boy is laying out the plan, but the craftsmen are skeptical. This whole deal sounds way too good to be true. But then, one of them recognizes him. Wait, you're the guy who invented that insane water-absorbing wall. Suddenly, his reputation precedes him. The guild master vouches for him. And just like that, he's got a motivated crew ready to work. Alright, let's do this. Our main man decides he's not just gonna build a thing, he's gonna teach them to build houses. He asks for some vacant land to start his project, and they take him to the slums. The place is an absolute wreck. We're talking splintered wood, collapsed roofs, the works. This is where people who've lost their jobs end up, but where they see ruin, our hero sees opportunity. This is the perfect place to prove his point. But just as he's about to take charge, a voice rings out. I object. Suddenly, a small kid appears out of nowhere, stopping them in their tracks. We don't need help from strangers, he declares, standing his ground. This is our town. We will renew the slum ourselves. He glares up at Masaru, clearly offended. I'm not a kid. And with that, the tiny supporter Hiryu makes his grand, chaotic entrance. Alright, let's dive right in. Our boy Masaru finds himself in the grimiest part of town, basically the fantasy equivalent of a forgotten back alley. He's meeting a kid named Ryuryu who's got more sass than size. But before they can even get properly introduced, some rando craftsman snatches the kid up and clamps a hand over his mouth. The guy starts scolding Ryuryu, telling him to shut his trap. And then comes the plot twist. This kid is actually the head honcho of the Craftsman Guild. Apparently, he's not a child with a weirdly deep voice, he's just a very small adult. The dude explains that Ryuryu is a dwarf, a legendary race of master crafters whose skills are so ridiculously OP they put grown men to shame. Turns out, our main man is here on a direct order from the king to give these slums a total makeover. Ryuryu, now free from the clutches of his overprotective colleague, is immediately intrigued. He cuts straight to the chase, asking this absolute unit what his grand plan is to fix this disaster zone. Masaru lays out his genius, totally not obvious strategy. Oh, we clear the land and build new houses? The other craftsmen just stare at him, completely unimpressed. Their faces scream, groundbreaking. Why didn't we think of that? Clearly, if it were that simple, they wouldn't be living in a dump. Realizing he's sounding like a textbook, Masaru decides to pivot. He admits he's curious about Ryuryu, but first they gotta tackle the whole slum issue. He starts lecturing them about the socio-economic implications of slums, talking about discrimination and public health like he's giving a TED talk. Ryuryu is just like, can you get to the point? So, our hero lays out the full vision, new houses, new jobs, better infrastructure, the works. But then he drops the bomb. This is all theoretical knowledge he got from books. He's never actually done any of this. He goes on to explain that just building shiny new houses is a trap. It's a way to kick the current residents out and make the area look good, effectively destroying their community under the guise of helping. To do it right, they'd need to involve government financial agencies, which is way above their pay grade. This revelation absolutely obliterates Ryuryu's entire worldview. His philosophy has always been that crafting saves people, but now he's faced with the fact that it can also be a weapon for gentrification. His soul basically leaves his body. The poor guy is so shaken, he just bolts without another word. Masaru, realizing he just dropped an emotional nuke, decides to call it a day. He tells everyone to chill out and meet at the guild tomorrow to brainstorm. This guy, ever proactive one, decides to do some first-hand investigation around the slums himself. Later, while contemplating the city from a rooftop, he hears a rhythmic banging sound. It's not random noise. It's the distinct sound of a master craftsman at work. He follows the sound to a beat-up old factory and peeks inside. The place is a treasure trove of ridiculously intricate metalwork. He picks up a chisel and his appraisal skill goes wild. The things in here are premium-grade ornaments fit for royalty, crafted with a level of skill that's off the charts. Wondering which unhinged genius is holed up in here, he calls out. And who pops up from behind a workbench? None other than Ryuryu. Ryuryu is still salty about their earlier conversation, but Masaru is completely captivated by his work, asking how he made such complex patterns. Ryuryu just shrugs and says it's all hand-carved, casually flexing that he just memorized some basics and practiced. You know, as one does. Masaru explains his own methods, showing off some of his work on the signs. Ryoryu starts grilling him with questions, getting super suspicious. He then throws a pity party, mentioning his dead master to see how Masaru will react. But our boy doesn't take the bait. He just says it's natural to be curious about who taught him such epic skills. Ryoryu finally opens up. His master was his father. His family were legendary carvers, but they were attacked by a beast, and he was the only survivor. Now he crafts just to get by. He explains that his father was always there when he was crafting, and that connection is what saved his soul after the tragedy. That's why he's so passionate about his work, and that, he says, is why Masaru's words hit him so hard. How could something that saves souls, like crafting a home, be used to hurt people? Masaru clarifies his point. It's not the crafting itself but the circumstances. If nobles swoop in and buy the land, everyone gets kicked out, but if the people themselves improve their own homes, it gives them the hope and strength to keep going. With a newfound fire in his eyes, Masaru vows to deliver a project that satisfies everyone. Ryoryu is still not convinced, saying he can't trust him that easily. So Masaru makes him an offer. Come to the guild tomorrow, I'll show you what I can do. And then for the ultimate flex, he reveals a perfectly finished, ridiculously detailed metal piece. Ryoryu is stunned. He was carving tis. While holding a conversation, his brain short-circuits. The sheer, casual mastery is just too much. The next morning, the meeting is back on. Masaru breaks down the core problems: housing, employment, and safety. The craftsmen agree with his assessment, but admit they're stumped on how to create jobs. Just then, Ryoryu struts in, fashionably late. He declares he's not there to help, just to confirm something. Masaru just flashes a massive grin. Let's continue the meeting, but you can see it in Ryoryu's eyes. He's in. He's ready to use his god-tier skills to save the slums. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. So while our boy Masaru is out there revolutionizing the world one industry at a time, his influence is already spreading like wildfire. The local construction crew is geeking out over his newfangled joint techniques. One of the builders is just marveling at how these simple-looking joints make the entire structure ridiculously strong. It's some next-level earthquake-proofing magic from our main man's world. Just then, Ryoryu shows up, and the craftsman explains that Masaru already bounced. The dude had to jet off to teach his methods to other workshops right away. The revolution waits for no one. Even the guild master is completely floored by the stability of Masaru's construction designs. He asks Ryoryu if this absolute unit actually managed to get his proposal to the king, and Ryoryu, with a triumphant grin, whips out a royal scroll. Not only did he get it to the king, but His Majesty has already given the green light to all of Masaru's wild safety and labor reforms. The builder asks where our hero went next. Ryoryu's eyes go wide for a split second before she blurts out, "Oh, probably the glass factory." And with that, she is off. Ryoryu bolts through the streets, her mind racing. What unhinged technique could he possibly be teaching at the glass factory? She knows the current method is basically just blowing glass into a bubble and spinning it into a disc, but her brain immediately goes to the legendary sheet glass. A closely guarded, esoteric technique known only to the dwarves. Yeah, for centuries nobody has been able to replicate the dwarves' sheet glass, which they make using some shady ghost stone. But then she remembers Masaru's other ridiculous skills, like the metal carving technique that made the guild leader's soul leave his body. Realizing anything is possible with this guy, she spots him and picks up the pace. She bursts into the workshop to find a room full of completely bewildered craftsmen. They're all just staring at this gigantic, molten bit of glass hanging from a blowpipe. Ryoryu's jaw drops. And what is Masaru doing? Just casually holding this massive glass behemoth with a chill smile on his face. The craftsmen are skeptical, to say the least. Masaru tells Ryoryu to watch closely, warning them that once he starts this process, there's no stopping it. The workers are muttering, "You're telling me that thing is going to become a sheet?" The disbelief in this room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Our boy explains that yeah, their current glass blowing is fine, but since sheet glass is a pricey dwarven import, he's just a little curious. So, he's decided to bless them with a much easier and faster method. This is too much for Ryoryu, who's practically vibrating with shock. A huge sale of sheet glass? Are you kidding me? Masaru just tells everyone to pay attention. He's practiced this a few times and it works. He then snips a hole in the end of the molten glass bubble. Then, in a move of pure chaotic energy, he starts swinging the massive cylinder like a pendulum to stretch it out. Once the shape is perfect, he announces that this is the cylinder method. Next, he takes a tool and scores a line straight down the inside of the glass tube. Ryoryu is totally lost, but our main man doesn't miss a beat. He immediately yeets the scored cylinder into a special flattening furnace. As the heat hits it, the glass begins to melt and uncurl along the line he cut. It's opening up. The sheer simplicity of the method leaves Ryuryu completely stunned. Finally, this absolute unit grabs a rectangular stone on a stick. He gently presses down on the now softened glass, smoothing it out into a perfect, flawless sheet. With a proud smile, he pulls it out of the furnace and declares, "Done," and there it is. A massive, perfect sheet of glass, created in minutes. The entire workshop absolutely erupts. The craftsmen are losing their minds, screaming about how amazing it is. This is a historic day, and they know it. Masaru, ever the troll, smirks and says, "To be honest, I just wanted to be a little haughty and tease you guys. The important thing is whether Ryu can do it." Ryuryu looks on, completely starstruck, wondering if even she could learn this. Masaru gives her a reassuring look that says, "Hell yeah, you can." Before she can even volunteer, the workshop owner jumps in, demanding to be taught first. This immediately sparks a chaotic argument as every single craftsman tries to cut in line. Masaru just sighs and tells them to play nice. Later, after a successful day of industrial revolution, our boy and Ryuryu stand on a rooftop overlooking the city. They watch as the construction crew below begins installing the brand new, locally made windows into the framework. A hard day's work for our dynamic duo. Finally, the appointed day arrives. The king himself rolls up in his royal carriage to pick up the guild master for the grand inspection. The guild master is sweating bullets, but assures the king that Masaru didn't just meet expectations, he completely obliterated them. Ryuryu, looking sharp, chimes in that her master said did a perfect job, so there's nothing to worry about. The carriage pulls up to the site, and the door swings open. It's Masaru, casually leaning out and yelling, "Hey, I brought the king." He gives the king a laid-back "yo," and the monarch's face just screams, "This guy? Can you please be serious for 5 seconds?" Masaru brushes off the disciple comment and gets down to business, telling the king to forget all that and just check out what the craftsman accomplished. The king, looking incredibly skeptical, braces himself for whatever's coming. Our boy explains that this is the result of just 1 week of teaching his new techniques to the local workers. And when the king lays his eyes on the finished product, his royal composure completely shatters. His soul leaves his body as he bellows, "What the hell is this? Alright, let's dive into this glorious mess." King Action rolls up to the slums expecting dirt and despair, but instead, his royal jaw hits the freshly paved street. Our boy Masaru is standing there, radiating pure, "I told you so" energy, and casually asks the king what he thinks. The king is speechless. This place used to be a certified dump, and now it's undergone a ridiculous glow-up. A total before and after that would make any home renovation show weep with joy. Our main man kicks off the grand tour, pointing out his first changing innovation, massive sheet glass windows. In a world where window means a hole in the wall, this is next-level tech. The king is absolutely floored, realizing you can actually see what a shop sells before you go in. What a concept! He points out how everything from weapons to bread is laid out in neat, organized rows for everyone to see. This absolute unit isn't just an architect, he's a city planner. Masaru explains that this is just phase 1. He's going to employ even more people from the slums to build new houses and expand the shopping district. The king looks at the new construction, which is already cleaner and more organized than half his capital city. But wait, there's more. Masaru then flexes his knowledge of modern sanitation, showing off a new drainage ditch and a public well, effectively ending the era of just yeeting your sewage into the street. Our hopeless hero then drops some 21st century wisdom on the medieval monarch, explaining that clean water management is the key to a healthy city. King Action is having a full-on system meltdown. He looks over the renovated area and realizes this place is about to become the new model for the entire kingdom. The man has learned more about urban development in 20 minutes than his ancestors did in centuries. He asks if the local craftsmen have learned these epic new skills, and a guild leader confirms it. They're getting there, but our boy's level is just insane. Masaru, ever the project manager, basically tells them to copy-paste this design across the entire kingdom. The king is ecstatic, calling the whole thing brilliant and promising to set up patents and study abroad programs to spread the knowledge. He stops everyone and asks the big question. Let me get this straight. You just single-handedly accelerated our kingdom's development by more than 100 years? His crew immediately starts sweating, trying to signal him to just nod and smile. This guy's no chill. The king tries to rationalize it, guessing Masaru did it for fame or to test out nation-building strategies. Masaru hits him with the most unhinged, chaotic reason possible. Manufacturing is my hobby. The king's brain just blue screens. So, you built all this because you got carried away? That's the final straw. The king absolutely loses it, cackling and calling Masaru the biggest, most brilliant idiot he's ever met. After the laughter dies down, the mood shifts. Anne gets a little sad, asking if Masaru is leaving soon. He reassures her he's sticking around for a bit longer to supervise. The king gives him a piece of advice. warning him to be careful now. With the slums suddenly becoming prime real estate, every shady noble is going to try and get a piece of it. But that's not the real danger. The king leans in, his voice grim. It's about the demon beast. Masaru's blood runs cold as he remembers that horrifying bear horse monster from when he first arrived. The king is shocked he's even seen one, confirming they're incredibly rare. He explains that demon beasts are what happens when negative emotions corrupt the natural magic in the world. And lately, there have been way too many sightings. The fact that Masaru ran into 2 of them, plus that golem attack, is a catastrophic omen. The king's face is grim as he declares this situation is profoundly abnormal, and Masaru realizes he's smack in the middle of a brewing disaster. The problem is spreading, and there's no telling where it will pop up next. Meanwhile, in a completely different forest, some poor knights are getting their butts handed to them by Satan's personal reindeer. This is demon deer, and it's way out of its usual hunting grounds. The beast unleashes a chaotic blast of lightning magic, sending soldiers flying like bowling pins. They scream that its rank is way too high for them to handle. Just as 2 of the demonic deer prepare to finish the job, a golden-haired god descends from above. It's Commander Lancelot, and he looks deeply unimpressed with his squad's performance. He tells them to get serious, reminding them that he's the only one there who can actually fight this thing. He sees the recent monster outbreak as the perfect, albeit terrifying, training opportunity. His knights start chatting, mentioning how Lancelot has become an absolute unit since his duel with Masaru. Then, one of the knights drops an earth-shattering bombshell, asking if the commander has told the squad about the wedding yet. Before Lancelot can even process that, the knight clarifies. It's your Nissy, Lady Adelina. She's getting married. As the words hang in the air, a demon deer sees an opening and charges. Lancelot, without even flinching, casually backhands his sword and shield through the air, completely obliterating it in one clean, furious motion. The news finally sinks in, and his face transforms into a mask of pure, overprotective uncle rage. This uncle will not allow the marriage, he roars. The commander completely loses his composure, demanding to know who the groom is as his squad tries desperately to calm the rampaging demigod. Lancelot has been activated, and somebody is about to have a very bad time. Latcheth. 2 weeks later, our boy rolls back into town looking less like a hero and more like a guy who just survived a chaotic road trip. The chief is the first to spot them, bellowing to the entire farm that Masaru and his crew have finally returned. The welcome wagon is out in full force as their carriage enters the central street, with cheers all around. Eula is practically bouncing off the walls, giddy about founding a whole new nation. The hype is real, but while everyone's celebrating, our main man is nowhere to be seen. Oh wait, there he is, hiding behind the carriage wheel like he owes it money. The girls are completely baffled, whispering that the trip must have fried his brain. They think he's terrified of his energetic little sister getting mad, and judging by the sheer terror on his face, they're not wrong. His soul has officially left the building. Speaking of the welcoming committee, a couple of key members are missing. That's because the self-proclaimed little sister and the self-proclaimed first disciple are already locked in a bitter cold war, arguing over who gets the honor of taking care of Masaru. This ridiculous showdown immediately escalates into a challenge, a quiz game to determine who is the ultimate Masaru expert. And our hopeless hero, he's just blushing in the background, fully aware this is their twisted way of showing affection. This guy is clearly enjoying the drama. Inside, it's time to get down to business. The chief calls a meeting to discuss the foundation ceremony plans, but before they can even start, the king and queen drop an absolute bombshell. They want to get married on the same day. This absolute unit just stares in disbelief. His internal monologue is screaming, "Are you kidding me? While I was out there working my butt off, you two were planning a wedding." The plan is a chaotic 3-day festival. Day 1 is a meet and greet party. Day 2 is the official nation founding ceremony, and the grand finale on day 3 is the royal wedding itself. It's an unhinged schedule, to say the least. The chief is already stressing about being shorthanded, but without missing a beat, Masaru flexes and says he'll arrange the materials and resources himself. He's taking on the hardest parts of the prep work because, let's be real, his skills are just built different. The king then slides in with a special request. He wants some kingly bling, not just any old trinket, but something unique, like a scepter. So what does our boy do? He channels his inner nerd and pitches the legendary 3 sacred treasures from his world's mythology: a sword, a mirror, and a jewel, epic symbols of power to be passed down for generations. The royals absolutely love it. Fired up, Masaru declares that crafting these sacred treasures is now his top priority, and with that he's gone. This guy just yeets himself out the door to start preparing, leaving everyone else in his dust. The chief just smirks, remarking that Masaru's unstoppable, chaotic energy is the very force that built their nation. He even tells the other elders they need to brainstorm a way to repay Masaru. You know, doing literally everything. Our main man is now sprinting through the streets he personally built, getting a hero's welcome from the townspeople, but his mind is already in overdrive, plotting out how to forge divine artifacts. He's also dwelling on the king's ominous warning about the demon beast, realizing he needs to level up on the sly. First stop, the partition, to do a little behind-the-scenes work. His design concepts are pure genius. The sword won't be a symbol of power, but of protection, for all the powerless people they've saved. The mirror will be a masterpiece that reflects the peaceful reality they fought so hard to create. And finally, the jewel. He envisions something as brilliant as a star, a perfect offering for the goddesses who brought him here. The vision is epic. The execution? That's tomorrow's problem. He takes a rare moment to breathe, looking out from a balcony over the massive city he raised from the ground up. It's a surreal feeling. Back on Earth, he never would have imagined this. He makes a promise to himself to create a gift for the goddess as thanks. And then, the crushing weight of his to-do list comes crashing down. Our hero goes into a full-blown panic, clutching his head and screaming for help. The workload is going to literally torment him. He desperately wishes he could just use magic to clone himself or something. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the silence. "Then I'll help you." Masaru freezes, trying to write it off as exhaustion, but then he sees it. A pile of sheets begins to move on its own. From underneath emerges himself. But this version is wrong, with pitch-black eyes and a sinister grin, introducing himself as Masaru, too. Our boy's soul basically shatters into a million pieces. Another Masaru. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru is suddenly face-to-face with himself. An evil, smug-looking twin just dropped in unannounced. This shady doppelganger notes that the world is a dangerous place, and he doesn't have a position to copy, whatever that means. Our main man's brain is working overtime. He immediately deduces this isn't some long-lost brother. It's a fake, probably a mirror demon or some other magical weirdo. The clone then reveals his master's gran. He's here to copy Masaru's labor power. Bro, you could have just asked for an internship. Realizing he's up against a copycat, this absolute unit decides to run a little diagnostic test. So, how does he test a potentially lethal magical clone? By immediately derailing the conversation into an architectural competition, of course. He starts rambling about furniture contests and building designs. The clone is just bewildered. His face screams, "I came here for a fight, not an episode of Grand Designs." The bickering starts immediately, with the two sounding like they've been roommates for years. The clone is getting progressively more ticked off, while Masaru trolls him about being an otaku who works 8 days a week. And just like that, the clone completely snaps. Playtime is officially over. He summons a wicked-looking dark sword and screams that his lord has ordered Masaru's execution. Our hero's soul basically leaves his body. He instantly recognizes that ominous magical aura. This is the same unholy power that animated those stone statues and belonged to the Dark Elves. This clone is one of them. The fake confirms it, saying his master wants revenge for his fallen comrades. And step of that plan, making sure Masaru dies right here, right now. Without another word, the clone yeets an entire workbench at our boy's head. Masaru barely has time to process the sheer strength of this copy. The clone lunges forward, sword swinging for the kill, whispering a creepy, "Goodbye, Masaru." But our man is no slouch. He parries the strike with his own blade, shocking the clone. The fake tries a cheap shot from behind, but Masaru is too quick. The clone manages to grab him by the chest, but our hero isn't about to get manhandled by his evil twin. He flexes with a quick, strengthening magic buff, and then pulls another rabbit out of his hat. He casts healing magic, and the clone's brain just short-circuits. You can literally see the loading icon spinning in his eyes. The clone whines that it's cheating and tries to copy the skill, boasting that while Masaru has a junk noble brain, he has more raw magic power. To prove his point, he grabs Masaru's arm, creating a direct link. He reveals his power is nested directly to his master, and then unleashes a ridiculous wave of dark energy that sends our hero flying. This isn't just a simple blast, though. This corrupting power is seeping into the city's water supply. Realizing this shady magic could pollute the entire world, Masaru decides he needs to end this, and end it now. He reaches into his ultimate inventory skill, and pulls out a literal meteor. A massive chunk of rock materializes in the sky, ready to flatten the entire area. The clone just cackles, completely unimpressed. He calls Masaru flashy and stupid for trying to crush him along with the temple. He even gets all emo, saying he's depressed to be a copy of such an idiot. But Masaru isn't listening to his villain monologue. He just lets the rock drop. As the giant boulder plummets, a thought hits him. Wait a minute. His skills, like spatial storage, came from the goddess's gacha machine, so how can this clone copy them? Before he can solve that puzzle, the clone pulls off the most unhinged move yet. He starts casting reinforcement magic on the entire building, turning the temple itself into a giant weapon. With a horrifying grin, the clone promises this is the end of his life and waves a final goodbye. The reinforced beams of the temple suddenly shoot out like gigantic spears, and one scores a direct hit, blasting Masaru off the platform. The clone watches the massive explosion in the distance, waving like he just won the championship. He looks down at the destruction, confident he's finally obliterated the original, but then his eyes go wide. What? Because standing in the rubble, looking completely unfazed, is our main man, holding a ridiculously oversized, handcrafted cannon. Masaru casually dusts himself off. You've blown me quite far, fake me. The clone is absolutely losing his mind, screaming, "Gobo, are you?" The sheer shock is mirrored on both of their faces. And as if things weren't chaotic enough, a whole squad of knights shows up, led none other than the king himself, who's been looking for Masaru. The king just takes in the sight of two Masarus and a city in ruins, and a slow, amused grin spreads across his face. The clone looks at the new arrivals, and you can see the gears turning in his head. A king, a whole kingdom to manipulate. This could be fun. It's our worst. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Our boy and his crew are minding their own business when a wild boss battle appears out of nowhere. It's Lancelot, the human wrecking ball, looking way too pleased with himself. Lancelot's sidekick reveals that a clone of our main man just popped into existence in their house, which is, a totally normal Tuesday. This clone is apparently a copy of Masaru's full power. Lancelot, ever the humble guy, basically says, yeah, he's strong, top of the food chain, blah blah blah, but compared to me, he's a small fry. The absolute confidence on this unit is just off the charts. Everyone is bewildered. Lancelot points out that ours gotten way stronger, and even his skills have fundamentally changed. He's basically sniffing out the power-up like a bloodhound. Lancelot proposes a friendly duel to celebrate, but our boy has a much better idea for how to deal with this ridiculously powerful pest. Without missing a beat, our unsuspecting lead completely flips the script. 1 second Lancelot is talking smack, the next he's tied to a giant wooden pole, his brain trying to process what just happened. Masaru just grabs him, cackling that this is the perfect chance to try out some ideas from his comic books, and the idea is completely unhinged. This guy built a freaking medieval siege weapon, a giant ballista, with the sole purpose of turning Lancelot into a human missile. Lancelot's panic is glorious as he realizes he's been strapped to the projectile. With a maniacal grin, Masaru lets him fly. Have a nice trip, he screams as Lancelot is yeeted across the entire continent. We see him soaring over the city and into the countryside, a beautiful arc of pure chaos. Masaru is admiring his handiwork like a proud parent. Then a thought hits him like a freight train. He's a person. I wasn't planning to kill the source of information. This literally forgot he just launched a man, not a monster, into the stratosphere. Too late. Lancelot makes landfall with the force of a meteor, kicking up a colossal dust cloud. Meanwhile, the Masaru clone, let's call him Fakeru, is laughing his head off, thinking he's finally free from his creator. The timing couldn't be more perfect. Lancelot dusts himself off right next to him, completely unfazed by his express trip across the country. Fakeru just scoffs. You're boring. Lancelot is clearly disappointed. He was hoping for a real fight, not some cheap copy. Fakeru decides to flex, unleashing Masaru's overwhelming magic power, claiming it surpasses even the G-class. But Lancelot just smirks. He explains that his own reinforcement magic can double that output, and his ultimate skill would crank it up to 30, basically turning him into a one-man army. Fakeru taunts him, asking what he's gonna do about it. Big mistake. Lancelot just vanishes. Unfortunately, he whispers, reappearing with his blade already at the clone's throat. I can see you. Before Fakeru can even blink, Lancelot unleashes a storm of slashes. The clone is in pure shock, screaming, "What the hell is this?" He desperately tries to fight back, growling "fuck this" as their blades clash in a chaotic dance of steel. They lock swords for a tense moment, but Lancelot effortlessly breaks the stalemate with a brutal kick to the chest. Then comes the finisher. Lancelot brings his sword down in a cataclysmic overhead strike, shattering the ground and completely obliterating Fakeru's arm. The clone stares at the glowing orb that remains, his mind blown. This is nothing like Masaru's memory. Lancelot casually explains the difference between a duel and a real battle. You never ever let your opponent get the first move. He then drops the bombshell. He's 2 steps ahead thanks to his new skill, change. He lectures the dying clone, explaining that most people have 2 to 3 skills, and having more is a sign of incomplete talent. But for a true master like him, his 3 separate sword skills all disappeared when they hit level 10. They merged, evolved, and became something far more terrifying. Master Swordsman, and that's just the appetizer. Lancelot reveals he mastered that skill before he even met Masaru, and he's been leveling up ever since. He lists off a ridiculous number of killer skills he's picked up over the years, from beast killer to demon killer. This is a power you can't get from sparring. It's forged in blood. He declares that his next evolution, his next change, will happen when he's truly desperate. Realizing he's about to be erased from existence, Fakeru's soul basically leaves his body. In pure terror, he summons a massive castle wall. He desperately pours magic into it, screaming more, more. As Lancelot's attack charges up, it's useless. The attack vaporizes the wall like it was made of paper. As a final souvenir, Lancelot reveals the name of the skill that just sealed his fate, Arbitrator. And just like that, the copy is gone. Lancelot lets out a sigh. That wasn't easy. Understatement of the century, my dude. Back with our main man, Masaru is just laughing his head off. So how'd it go? He asks casually. Lancelot just points to the Grand Canyon he carved into the landscape with a single swing. You're a battle freak, you know that? He says, completely deadpan. The realization that Lancelot could have done that to the city hits Masaru hard. Lancelot tries to grill him about his change skill, but our boy plays dumb. So Lancelot decides to just appraise the remains of the clone himself. He touches the glowing orb, and the info pops up. It was a golem, created by a demon, with a mission to stay close to Masaru. Just as they're processing this shady new development, a massive portal tears open in the sky. A figure descends, and our hopeless hero recognizes her immediately. It's the boss who attacked Stenzen. A goddess floats down, proclaiming that the world is in great danger. Our boy can only stare up in absolute disbelief as this new, ridiculous threat makes her grand entrance. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru finds himself in a private, late-night meeting with the goddess Victinias at the Ventalia temple. The mood is tense, and she cuts right to the chase, asking the unsuspectingly explain exactly how the world is about to get obliterated. But before we get the world-ending exposition, we get a quick flashback to some grade-A trolling. This random dude admits he leaked Adelina's marriage partner info, which sent Zack flying off the handle. His excuse? Fate, bro. What an absolute madman. Anyway, the present. Victinias gets serious. She tells our main man that this whole mess is the result of her long-term plans, and now they need to talk strategy. Apparently, the King of Graitas was the first to connect the dots. The rampaging monsters, the demon bear, they're all just symptoms of a much bigger problem. They're manifestations of negative energy flooding the world. Victinias lays it all out. They're facing an existence born of pure negative vibes, an unthinking force of nature hell-bent on total destruction. An enemy we've all seen 1,000 times before. She drops the bombshell. The root of all evil, the Demon King. This absolute unit is back from his nap, and he's ready to party. The gods themselves have recognized that the appearance of this shady character has completely changed the game. Masaru is, understandably, trying to process this. Demon King, he stammers, the gears in his head slowly grinding to a halt. His brain immediately goes into full-on gamer mode. We're screwed. It's a world conquest plot. We can't just give him half the world, right? But Victinias is it's way worse. For the gods, a Demon King doesn't mean conquest. It means the end of civilization. Game over, no continues. So Masaru asks the million-dollar question. If this dude is such a threat, why don't the gods just snap their fingers and yeet him out of existence? She explains that the Demon King's arrival isn't an invasion. It's a natural disaster, like a hurricane made of pure rage. It's a living catastrophe born from the world's negativity, and it only gets truly dangerous once it's fully grown. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Masaru's head. Wait a minute, there's one thing that counters a Demon King. A heroes. Before immediately realizing he's basically nominating himself. Victinias just deadpans. Are you daydreaming? She completely obliterates his shonen fantasy, explaining there's no such thing as a hero. The world is developing just fine with his production skills, which makes him the catalyst. And here's the unhinged twist. The Demon King's primary interest isn't world domination, it's Masaru. Our boy's first instinct is, naturally, to bolt. Should I just run away then? But it's not that simple. The demon keys Masaru's push for civilization as a threat and wants to shut it down permanently. Thinking on his feet, this guy suggests a solid plan B. Forget a hero. Just build a super squad with ridiculously strong people like Lancelot to go hunt some demons. But Victinias sighs, revealing the fatal flaw in his plan. They can't fight the boss if they don't even know which dungeon he's in. Then, a dark realization dawns on our hopeless hero. The Demon King is strong enough to create a fake Masaru, using his own unique body as a template. The enemy's identity is a complete mystery, making him impossible to track. With the stakes this high, Victinias declares that their partnership is now more critical than ever. She points out that Ventalia itself is now a prime target. Realizing the mood is getting a little too heavy, Masaru pivots hard, asking if she's excited for the upcoming founding ceremony. She admits that she is, indeed, looking forward to it. As they walk, he tries to reassure her, promising that the ceremony will be held and the town will be protected. He knows his role is the toughest, but he's ready to do whatever it takes to stop the Demon King. This sudden display of confidence is so out of character that Victinius's faith in him plummets. In a moment of chaotic energy, Masaru itches her cheeks, complaining that his divine messenger powers aren't working right. She tells him to act more like a god, but secretly admits that his goofy antics are making her less nervous. That's when he mentions a message she missed, job quest directly from her. It's a delivery mission to a location so remote that even her gospel of God can't reach it. Masaru immediately calls it what it is, a divine errand quest. He's not exactly thrilled about it, complaining that he doesn't want to protect some random city. But then, a sly grin spreads across his face. He speculates that this mysterious city might just have something useful for the ceremony. Perhaps a certain dress for a certain goddess. Victinius is immediately on board, promising a fair reward for his troubles. As an advance, she hands him a gorgeous magic stone that glows with ambient power. She then asks him to bless the jewel, infusing it with some of her divine energy. Seeing the stone reminds him of the cute little goddess, and he asks Victinius if she likes girly things. She gets a little flustered, admitting that everyone likes pretty things, like rings or necklaces. And that's when it clicks. Our boy realizes this is his chance. Tell me what you want, he insists. He decides he needs to figure out the perfect reward himself, framing it as S request to her. With that, he announces he's going to check on Zack, and leaves a very bewildered goddess behind. Victinius is left blushing, her mind racing. He asked me what I wanted, right? She's totally flustered by this unexpected development, but also a little excited, wondering what kind of gift he's planning. Just as she's lost in her thoughts, Masaru pops back in, scaring her half to death. You're still here? He asks. Turns out our main man accepted the quest without actually knowing where to go. Classic. He then flexes his ridiculous skills, pulling up a map of the entire country. With the destination now clearly marked, the target location is wild. A flourishing city deep underground, hidden within a massive lake where the flow of magic is completely cut off. Thread City. It's brilliant. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. A few days later, we've Zack getting absolutely obliterated by the world's most intense personal trainer, Captain Eldam. This dude is screaming about warrior bodies while Zack is basically a puddle of misery, unable to even move. He's thinking, isn't this just bullying? Of course the fan club is watching from the sidelines. Adelina is worried sick, telling everyone to go easy on him because she likes him just the way he is. Aww. But Eldam is completely unhinged, basically saying his training is a twisted form of respect. The more he likes you, the more pain he inflicts, which is a choice. Just then, our main man Masaru strolls in, completely oblivious, just happy to see his crew getting along. The girls immediately get flustered. Tifa is still trying to process Eldam's backwards logic, wondering why Zack is getting the special treatment. And in a beautiful moment of solidarity, Liliana and Tifa realize they're both just here to help their master. The rivalry melts away, replaced by the power of mutual simping. Eldam finally reveals he's heard about some demon beast trouble, but that's not the real reason he's here. Nah, this absolute unit is just itching for a rematch. He wants to throw down with Masaru again and isn't gonna miss his chance. But wait, whereas our boy? Turns out, our unsuspecting lead got a quest directly from a god and bounced to the mountains. And he didn't go alone, of course. He brought the best guide in the business, the ever-capable Elena. Cut to the duo, deep in the wilderness, standing before a hidden path. They're on a new adventure, heading into an underground passage. Masaru is blown away, realizing he'd never have found this place by himself. Elena smugly points out that the entrance is basically invisible, and without her, he'd be totally screwed. So, you've been here before? This guy asks. Elena explains that the Dark Elves have diplomatic ties with the folks underground, and part of her job as a guide is basically to babysit Masaru and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. They step inside, and the cavern opens up into a massive, sprawling underground world. It's epic, and Elena lights the way with her staff. Our hopeless hero immediately gets goosebumps, glad that Elena told him to wear something light instead of his clunky armor. She lays out the official mission. It's a mix of diplomacy, tailoring, and a quick shopping trip for silk. But Masaru's brain has already checked out. He spots a glowing mushroom and his ADHD goes into overdrive. A flash mushroom, he shouts, geeking out over how it reacts to magic stones. In seconds, he crafts a freaking awesome magic lantern. Elena looks on, genuinely impressed for once. This guy is immediately distracted by another shiny object, and Elena has to physically drag him back to the mission. He protests, arguing that taking detours and exploring is the whole point of an adventure. He even asks Alina if she ever just chills out and enjoys the scenery on a mission. She gets all flustered, admitting that maybe once or twice, but this is different. She tries to regain control, telling him to keep his exploring in moderation. So naturally, he immediately finds a bizarre flying manafish trapped in a crystal and adds it to his collection. He then wanders off and pokes something that is definitely not a mushroom. It's elastic? Alina's danger sense goes berserk. "Don't touch that," she screams, as the camera reveals they've stumbled into a colossal spider web, and then they descend. An army of giant, multi-eyed spiders drops from the ceiling, and Masaru's soul just vacates the premises. He panics and yeets one of the spiders away with a kick. A Hygiene spider. This is against the rules. He shrieks, completely losing his mind because he hates spiders. He begs Alina to do something as the creatures start pulsing with dark magic, but our reliable guide makes a grave mistake and gets snagged by the webbing. The sticky threads pull tight, putting her outfit under some serious strain. And what is Masaru thinking in this life-death moment? His brain short-circuits into a chorus of panicked perverts, all focused on Alina's wardrobe malfunction. He snaps out of it for a second, but is still too busy screaming about his arachnophobia to be of any real use. As more spiders close in, a flash of steel suddenly slices through the web, freeing Alina. A mysterious samurai-look dude appears, asking if they're safe. The hero tells them to run, but Masaru, whose priorities are a national disaster, is actually mad that this guy ruined the precious moment. Then, our boy trolls the newcomer, pointing out his sword didn't actually cut the web, it just got tangled. The samurai's face is a mask of pure shock as he realizes he's stuck. Before he can even process his failure, the web snaps tight, and he gets yeeted towards the ceiling. Masaru and Alina just watch him go. She just deadpans, "Me too?" Their would-be savior is now completely gift-wrapped, screaming for someone to save him. Our duo just looks at each other, totally bewildered. The universe is asking a simple question. Are you here to help or to be helped? Alright, let's dive right into the chaos. Our boy finds himself face to face with a dude completely gift-wrapped in spider silk, screaming for his life. The guy, who is clearly having the worst day ever, begs for help, offering to do literally anything. Our main man is ready to throw down, but there's just one tiny problem. They hero weapons. But Alina, she just smirks and says, "Here, take this." Without missing a beat, she casually materializes a sword the size of a surfboard out of thin air. The webbed-up dude's brain completely short-circuits. He recognizes it as an item box, skill, and his own handiwork, a practice blade he forged but never actually used. Welp, looks like today is the perfect opportunity for a field test. Suddenly, it's an all-out war against these eight-legged freaks. Alina moves like a blur, an absolute whirlwind of destruction, while this absolute unit is struggling just to keep up. His soul is practically screaming, "I can't do this anymore." But somehow, by some miracle, they pull through. The cave floor is littered with defeated arachnids, and our heroes take a much-needed breather. The blacksmith dude is panting, admitting he really hates spiders. Meanwhile, Masaru inspects his new weapon. It's a bit weird, feels more like it pulls than cuts, but hey, it gets the job done, and that's what counts. Alina explains it's a special perk from his Forest Watcher skill. All he needs to do is grind a few more levels in swordsmanship and appraisal to unlock its true, shape-shifting potential. Before they can dive into skill trees, they notice the bandit they captured is just completely passed out in the middle of a monster cave. This guy's priorities are unhinged. They decide to take a break and figure out what to do with him. Masaru is still reeling from the fact that his skills can evolve like this, while our blacksmith friend is still tied up and pondering his own skills. A delicious aroma suddenly wafts through the cave. Everyone's head snaps in the same direction. Is that food? Oh, it's not just food. Our boy has whipped up a gourmet-looking pizza in the middle of a dungeon. This absolute unit is flexing his cooking skills with goat cheese and seafood. The blacksmith is utterly bewildered. He explains he was just working, fell asleep, and then woke up to a bandit trying to sick spiders on them. Masaru's like, "Hold up, I saved you twice, my friend." He clarifies that the bandit tried to rob them, which is what ticked off the spiders in the first place, and that's when the blacksmith drops a bomb. "If those spiders were yearly, then I apologize." Wait, what? The spiders are friendly? The bandit wakes up at the worst possible moment, demanding more cheese, only to get shut down. Alina confirms it. The spiders are allies of the folks who live in the underground city. The blacksmith, whose name is Futa, realizes Masaru must be an insect tamer, a custom from his clan. The gears in our hero's head start turning. Futa formally introduces himself as part of an insect tamer family that coexists with spiders and moth demons underground. And just like that, it all clicks for Masaru. The special silk thread he's been hearing about comes from these very insects. Our unsuspecting lead immediately panics, thinking he just obliterated a bunch of friendly neighborhood spiders. But Futa waves it off. Turns out those specific spiders had gone rogue and started attacking people. So he was planning on dealing with them anyway. No harm, no foul. He even pays respects to his fallen ally. Futa speculates that the Demon King's influence might be spreading, causing the local wildlife to go crazy. After proper introductions, Masaru reveals their epic quest, their messengers sent to establish relations with the underground. Futa is floored. A messenger? For a new nation? He thinks it's a joke. Then Masaru drops the other shoe. The request came directly from Victinias, the goddess of creation. And Futa absolutely loses it, cackling with laughter. He calls the idea hopeless, convinced no one underground would ever believe such a ridiculous story. But when Masaru says they're going anyway, Futa's tune changes instantly. He enthusiastically volunteers to be their guide, saying it's the least he can do. What a dependable guy. He gives a confident thumbs up, ready to accept the quest on behalf of his entire clan. As they walk, Futa cheekily asks if Masaru is on good terms with Alina, noting that demons and humans have a long history. Our hopeless hero gets flustered, stammering that dark elves are beautiful as he sneaks a glance at Alina. Futa wholeheartedly agrees, pointing out that Alina is exceptionally well built. Just then Masaru's communication tablet pings. A message from the goddess herself pops up reading, "Do you like dark elves?" Masaru's soul leaves his body in pure terror. The others are just confused, with Futa guessing he's texting his lover. Our main man has to clarify that no, he's actually talking to the goddess Victinias. Futa is stunned, realizing the joke was actually the stone-cold truth. Before Masaru can even process this, another message arrives from the petty goddess. "I don't think I lose in terms of being pretty though." Even Futa has to admit, the goddess on the screen is an absolute smoke show. And that's the final straw. Masaru snaps. He starts yelling at the tablet, telling the useless goddess to stop interrupting him while he's working on HER request. He tells her to go monitor the Demon King case instead of trolling him. Having successfully yelled at a deity, the group continues on, and Futa announces they've arrived. And what an arrival it is. Before them lies a breathtaking, sprawling city built inside the massive cavern, complete with Japanese-style architecture. The view is absolutely spectacular. Welcome, the underground city. Alright, let's dive in. Up in God Plain, Era's having a complete and total meltdown while watching our boy on her divine monitor. She absolutely shrieks, "What kind of working is this?" The other goddesses are just chilling, trying to calm her down. Era gets all flustered, insisting it's not that she doesn't trust him, but her face is redder than a stop sign. She then tries to play it cool, leaning in with a wink and saying, "Era is a good girl, so you know what I mean, right?" "Yeah, we know what you mean, you're jealous as hell." The other goddesses immediately start gossiping that our main man is getting way too friendly with Alina, and Era's jealousy is so potent it literally prints the words "pissed off" across her chest. But the tea party gets cut short when a new, much more serious goddess named Hera shows up. She announces that Zeus and herself have appeared because the world is in trouble. She gets straight to business, saying she needs to discuss the Onion King. She gives Masaru a passing grade for his work so far, but basically says he needs to step it up and deliver better results. ASAP. No pressure, my dude. Meanwhile, back on Earth, our unsuspecting lead and his crew have finally arrived at their destination, the underground city of Kakureha. And this place is an absolute vibe, looking like a lost city from ancient Japan. Masaru's soul basically leaves his body in pure bliss. The guy is so overwhelmed by the harmony of the place that he feels like he's finally come home. Their guide, Futa, asks him if he knows the culture and Masaru points out it feels kinda like Japan. Futa explains that the city is a cultural melting pot, founded by immigrants from the Western continent who basically blended all their styles together. But our boy, being the practical craftsman he is, immediately spots a problem. He's like, "Hold up, this is an underground lake. Why are all the houses made of wood?" He points out that the humidity should be causing all this wood to mold and rot into oblivion. Futa just laughs it off, saying they aren't craftsmen, so who cares about logic? He explains it's not about practicality. It's about remembering the warmth of the earth they left behind. It's all about the feeling, man. He says they feel the same blood as the dark elves, a connection to nature that they get from the trees. This whole philosophy is what makes the city feel alive and breathing. Masaru has to admit it's pretty stylish. This absolute unit has a moment of clarity. Realizing that convenience isn't everything, he's ready to ditch the quest for a bit and go full tourist mode to see what the city can do. But Futa immediately shuts that down, reminding him they're still on a mission. Step 1. Report to the higher-ups that they obliterated those spiders. Futa then reveals the whole spider incident is being kept under wraps, so they're free to chill and enjoy the city. He then immediately tries to steer them away from a specific area, saying there's nothing interesting up ahead. Super shady. Of course, that just makes our heroes want to go there even more. Suddenly, some guards Futa, congratulating him on his work in the district. They thank him for making the area safe again. They even offer to throw a party for him later, but Futa politely declines, and while he's distracted, Masaru and the girls just bolt right past him and the guards. Futa's face is pure panic as he screams at them to stop. He catches up, completely bewildered, asking what on earth they're doing. Our boy doesn't miss a beat. Declaring he's a messenger who needs to see the important person Futa reports to. Futa is just stunned into silence, realizing this guy was actually serious the whole time. Just then, a voice cuts through the chaos, yelling so noisy. A woman appears, demanding to know what all the racket is about right outside the patriarchal conference tower. She completely dresses down Futa, who can only apologize for the trouble. Futa quickly explains that the man over there, Masaru, is the one who saved him from the demon spider. The chief, because of course this intimidating woman is the chief, is skeptical. She's heard rumors about him following Futa around. Elena steps up to confirm his story, adding the little detail that he's a messenger from God. The chief processes this. On one hand, he saved her subordinate and has a rare skill like spatial storage. On the other hand, messenger from God sounds like total nonsense. She admits that while the stories have some truth, it's a ridiculous claim. Realizing he's about to be kicked out, our hero decides it's time for the ultimate flex. He declares he'll show them undeniable proof, and then pulls out a giant pot and starts cooking. Everyone is bewildered as he calls it an advanced ritual art, explaining that minor mistakes are fatal. After a few tense moments, he triumphantly yells pot time, and a massive crab materializes in the boiling water. But wait, there's more! A black portal rips open above the pot, and from a pillar of light, the goddess Era herself descends. She has arrived not for a divine proclamation, but for the giant crab. Without hesitation, she grabs a leg, declares itadakimasu, and prepares to chow down, completely ignoring the stunned mortals. The chief's jaw hits the floor. She recognizes this scene from the god's inauguration ceremony. This is a real, legitimate goddess, who is currently acting like a hungry tourist. The divinity is undeniable. The chief finally turns back to Masaru, now fully convinced he's the real deal. But then she politely asks him to leave, explaining that they're a little busy dealing with a berserk insect infestation. Apparently, the crazed spiders that attacked Futa were just the beginning. The whole underground cave is swarming with them. It's a massive problem that could take weeks to get under control. Hearing this, our main man sees his chance. He casually offers to defeat all the berserk insects for them. He figures it's a quick way to earn some major impression points with the locals. The guards are immediately offended, thinking this guy is mocking the sacrifices they've made. But the chief and Futa are more pragmatic. They saw him take on 6 spiders without breaking a sweat. Futa estimates his strength is on par with the 5th seed of their elite warriors. The chief declares that this boy's arrival must be a gift from the heavens. In the background, Era, the actual heavenly gift, is just demanding more sesame-flavored sauce for her crab. With that settled, a new plan is formed. Masaru will take command of Futa's unit and lead the charge against the bugs. The chief gives them their primary objective. They are to join the operation to capture a rare monster, a giant, electrically charged silkworm moth. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Our boy Masaru has just in a new underground city, but instead of a welcome party, he's getting dragged straight into some high-stakes corporate drama. And what's with that giant red mark on his face? Oh, just a friendly love tap. From a god, with a crab. After a quick briefing on the tower's political nightmare, our main man is heading to the top floor for a clan leaders' council. Turns out this whole city is run by 2 rival clans who basically hate each other's guts. The Fuga and the Iga. And speaking of guts, the head of the Iga clan, this ridiculously grumpy old lady named Uka, is already giving them the stink eye from the top of the stairs. She is clearly not a morning person. She starts grilling them about their delay, but her worries sound more like a passive-aggressive complaint. Masaru, never one to read the room, immediately trolls her by acting shocked that they're involving a surface dweller like himself in their secret operation. The sarcasm is practically dripping off him. Uka's face goes from grumpy to full-on thundercloud. She calls him a reckless chairman and questions if his brain is even turned on, yelling about information security. While Futa tries to play peacemaker, Uka is still fuming about Masaru bringing his dark elf pals along. Meanwhile, her own goons spurring in the back like high schoolers, confirming that yeah, these 2 clans absolutely despise one another. What a shocker. So here's the deal. The Fuga clan breeds giant, creepy spiders, and the Iga clan raises majestic silkworm moths. To stop them from tearing each other apart over market share, they share power, electing a chairman from alternating clans. It's like the world's most dysfunctional homeowners association. Our boy just shrugs, thinking about how he used to argue with his old boss all the time back Japan. Some things are universal, I guess. He flashes back to his old manager, a stubborn geezer who once gave him the most ridiculous task ever. This guy literally told Masaru to go door to door in the middle of nowhere and ask people what they wanted him to stock. Our hero's soul nearly left his body at the sheer absurdity of it, but it turned out to be a genius, roundabout way of forcing him to build relationships with the locals. A masterclass in social engineering, really. Suddenly we're back to the present crisis. Futa drops the bomb. 3 days ago, the silkworm facility got swarmed by crazed bugs. Then, a kaiju-sized moth escaped. They've been fighting it ever since. But the biggest, baddest one is still on the loose. Uka immediately starts pointing fingers, demanding a better plan. Futa bites back, revealing she has a new report from a witness. And the report is wild. The caretaker saw some black, shadowy gunk swallow a bug, and then a hand popped out of it. We get a glimpse of the chaos pure nightmare fuel as some shady figure makes a run for it. Uka is bewildered, asking what kind of curse this is, but it's not a curse. The bug just went completely berserk. Realizing this sounds exactly like the work of his evil clone, Masaru cuts to the chase. You guys short on fighters? Futa just grimly tells him to look for himself, and the view is not great. The floor below is a makeshift hospital filled with battered and broken warriors. They managed to trap the giant silk moth, but it cost them 40% of their fighting force, including their top-tier badasses. The current chairman admits that trapping the beast was the absolute limit of their power. If that thing breaks free, this entire city is toast. Uka snaps, insisting this moth is special, and they need to go all out, but our main man sees right through it. This old lady is terrified of losing face and having her ancestors roast her in the afterlife. The warriors who got wrecked were around level 20 or 30, basically fodder for our guy. So this absolute unit walks right up to the fuming clan leader, pats her on the shoulder like she's a kid, and casually says, "Don't worry, I can probably do this myself." Oka's brain short-circuits. You outsider, she can't comprehend the sheer audacity. Masaru is treating a city-ending monster like just another Tuesday, even comparing it to his nemesis, Lancelot. Wait. Did he say Lancelot? The name makes a heavily bandaged warrior at the top of the stairs freeze. Everyone turns. Masaru is confused. Who's this guy? The bandaged man introduces himself. Zanji, first seat of the warrior command. He's the top dog. Even though he looks like a mummy, Zanji insists he can still fight. The moth that wrecked him uses lightning magic. Uka starts yelling at him to stand tall, calling him the pride of the Iga clan, but Zanji hits her with a hard question about his fight with Lancelot. It was a no-rules slugfest, and Zanji admits Lancelot let him win. Masaru is floored. You won? Zanji both start laughing, though Zanji nearly cracks his ribs doing it. Masaru tells him to chill out, but Zanji reveals he has a healing skill. He knows Lancelot well. In fact, he's fought Lancelot in a tournament every year for a decade, and lost every single time. He respects the guy immensely, which is why he knows he's just a soldier compared to a true hero. And with that, he looks Masaru dead in the eye and asks the million-dollar question. Will you protect this city for us? Uka is stunned into silence. Zanji then drops a philosophical bomb on the old lady, asking her what's more important. Dusty old history, or the people living and breathing right now. She calls him a fool, but you can see the gears turning in her head. She's been checked. Masaru just smiles. Maybe this stubborn old bat has a heart after all. But the touching moment is obliterated by a messenger screaming that the monster is breaking loose. It's covered in black lightning and is way more powerful now. The room erupts in panic. The seal is about to shatter. Without missing a beat, it unleashes a mighty silence and takes charge. She starts barking orders. Evacuate the citizens, get the remaining soldiers ready, and then she turns to Masaru, putting the entire crisis on his shoulders. Our hero just gives a cool, confident nod, and then he flashes that signature, unhinged grin. Of course, he even flexes, saying he could probably beat Lancelot now. The sheer confidence is infectious. Uka looks bewildered, Sarah starts prepping potions, and the plan is officially in motion. Masaru doesn't care how crazy the plan is, as long as it's a plan. With a fist pump, he drops his iconic line. Time to wake up and go shopping. Let's do this. Alright, let's dive right in. Our boy and his crew are standing in front of a massive, sealed-up cave. The locals explain they trapped of silkmoth spiders inside this solid rock tomb, but now, they've conveniently carved a tiny man-sized hole and are like, "Alright Masaru-sama, your turn. Go capture it." Our man is understandably a little hesitant, because the second he peeks inside, he's greeted by this absolute nightmare fuel. A colossal moth monster that radiates pure, unadulterated dread. Our unsuspecting lead is completely floored. He was expecting some big spiders, not Godzilla's angrier, fluffier cousin. One of his companions just pats him on the back like, "Surely for a god's hero, this is just another Tuesday, right?" Wrong. So very wrong. Realizing he's about to be yeeted into the afterlife, this guy slams on the brakes and calls for an immediate time out. Strategy time. He is not about to become practice ammo for whatever that thing is. Turns out this unholy beast is a silkworm, an immortal insect that's been chilling in this cave for hundreds of years. He immediately asks the important question. Immortal doesn't mean it can't be killed, right? Thankfully no, it just has a ridiculously long lifespan. Okay, crisis slightly averted. Being the only one with a functioning brain cell right now, asks for a map, and what do you know, this whole cave system used to be a massive silkmoth breeding facility. It's a series of gigantic, interconnected chambers. A light bulb goes off in our hero's head. He remembers a little something called a dust explosion, and starts cooking up a ridiculously chaotic plan. The plan is simple but insane. Create a massive explosion but use air magic and a barrier to contain the blast, preventing a total cave-in. It's a high-tech, high-risk maneuver, and he can't do it alone. The locals, however, are completely on board. If it means protecting their city, they're ready to do whatever this guy says. Our main man is fired up. He knows this dust explosion is the biggest play they've got, and it's going to take every single person to pull it off. The plan gets relayed to the top brass. A messenger interrupts the city council meeting to inform Chairwoman Fuko that Masaru's preparations are a go. The operation to capture the silkmoth is starting now. She confirms with the other clan heads, who all seem to be on the same page. Well, almost everyone. One grumpy old geezer, Lord Fudo, grumbles about trusting an outsider, but ultimately agrees. It's the Iga clan way after all. With the leadership aligned, they issue an evacuation warning to the city. Back at the cave, it's go time. Masaru and his crew are ready to dive headfirst into the belly of the beast. And so, the operation begins. The team stares down the giant silkmoth and its legion of creepy-crawly spider guards. The elf warrior Elena and the ninja Futa brace for impact, and our boy leads the charge with a look of pure determination. The silkmoth immediately drops a massive egg sac from its abdomen, but our hero just smirks. Just as planned. I'm counting on all of you. The sac bursts open, unleashing a tidal wave of skittering spiders. The frontline troops immediately bolt to form a defensive line. We won't let them through. Without missing a beat, Alina and her squad become a whirlwind of death. They slice through the spider horde, holding the line with absolute precision. Alina stands as an unmovable wall, her blade a blur as she protects the main team. She lays out the strategy. They'll hold off the spiders while Masaru and his troops push deeper. Their intel suggests the big moth is targeting our boy specifically, so if he moves, it'll follow. This absolute unit will be the bait. Suddenly, the giant silkmoth powers up, conjuring 4 menacing orbs of dark energy, but the frontline soldiers are ready. Believe in Masaru-sama, they yell, planting strange devices into the ground. The monster unleashes a massive lightning storm, but the bolts are instantly drawn to the devices. Bui di dait. The soldiers are ecstatic. This guy actually invented lightning rods. It's a risky prototype, but it works perfectly. Our hero looks on, impressed with his own work. The only flaw is that the rods drain mana like crazy, so the crew has to scramble to switch them out after each blast. They work like a well-oiled machine, replacing the spent rods before the next attack hits. Meanwhile, another unit uses earth magic to patch up the ground, and everyone's wearing insulated suits from worm hide. Our boy can't help but think his production skills are completely broken. You think? He finally reaches the main cavern, and the sheer scale of the silkmoth is breathtaking. The plan is to lure it even deeper, but how exactly are they supposed to move a monster that big? The soldiers back at the entrance are having a collective panic attack. Turns out, Iroh just kinda wandered off during the strategy meeting after saying, "Alright, we're good to go." They can't tell if he's a genius or a complete idiot. The silkmoth, realizing its lightning is getting trolled, decides to switch tactics. By headbutting the lightning rods into oblivion, it just starts ramming its face into the equipment. Then things get even more unhinged. The giant moth turns and starts attacking their silkmoths in the cave. The soldiers are completely bewildered. Why would you attack your own kind? They scream. Right before the monster turns its attention to the entrance, it smashes the boulder sealing the cave, clearly trying to make a break for it. But just as it's about to escape, a gigantic stone hand erupts from the ground and grabs it. It's giant. The construct wrestles with the beast, holding it back with immense power. The soldiers recognize the magic instantly. There's only one person who can pull off a move this epic. Seat Zanji. The man himself appears looking smug as ever. He cackles that the outsider Masaru really knows how to push people around. Turns out, Zanji was critically wounded, but our boy used a healing spell to forcefully wake him up. Zanji explains that Masaru basically revived him, yelled get to work, and shoved him into the fight, correctly guessing they'd need some heavy firepower to push the silkmoth back into the cave. With a roar, Zanji flexes his magic, using the stone giant to manhandle the monster. He shoves it deeper and deeper into the cavern system, but he admits this is all he can do. He's just buying time. He looks at another silkmoth and says, "The rest is up to you to lead it." Then, he lets out a massive roar. "This your big moment. Futa." The camera snaps to Futa, who draws his sword, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated resolve. He's to leap into battle. And from a safe distance, our boy Masaru watches with a grin. This was his plan all along. "Show us what you've got, Futa." Alright, so the crew is staring down the gullet of a cavern. And what do they see? A kaiju-sized silkworm moth being led on a merry chase by a single dude with a glowing lure. Apparently, this was all part of some outsider's ridiculous plan. Backing up a bit, the rest of the squad was having a mild panic attack about this whole strategy. One of them nervously points out they've never even seen this Futa guy fight before. But our main man Masaru had apparently vouched for him, calling him a special case. Which in this world usually means completely unhinged. Flashback to the planning session. Our boy is in a medical room, patching up Futa with some of his shady, healing magic. Futa's ready to roll, but Masaru needs more firepower. He asks this absolute unit to introduce him to some other strong fighters, but Futa, with peak protagonist energy, just scoffs and says he can handle it himself. Masaru has to spell it out for him. The plan is to lure the giant moth into a massive cavern so they can trigger a catastrophic dust explosion. For that they need a guide. A very, very fast guide. He's even got a special lure lamp, courtesy of some breeder, and is practically begging Futa to be the bait. The peanut gallery is losing their minds. Futa is one of the elite, the 5th seat. But they saw him get completely styled on by that spider monster earlier. Masaru just smirks, explaining that Futa was holding back. Turns out this guy has the most anime weakness of all time. He's terrible when it comes to emotions and women. Pathetic and perfect. Back in the present, the elf and her crew are watching this all go down, realizing Futa never used his signature skill before. This is why he usually gets solo missions. His power is just that chaotic. And the name of that skill? Speed Sustain. And then Futa just activates it. He goes from 0 to 1,000, becoming a literal human missile carving a trench through the ground. See? This skill burns mana instead of stamina, making it perfect for an insane long-distance kite mission like this. And through some brutal training, this guy has pushed it to the next level. He doesn't even need to accelerate anymore. He just hits top speed. We see him effortlessly weaving in front of the giant moth, a blur of motion just baiting the beast deeper into the trap. His skill is described as lightning fast, and frankly, that feels like an understatement. He's a comet with a sword. He zips past the final corridor, entering the kill zone. The operation is officially in its final phase. The plan is simple. Trap the moth and bring the whole cave down on it. At the other end, our boy Masaru is waiting, casually admitting he was only half expecting Futa to actually pull it off. But here he comes, with the giant angry bug right on his 6. Masaru gets a cold look in his eyes. No mercy this time. Not like with the spider. Futa grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with intensity. Prepare yourselves. I shall take them all. Your wings. He plants his feet, readying a swing that looks way too far away to possibly connect. Masaru's companions are bewildered. What the hell is he doing? But our main man knows exactly what's up. Futa has pushed his speed to the absolute limit and expanded his skill's effect straight into the swing of his sword. The silkworm moth just vanishes in a storm of slashes. It's a secret sword art, 1,000 slashes packed into a single instant. Nothing can escape its reach. He calls it the Ninety. Fold returned. The monster is absolutely shredded, a flurry of cuts reducing its wings to confetti. Futa collapses to one knee panting. The skill took too much out of him, and he only managed to sever one wing completely. But it's enough. The rest is up to you, he gasps. And that's Masaru's cue. This guy throws his hands out, using air magic to trap all the dust in the air inside a magical membrane around the grounded moth. With a spark of ignition magic, he yells, "Take this!" The entire cavern erupts. First the dust cloud ignites, then the chain reaction kicks in. It's a full-blown, catastrophic explosion. The blast is way bigger than our hero anticipated, and it's draining his mana like a leaky faucet. He can't sustain it. His mana bottoms out and he just collapses. The shockwave rips through the cave, a tidal wave of heat and force. Masaru is getting absolutely cooked, his throat burning and his eyes stinging from the heat. Futa watches, realizing they would have been toast without this insane plan. Masaru was their only shot. The city is saved, probably. Futa's only real concern at this point is whether or not his underwear survived the blast. A true man of priorities. Just as he's being hailed as a hero, a voice cuts through the smoke. "Hey, you're alive, Wasup, Futa?" It's our boy, casually waving from the epicenter of the inferno. And right behind him is the still very much alive silkworm moth. "Let's grab something tasty when we get back to town." Masaru, seeing the monster behind him, has the most priceless, face in history. The entire crew's jaws hit the floor. No way. No freaking way. The moth is not only alive, but it's now surrounded by these shady-looking black orbs of energy. Our main man finally puts it together. The moth was using air manipulation magic this whole time. That's how it was flying with busted wings. The monster lunges, ready for round 2. But then, it falters. Realizing he's not the only one running on empty, Masaru grins. The moth is out of mana too. Looks like we're even now, he declares. So naturally, this guy decides the only logical next step is to charge in and punch it. He squares up, ready to throw a right hook to finish this thing off. But the moth just walks right past him. It completely ignores our hopeless hero, its eyes set on the exit. This is bad. If that thing escapes, all their work was for nothing. Futa is too wrecked to move, and Masaru is out of mana for any big spells. All he has is his spatial inventory, which is basically a magical fanny pack of holding. He desperately starts pulling stuff out, looking for anything that could work. He summons a pile of junk from the last dungeon swords, a shield, a broken cart, and then he sees it. A tricycle axle stuck to the moth's wing. It's made of demonkin metal. A slow, unhinged grin spreads across Masaru's face. He remembers the moth's electric attacks, and the metallic tools attached to its body. He starts cackling, yelling at the monster. "Don't tell me the Demon King skipped mystery class?" Without missing a beat, our boy yeets the metal axle directly at the silkworm moth. That means silkworm moth-chan. Yes, finished. Alright, let's get this party started. The silkworm is pinned, but our boy Masaru knows this ain't over. He's grinning like a madman, realizing his ridiculous plan actually worked. If the monster didn't have electric magic, he'd be toast. Futa, on the other hand, is completely bewildered, wondering what our main man could possibly do now that the bug is just stuck. But then, the unsuspecting lead's face twists into sheer terror as he screams, "Wait! Hold on!" His entire crew is just staring, completely lost. What does that expression even mean? It's not helping, my dude. Suddenly, the pinned silkworm begins to convulse, letting out a horrific groan as dark energy explodes from its body. It still has this much power left? Masaru knows this is it, his one and only shot. With a chaotic roar, the beast rips itself free from the iron spikes and charges forward with ludicrous speed. Futa's jaw hits the floor. That thing is as fast as he is. The monster is on him in a nanosecond, but this absolute unit just smirks. This is exactly what he was waiting for. It's time for the grand finale. Masaru roars, "Final attack," and unleashes his enhancement magic, trapping the bug in a sphere of power. The silkworm is probably thinking, "Really, bro? A little bubble?" But our hero was playing 5D chess this whole time. He wasn't enhancing the electricity. He was enhancing the magnetic field. Our boy then drops a casual elementary school science lesson on everyone about how electricity and coiled wires create a magnetic field. The electricity flowing through the monster's iron-laced body turned it into a giant, living electromagnet. And since magic here is basically just pure willpower, all he had to do was understand the principle to crank that magnet up to an ungodly level. With a final, epic declaration, he yells "It Indias" like this. Instantly, every single iron weapon in the cavern surround and rockets back towards the silkworm like a swarm of angry hornets. But that's just the appetizer. This guy decides to pull all the iron ore straight out of the cave walls. The entire cavern begins to shake and crumble as literal tons of rock are ripped from the ceiling, all converging on the monster. Masaru gets a little philosophical, saying he's just a modern guy standing on the shoulders giants. Then, he strikes a pose and gives the silkworm a final message for its boss. "Give my regards to the demon lord, and tell him to study," and then he just obliterates it. A literal mountain of stone and iron collapses directly on top of the silkworm, crushing it under thousands of tons of pressure. The debris even forms a massive stone fist for one last, epic punch. The rest of the team is absolutely losing their minds, screaming for Masaru, staring at the tomb of rubble where their friends just were. They're about to have a collective heart attack, but then they hear voices coming from deep inside the pile. And who emerges from the chaos but our boy himself, carrying Futa like sack of groceries. Futa is already complaining. "I told you I was fine, you could have held me more gently." The entire squad erupts in cheers, just relieved their chaotic duo is alive. Everyone mobs them, happy to see Masaru is okay, even if he looks like he's about to pass out. The elf queen correctly points out that using enhancement magic twice has pushed him way past his limits, and that's Futa's cue to start snitching. He tells everyone how Masaru just stood there while the cave collapsed, and when Futa rushed in to save him, our hero had the nerve to say, "You're too slow, come save me faster." Then he apparently dusted himself off and said, "See? All according to plan." The two immediately start bickering, like an old married couple. Masaru takes a moment to be serious, thanking the team and saying none of this would have been possible without them. The old-timers just breathe a sigh of relief. Our main man admits he's no Lancelot. He just builds tools for others to fight with, and that's his weakness. But the elf queen shuts that down immediately. She tells him that weakness is his greatest strength because it lets him bestow power upon others, which is exactly how their awesome multi-species city came to be. He gets pretty flustered, the very forward compliment. With the battle won, they're all ready to head home as heroes. But wait, Masaru can still feel a faint pulse of magic from the silkworm. It's still alive. Realizing he can't leave it here, he pulls out his divine map with a mischievous grunt. Time to troll the gods. Cut to the divine realm, where the gods are having a boring meeting. Victinias is being pestered by notifications from Masaru. She's about to lose her temper when she reads the message. The underground situation is resolved. She's stunned. Then another message pops up, a request to sync inventory. Annoyed, she just accepts it to shut him up. Big mistake. An enormous, mangled pile of rock, iron, and half-dead monster is instantly teleported into the divine meeting chamber, completely obliterating their conference table. Victinias is having a full-blown aneurysm, while the goddess next to her is dying of laughter. But this chaos attracts a new player. A shady-looking god steps forward, a smug grin on his face. He notes that this creature has been altered by the Demon King himself. This, he realizes, might be the perfect clue to finally uncover the truth behind this new, unidentified Demon King, who dares to challenge the gods. Lie. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Up in the heavens, the gods are doing some serious data analysis. A goddess has just finished extracting some special magical energy from a monster, and the results are interesting. She presents the findings to the big man himself, Zeus, who looks completely unfazed. He's like, yeah, I know. Saw this coming a mile away. Turns out, this whole thing is tied to the shady chief deity of Astra, and Zeus has already been cooking up a plan. The goddess, not to be outdone, snaps to attention, declaring she's got her own countermeasures ready to go. First on the to-do list, get our boy Masaru in the loop. She's confident her defensive barriers can handle whatever the Demon King yeets at them. But for now, she decides to let the people enjoy the moment. Let them have their victory party. And boy, are they celebrating. The entire city is living it up, basking in the newfound peace. Kids are playing, people are cheering, and the whole place is just radiating good vibes. A well-deserved party after all that insanity. Flash forward 3 days later, and the party's over. We're in the underground city, where apparently Masaru village, the one with the dark elves, is in some kind of trouble. We meet a new guy, Futa, who's on the hunt for our main man. He's hearing epic tales about Masaru all over town, which only makes him more desperate to find the guy. He's checking all the usual spots, but our hero is nowhere to be found. Futa finally stumbles upon Masaru's crew, but instead of finding a war council, he finds them lazing under a blanket-covered table. They introduce him to the pinnacle of human invention, the kotatsu, a magical heated table that's perfect for lounging. Futa is both bewildered and intrigued. The girls are buzzing about Masaru's ridiculous skills, but Futa is more interested in the kotatsu's design. He lifts the blanket, and his eyes go wide. He realizes the fabric was specifically designed to be thin enough to appreciate the view. He immediately cackles, as expected of Masaru-sama. The girls are mortified, and he gets tickled as payback for being a shameless pervert. After the chaos down, he asks again, where did our boy go? Turns out, our main man mentioned something about finalizing a trade negotiation at the council tower, so Futa bolts over there immediately. He bursts and finds Masaru chilling with the town leadership. Futa apologizes for barging in, explaining he was tasked with bringing Masaru to the warrior corpse. The elder says the main deal is already settled, so they can wait. But our boy drops an absolute bombshell. This wasn't just any deal. He casually announces, it's the founding of a nation. Futa's soul just leaves his body. He completely snaps, screaming, "Gwai would you keep such an important matter a secret?" The dark elf explains that the elders approved the new nation as a way to repay their debt to Masaru. The trade deal is actually their first act of foreign policy, establishing relations with Winteria. They want to buy silk thread for a festival. But there's a problem. The local artisans are booked solid for the next 2 years. Our hero, ever the problem solver, decides to compromise. If they can't deliver finished fabric, they'll just deliver the thread for now. He then reveals his past life as a jack-of-all-trades handyman, which means he knows a thing or two about production. He offers to help, but first he wants a tour of their silk factory. He frames it as an investment opportunity, and they immediately agree. Smooth. They head down to the underground fabric factory. Masaru is genuinely surprised to see they have looms. He thought everything was woven by hand. He watches one of the workers using a pretty basic setup. It's a simple, manual process. Futa remarks that it's trickier than it looks, and our boy is impressed. Futa then reveals he's not just a warrior, but a craftsman too, a jack of all trades. Our main man smirks. This guy isn't just some dumb samurai, he's actually useful. He could even be a sparring partner for Lancelot. With these looms, our boy realizes they can move things along much faster. He gets a wicked grin on his face and asks, first, let's deal with the production capacity issue. How about we more than double it? And then, this absolute unit just summons a massive, complex wooden machine out of thin air. Everyone just stares, completely bewildered by the giant wooden box that just appeared. Their minds are officially broken. Masaru casually explains, oh it's a manually operated machine that automates the weaving process. It's a loom from my memory. Watch closely. He hops on the machine and starts working the foot pedals. The loom springs to life, weaving fabric at a ridiculous speed without him even touching the thread. He explains that the foot pedals raise and lower the warp threads, a process they were doing by hand just moments ago. Then he reveals the real game changer, a little piece of wood called a flying shuttle. This bad boy shoots the weft thread across automatically. He breaks it down into a simple, repeatable process that is leagues faster than their old method. Futa is speechless. You're a once-in-a-generation inventor. But our boy just shrugs it off, saying he's just passing on knowledge that's needed. He looks at the stunned faces of the chairwoman and Futa, knowing exactly what they're thinking. With a confident smirk, this guy announces, your Masaru-sama's class isn't over yet. He stands up, ready to drop another bombshell. This time, let's push the era forward another step. To the future, beyond the Industrial Revolution. Alright, let's dive right back into the madness. Our boy has been busy cooking up something that's about to change the game forever. He's not just weaving silk, he's weaving the very fabric of the future, kickstarting the Industrial Revolution single-handedly. Flash forward 3 days. Our main man stands before his magnum opus, grinning like an absolute madman who just invented sliced bread. He's harnessed the power of a river to create hydropower. This absolute unit basically built a full-blown factory underground, planning to power his new automated machines with the sheer force of nature. The locals are gathered, completely bewildered, and when the machines kick on, their jaws hit the floor. The looms are weaving cloth all by themselves. They're trying to figure out what kind of sorcery this is, while our boy just casually explains the basics. He set up a water wheel in the river, which turns an axle connected to gears, which turns a belt that powers the whole setup. It's medieval-era automation, baby. He admits it was tough since he was working off pure theory, but the locals are stunned. They've always associated automation with back-breaking labor, but this guy used his massive brain to make a river do all the work. Someone asks why he didn't just use magic stones, the go-to power source in this world. Our hero gets a bit serious, explaining that magic stones are a finite resource, basically this world's version of fossil fuels. He doesn't want to build their future on something that's just gonna run out. A king with a conscience, you love to see it. He quickly pivots, asking Fuko how the new mass production system is holding up, and her mom, the chairwoman, is practically vibrating with excitement. She's talking about how they can finally fill all their back orders with time to spare. In fact, the surplus is so huge they can start exporting to the entire continent. She's completely struck by his inventions, calling them magnificent. Our boy and Pletty just soak in the praise. The chairwoman is so grateful, she says exporting their goods isn't even enough to repay the favor. She offers to assist with anything he needs, for example his wedding. Our hopeless hero's soul immediately leaves his body. He starts waving his hands frantically, stammering that there's NO on his radar. Of course he glances right at Pletty while saying this, who just gives him a knowing smile. This guy is so bad at hiding it, it's almost painful. He's flustered, trying to explain it's just a difference in species and perspectives. Sure buddy, we believe you. Trying to change the subject at light speed, he brings up a new business idea. He found a special liquid in the underground city that can repair cracks in wood. It's a spider silk-based material that hardens like an epoxy resin, perfect for construction. The man's brain never stops, and his innovative spirit is contagious. One of the kids looks at the rotating gears and realizes the potential. He starts brainstorming other uses like crushing things or moving rods. Our boy is not just building machines, he's inspiring a new generation of engineers. He then pulls Fuko aside to whisper another brilliant, top-secret idea. Whatever it is, she looks seriously intrigued. 2 days later, it's time to head out. The crew is saying their goodbyes to the people of the underground city. It's all very wholesome. They promise to set up a proper thank you ceremony for them later. Pletty is beaming, relieved that her home is safe, all thanks to our main man. But wait. Futa, the samurai dude, suddenly realizes everyone is waving at him too. He completely short-circuits. Hold on, why am I being seen off? Our boy just grins. Turns out this is part of the trade deal. They're doing an engineer exchange program. Futa has been personally selected to go study abroad in Beeskin City. Futa immediately objects, but Masaru just trolls him with a smirk, calling him a worthy rival, and that this is pure nightmare fuel for him. Absolutely savage. The others pile on, teasing him about how he's been visiting the tea house a lot lately to see Ko-san. In the chaos, Futa points at the chairwoman and asks who she is. Turns out she's Fuko's mother. Futa is floored. The woman looks way too young, She reveals she's 39. He snaps and calls them both age fraudsters, and she just roasts him right back about his beard. This whole crew is unhinged. Then Masaru casually drops that according to his status screen, he's 36, Plighty is 23 in human years, and Lancelot is 30. Everyone's age is all over the place, but the banter is cut short by some shocking news. The Dark Elves in Stenson have been wiped out. The city is now apparently filled with peerless beauties, begging for help. Without missing a beat, Futa's warrior spirit ignites. As a man and a warrior, it is his duty to assist them. Our boy just sighs, calling him a pervy turtle hermit type. The bait was just too easy. And with a new, ridiculously simple motivation, the crew sets off for the new land, Vinterelia. Let's go! Fuko's mom watches them leave, proud smile on her face. She knows her son is a bit of a simp, but she's not worried. She believes that gifted people like Masaru shouldn't stay in one place. They need to be out in the world, facing challenges that keep their skills sharp. Staying underground would just make him complacent. She knows this journey is for the best. And honestly, she's looking forward to the chaos. 2 days later, they are in Vinterelia. The city is massive and bustling with life. It's good to be back on home turf. The welcome wagon is already waiting. The bunny girls and the rest of his guildmates are cheering their return. It's welcome, but as our boy approaches his mansion, he spots something odd. There's someone on his balcony serving tea. His brain stutters to a halt. The kids notice him acting super creepy. He's staring because not only is his teacher Ayla there, but so is Victinius, the Delph queen. His mind is just a loop of gooey eye. Victinius takes a calm sip of tea, looks down at him, and drops the most chaotic bombshell imaginable. I've decided I'll be staying in this city for a while. Our hero's face is a perfect mask of pure, unfiltered panic. His home has officially been invaded. A week flashes by, and we open on a peaceful morning at the Vinterelia temple. But inside, things are anything but peaceful. Mei is on a top-secret mission, rummaging through what is clearly not her room. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. "Mei, it's Ryoryu," and she looks less than pleased to find crawling around the master's quarters. Mei tries to play it cool, explaining she crashed here last night. But Ryoryu isn't having it. She clarifies that while Big Bro said Mei could visit, that's not a free pass to go full-on raccoon mode in his room. Mei finally fesses up. She's hunting for a legendary tome called Advanced Shipbuilding Techniques. Apparently, she wants to flex at the upcoming festival boat race, and needs our boy's otherworldly knowledge to do it. She even bribes Ryoryu with the promise of premium sheep's milk from the hot springs, which is apparently an offer you can't refuse. While searching, they stumble upon something way more interesting than a dusty old book. It's a ridiculously ornate box, looking suspiciously like it holds a ring. They immediately start gossiping. It's way too fancy for our main man to wear himself, so who's the lucky lady? Ryoryu shoots down the idea that it's for some ceremony, pointing out the custom design. This, my friends, is a tribute meant for a god. And that's when Mei's brain short-circuits into pure, unhinged genius. She declares, with the confidence of 1,000 suns, that she become a god just to rake in all the sweet offerings from our boy. Ryoryu just stares, calling her a dummy, cause what else can you say to that? Their chaotic scheming is cut short by the door being kicked open. Our unsuspecting lead, Masaru, storms in, absolutely fuming. "Ora! Where's Victinius?" he bellows, accusing them of stealing the prepped crab hot pot he was looking forward to. The girls are busted. Mei tries to philosophize about the fleeting nature of hunger, while Victinius just cackles, saying she loves the chaotic energy around here. In fact, Victinius thinks this lively vibe is a great sign. Ryoryu jumps on that train of thought, agreeing that all this energy means the city is moving forward, that it's developing, and boy is she right. The scene cuts to the streets of Vinterelia, which are absolutely packed with people, more alive than ever before. Blacksmiths are forging steel, elves are chilling, and the whole city is buzzing with activity. This place is practically overflowing with life and energy. The markets are booming, merchants are trading, and there's even a guy with a giant, fluffy ram just hanging out. We find our boy Masaru at the west gate, soaking it all in with a massive grin. He loves this vibe, but there's no time to relax, because this absolute unit is now the city's official tour guide for a bunch of visiting VIPs. It's been a week since grand return from the underground, and construction for the founding ceremony is in full swing. Masaru is swamped, but he admits the city's passion is infectious. Still, there's one thing he just can't wrap his head around. He looks over and sees Victinius being practically worshipped by the common folk. She's got this regal aura about her, and our hero can only sweat drop, realizing the populace is completely under her spell even after she literally stole his dinner. She just pops in, greets some visitors, and then yeets her carriage out of there. Back on tour duty, this guy is showing around some seriously snooty-looking dignitaries. They're judging every little thing, trying to see if Venturalia is a divine city. First stop, the public baths. The moment they see the massive, magnificent hot springs, their jaws hit the floor. This is development on a whole new level. Next is the guest manor, with an architectural style so elegant it makes the guests question everything they thought they knew about fine design. But the real kicker, a flushing toilet. One of the dignitaries completely loses his mind, his soul leaving his body as he witnesses the porcelain god in action. He needs this tech back home, like yesterday, but our main man isn't done flexing. He leads them into a massive, covered shopping street with a stunning glass ceiling. He tells them to kick back and enjoy the revolutionary shopping arcade. The VIPs are bewildered, wondering how in the world they managed to build something so massive out of glass. Our boy then unveils a masterpiece, a table that looks like it has a swirling galaxy trapped inside it. He explains it's a river table, made using a special resin derived from the threads of magical underground spiders. You just pour the liquid between planks of wood, add some ornaments, and bam, you get a custom, high-end piece of furniture that screams, "I'm rich." For the grand finale, this guy presents his ultimate product, a divine doll of Victinius herself. The guests are instantly captivated, but one shady dude with a mustache leans in and asks the most important question. What's underneath the doll's clothes? Without missing a beat, Masaru leans in and whispers that for special customers, he can arrange a private session where he personally equips the undergarments for a cheeky reveal. This man is a marketing genius and an absolute menace. The rest of the crew shows up to yell at him, but he just shrugs. Hey, there's demand. The mustached dignitary is left speechless, realizing he's witnessing the birth of a brand new, unhinged civilization. As the tour concludes, however, Masaru's playful demeanor vanishes. Later that evening, on the outskirts of the city, the mood is grim. Victinius joins him, and he confirms that her divine descent was approved for a very specific, very serious reason. For the past week, they haven't just been building a city. They've been secretly developing an arcane railgun, and its target, the one whose identity they finally uncovered deep in the underground. The one they thought was the Demon King, but Victinius corrects him with chilling gravity. It's not a Demon King. As the sky itself seems to crack open, she reveals their true enemy, the fallen god. The hour is here. The weapons are aimed. The real battle is about to begin. Alright, let's dive into the divine drama chaotic smackdowns. We open on our goddess Winteria, who's having a galaxy brain moment. Turns out the demon lord they're about to fight is the same god from another world. Flashback to 2 weeks ago, where the gods are having a little conference call. And who's running the show? None other than the big man himself, Zeus, looking totally unbothered by the whole end-of-the-world situation. Zeus basically lays it down. If this new demon king is a fallen god from another dimension, then forget the rules. He's stepping in personally. Another goddess immediately calls him out, saying, "Dude, that's reckless. The other gods are already salty, you keep messing with the mortals." But even she has to admit, a god-level threat requires a god-level response. But here's the celestial red tape. She tells Zeus he can't get involved in the final showdown with the Demon King. They still have to play by the rules at least a little bit. So, Zeus, in a classic manager move, just points and delegates. Victinius, divine god of Alstasia, you're up, you can handle this. And Victinius just snaps to attention with a crisp, yes. We snap back to the present, where our boy Masaru is getting the heavenly debrief. He's stunned they held a whole meeting after the silkworm moth incident. Winteria just casually mentions that Zeus is super reliable, except when it comes to women. A timeless classic. She explains the divine non-interference policy. The gods aren't allowed to land the final blow. This world's problems have to be solved by this world's people. Basically, she's stuck in a support role. She can toss out some buffs or throw up a barrier around a town. But that's about it. Our main man is understandably freaking out. How are a bunch of mortals supposed to fight a lateral god? Winteria reminds him that she's basically a regular sin too, since her power is channeled through him, her apostle. Then she tells him to check his build card. And what a build it is. The card pops up, showing his job as apostle, and his stats are absolutely, ridiculously broken. The reaction is priceless. Both Masaru and the literal goddess who's sponsoring him let out a collective yet. Nobody, not even the gods, expected a human body to hold stats this high. Winteria is bewildered. His skills have leveled up like crazy, and his mana is nearly capped out. Then she remembers. His reincarnated body was a special custom job from Lord Zeus himself. That explains the cheat codes. This guy gets a little too hyped, thinking with his crazy mana recovery and magic arsenal, this will be a cakewalk. Winteria has to pull him back to earth. Not that simple, buddy. We need more bodies. Speak of the devil, a wild Lancelot appears. Sure on people, right? he says, looking like he was born for this moment. Our boy is shocked to see the legendary hero, but Winteria just smiles. She's the one who called him. The ultimate backup has arrived. They chat about how this world doesn't have an official hero, but if they were fighting any normal demon king, Lancelot would be the guy for the job, no questions asked. Masaru asks for his help, and this absolute unit is practically vibrating with excitement. He says, "This is shaping up to be a fun fight." We get a quick flash of the King of Gretas basically telling Lancelot, "Go aid a god. Show them our glory." Yeah, this kingdom is full of battle junkies. Lancelot is already in strategy mode, talking about plugging the gaps in their defenses. Masaru jokes about Lancelot protecting him, and the hero just lets out a hearty laugh, but then he gets dead serious. For him, this isn't just another brawl for fun, this is his first real battle as a true warrior. Fighting to protect something. He looks our hero dead in the eye, saying this is the one time in his life he'll risk it all for the people, and it's all thanks to them. The dude found his purpose. With the team assembled, Winteria makes it official. The Demon King will probably attack the most advanced cities within the month. The clock is ticking, the battle plan is set. Lancelot will be the frontline tank, while Masaru acts as a decoy and support striker. It's go time, let's win. For the future of the world, you've got the reincarnated guy from a home improvement store, the great hero, and a literal goddess on your side. What could possibly go wrong? Later, at the main gate, our unsuspecting lead is feeling a tad out of place hanging with a living legend like Lancelot. They're trying to figure out the Demon King's deal. Winteria says it's shady. Demon Kings usually feed on negative emotions, but this one is attacking a world it has connection to. The motive is a total mystery. Winteria zips off to do more divine research, leaving the boys to handle recruitment. Our main man needs more fighters for the front line. He suggests recruiting some old-school adventurers so they don't have to thin out the city's main defenses. Smart move. Lancelot knows just the guys, mentioning czars from the underground district and one of his subordinates. But before they can even make a move, a massive commotion kicks off at the front gate. Some unhinged lunatics are trying to force their way in, screaming about divine judgment. Their leader, a smug clown in a dumb hat, announces they're envoys from the kingdom of Stat, and who's holding them off. Czar's the very guy they were about to recruit. He blocks a wild sword swing and Lancelot immediately recognizes the sloppy technique. Yep, it's Stat, a nation of thugs who love to plunder under their shady king's rule. Czars tells them to beat it, but they're not listening. The leader just cackles and screams divine punishment as he lunges at Czars. This dude is clearly not playing with a full deck. Czars parries the attack, but he's getting pushed back. The thug gets the upper hand, and Czar gets disarmed. He's toast, but out of nowhere, a new fighter appears, blocking the fatal blow. This newcomer doesn't even bother using a weapon, he just yeets the guy's sword away with a kick. And then, for the ultimate finishing move, he smashes a crate of fruit right into the dude's face. Masaru is losing his mind. Perfect timing. That's the skilled warrior we were talking about. The hero of the hour is Futa, a powerhouse from the underground who's already complaining about how dangerous the surface is. He just got here, and he's already in a brawl. Lancelot is totally impressed. "You sure found another crazy one," he says to Masaru. Futa gets all flustered by the praise and awkwardly tosses Czar's sword back to him. But Lancelot, being the absolute unit he is, snatches the sword of midair without even looking. Oops, the vibe immediately shifts. Futa realizes the real threat is standing right next to him. Lancelot smirks. "You're good," he says, impressed by Futa's speed. He sizes the new guy up, noting that for a minion of Zennoji, he's pretty damn interesting. Futa's soul just about leaves his body. He's thinking, what the heck is this muscle-packed sword fossil? The power levels are off the charts, and the real fight hasn't even begun. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru is trying to play peacemaker, but the resident musclehead, Czars, is having absolutely none of it. Masaru is immediately getting blamed for panicking during the fight, with Czars flexing like he handled everything solo. To be fair, this absolute unit apparently mopped the floor with a whole squad of level 30 fighters without even using a sword. Czars tries to get a rise out of our main man, but Masaru, ever the pragmatist, is like, "Dude, shouldn't we focus on the citywide threat right now?" The blonde strategist agrees, pointing out that these intruders are shady. They've been avoiding the top-tier fighters, which means they're up to something. Czar's solution? "Guess I'll warm up before the real battle by going over there and crushing everything." The simple approach. Truly a man of culture. As they patrol the castle walls, our boy is pondering Czar's unique philosophy on problem-solving. Crush them, he thinks. Simple, effective, and probably a great way to handle future problems too. Speaking of crushing things, Czar's has a prisoner and is trying the conversation method of interrogation. Just kidding. He's demanding to know where their base is. When the guy refuses to talk, Czar's just casually obliterates the stone floor an inch from his face. The dude's soul leaves his body in pure terror, and he immediately starts singing like a canary. The other party members are just standing there like, Who's the real villain here? With the intel secured, Zars announces he's off to cause some chaos and will be back in a few days. Easy peasy. But wait, there's a twist. He suddenly grabs Masaru and starts dragging him along, declaring it's a perfect chance for our unsuspecting lead to prove his strength. Then, in a moment of shocking wisdom, the big guy gives some solid advice. He says before a fight, you should do everything you can beforehand. Leave nothing undone, leave no regrets on the table. You might not be a warrior, but that's a rule to live by. Masaru gets shoved off with another knight, still processing the fact that the musclehead just dropped a serious life lesson on him. And it hits our boy hard. He finally gets it. On the battlefield, death is always knocking at the door. So you better make sure you've handled your business. This absolute unit has fought everything from moving statues to demon bears since arriving in this world, and his reincarnation perks have always kept him from kicking the bucket. But this time, facing down the Demon King himself, it feels different. So what would he regret? He thinks about the city he's building, the rabbit folk he promised to help. He thinks about Queen Victinia's. And in that moment, our main man knows exactly what he has to do. He's not training for battle, he's kicking off a massive citywide construction project. Priorities, people. A few days later, we find Ryuryu getting summoned for a mysterious meeting. She meets up with Mei, who confirms the urgent call came from Masaru himself. Ryuryu is already sighing, knowing that whenever her master shows up, things are about to get ridiculously over the top. They arrive at a plot of land Masaru requested, and Ryuryu's hits the floor. It's a gigantic construction site. We're talking warehouses, steel frames, the works. This isn't a small project, it's an industrial revolution. They find Masaru in a temporary office, rocking some shady sunglasses and sitting like a Bond villain. The first thing he says? -points, you're supposed to bow and say excuse me before coming in. Ryuryu is completely bewildered as this guy continues his unhinged CEO act, docking her imaginary points for not making small talk about the weather. He then launches into a full-blown, dead serious interview with the 13-year-old girl. He asks her how she likes the city now that she's finished her on-site training. Ryuryu, trying to play along, gives a genuinely heartfelt answer about how the city is a beacon of hope, a model for fixing the slums. Everyone has jobs, skills, and a stable life. She has food, a home, and safety. She has no complaints. It's fun, she's made friends, but she knows something is missing. Leaning in with a sinister grin, Masaru asks the million-dollar question. Isn't something missing? He knows exactly what it is. The urge to create, to have a workshop, with all your tools in arm's reach, to have, of you on workshop. The words strike a chord deep inside her. That spark, that desire to build what you want, when you want. She admits she hasn't been able to just create freely in a long time. That, she realizes with tears in her eyes, is what it means to truly love making things. Bam! Masaru whips off the sunglasses with epic timing. Good, he declares. That's why I called you. You want a workshop? Then and I'll give you one. He points out the window to the colossal structure being built. It's a massive logistics terminal, and part of that space will be all yours. Ryuryu, our hopeless hero, is literally crying tears of joy, proclaiming the birth of a new kid manager. He gets right in Ryuryu's face, a chaotic grin plastered across his face, telling her that her ultimate wish is about to come true. Her expression said all. Pure, unadulterated shock. Our boy Masaru drops a bombshell on Ryuryu, offering her a management position. She's completely bewildered. Me a manager? He immediately clarifies this isn't some rinky-dink workshop gig. Oh no, he's thinking bigger. Much bigger. This absolute unit unveils his master plan. A massive tradeway, a central hub for all imports and exports in the region. We're talking a logistics behemoth that will supply specialty shops with everything people need for daily life. Think furniture, wagon parts, tools, you name it, they'll have it. Ryuryu connects the dots, realizing this sounds suspiciously like her master's old workplace. And Masaru, with a grin that screams chaotic genius, confirms it. He's gonna build the ultimate isekai Home Depot. Ryuryu just stares up at the sky, picturing the sheer scale of this ridiculous project. Her mind is completely blown. She's in total awe. That's amazing, master. There's nothing like it here. She gets a little emotional, touched that he trusts her with such a huge responsibility. But our main man immediately shuts that down with the coldest line in history. Nope, I don't trust you. Ouch. Right in the feels. Before Ryuryu can have a full-on crisis, he clarifies, this isn't a trust already earned, it's about her building it from now on. He lays out the deal. By working at the home center, she'll learn the ins and outs of supply and demand for the entire town. This experience will give her an A for what people need, and the center itself will basically become her own personal, upgraded workshop. It's a sweet deal, honestly. The light bulb finally goes on in Ryuryu's head. This isn't just a job, it's a trial, a chance to follow in his footsteps and become an even better craftsman. Fired up, she points right back at him, ready for the challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabs the contract, declares I'll do it. and signs on the dotted line. You just know she didn't read the fine print. Flash forward to the next day, and Ryuryu is at the royal palace, flexing her new manager title. She's bragging to Queen Adelina and the crew about being one of the city's big shots now. The sheer smugness is radiating off her. Meanwhile, Adelina is looking over Masaru's plans, impressed by how fast he's moving. But then, her eyes drift to Ryuryu's employment contract. She deadpans, "Ryuryu, what is this?" The queen looks her straight in the eye and delivers the devastating news. "You got tricked by Masaru." Ryuryu's entire world shatters in that instant. Adelina asks the million-dollar question. "Did you actually read that document before you signed it?" Ryuryu admits she kinda skimmed it. Rookie mistake. The contract is pure evil. Not only does it lock her into managing the trade center, but she also has to do a ton of unrelated work, leaving zero time for her own projects. She's basically stuck there for the entire contract period, which she frantically checks. And there it is, in bold print, mocking her very soul. 5 years. The rest of the court absolutely roasts her, reminding her of the gap she was bragging about moments ago. The trolling is legendary. Seeing Ryuryu on the verge of a total system failure, the queen takes pity and offers to find some people to help out. They'll even try to recruit some craftsmen and dark elves to lighten the load, but it's too late. Ryuryu is having a full-blown meltdown, screaming about how her master is a weirdo who can't get a girlfriend because he pulls stunts like this. She then bolts from the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Adelina shakes her head, admitting this shady move was next level, even for Masaru. But then Lancelot notices a little note tucked in the report. It's from our boy, and it simply says, "Help Ryuryu out for me." Suddenly it all clicks. Masaru's pushiness is his own twisted way of showing he cares. He's not just trolling her, he's training her. He wants Ryuryu to learn and grow, to become his successor. The conversation shifts to a recent report about the Demon King. Masaru seems to be in a rush, which feels ominous. We get a quick flashback of this guy being ridiculously casual about it all, telling them not to worry if a Demon King or some other monster shows up. The knights are mostly convinced, but Adelina isn't buying it. She points out the obvious. Masaru, the guy who reports everything, going out of his way to say don't worry, is the single most worrying thing he could possibly do. Lancelot, ever the hero, decides to take care of it to ease her mind. He tells her not to worry, promising he'll wipe away her fears. The banter is top tier, but the mission is set. Lancelot plans to meet up with Cid and the coastal knights to investigate. They talk about how our hopeless hero is just as reckless as his dad, Statit. He's supposedly heading for the Greatas area, but who knows where he actually is. Adelina smirks, saying she wouldn't be surprised if he already wiped out the entire by himself. That's just the kind of monster he is. And speak of the devil. Kut, the Greatas region, where some poor soldiers are witnessing a one-man apocalypse. Lancelot's father, Statit, is single-handedly obliterating a horde of monsters. The dude is an absolute unit, turning the battlefield into a wasteland of carnage. The aftermath is pure destruction. The entire enemy force has been flattened. Statit, not even breaking a sweat, turns to his subordinate and casually asks, "You think so too, right?" The poor guy is at his limit, stammering that Statit isn't a man, he's a monster. And as he speaks, Statit just starts chanting some unhinged battle cry over and over. A family. Alright, let's dive right into the aftermath of an absolute beatdown. Lancelot, the certified gigachat of this series, is overseeing the cleanup crew. His boy Futa is still reeling from what he just witnessed. He's thinking, I never thought Zanj-sama's rival would be this unhinged. Apparently our main man took down an entire enemy base almost single-handedly. And how did he do it? With a casual little move called Slash of Freedom. This one attack didn't just open a door, it obliterated half the entire fortress. Lancelot smirks, completely unfazed. His subordinate is just bewildered, muttering that he's never seen anything like it. Lancelot just clicks his tongue, "Teachy. There were more of them than I thought, so I missed it." Bro, you missed it? You leveled the block. They start breaking down the fight. Apparently, 2 high-level officers went straight for Futa, who's only a level 40 warrior. Going up against them was basically a suicide mission. And yet, their boy, the unsuspecting lead, who handled them with his bizarre skills. But hold up, the party ain't over yet. A survivor struggles to his feet, looking absolutely feral. He glares at Lancelot, growling, "That giant sword, you're Lancelot, aren't you?" The rumors of this absolute unit have clearly spread. Lancelot just gives a smug grin, while Futa's soul nearly leaves his body. "W what?" Someone's still standing. The survivor flexes, covered in some kind of aura. Lancelot heard this guy might be around level 60, and he's not disappointed. He just cackles, "Oh, brain-old are you? I like your spirit." Then in the most chaotic management decision ever, he tells Futa, "Finish him for us." Futa's face is pure, unadulterated panic. "Go-wa-ja?" You can practically hear his internal screaming. Lancelot just crosses his arms like he's watching a pay-per-view event. Seems like that survivor isn't all talk. Even from here I can tell he's possibly reached level 70. Let's see how you handle him, Futa. No pressure, my dude. The wild man grins, activating a skill. Shift skill, desperate stance. He yeets himself forward. Roaring, Tiger Fang Crusher. The attack is a whirlwind of pure destruction, a flurry of slashes aimed right at Futa. Futa manages to get his sword up, but the impact is absolutely ridiculous. The resulting shockwave carves a literal trench in the landscape. Lancelot watches, looking mildly bored, as if this is just Tuesday for him. He mutters to himself, guess it was too much for him after all. Understatement of the century, my guy. But wait. Futa is holding on. The two are locked in a desperate clash of steel. The ground beneath them shatters from the sheer force of their blows. The wild man is completely bewildered. No way. This weakling who could barely block my first strike. How is he keeping up with me? Futa is pouring every last ounce of strength into this, but he's hitting his limit. The wild man sees his opening and goes for the kill gotcha, but just as his claws are about to connect, launches out of nowhere the attack with a single hand like it's a minor inconvenience. The survivor is stunned. What? My claws didn't reach him? Lancelot just laughs. You're the most fun I've had since Masaru Futa. He then drops a casual knowledge bomb. He knew the guy could use his skill to turn sword speed into movement speed. By blocking and deflecting, Lancelot can match that speed, or even make it his own. The survivor is just sputtering, trying to process how ridiculously broken this guy is. Lancelot is done talking. I'm done with you. Without another word, he casually swings his massive sword. The attack carves another epic canyon into the earth, a show of force so ridiculous it's almost comical. The survivor, Masaru, collapses, admitting he can only use his mediator skill for about 5 minutes. Futa can only stare in awe. He's incredible. Lancelot stands there, looking like a literal hero and says, "All right, let's finish the cleanup quickly and get back to training Futa." Futa is completely lost. Huh? The way you said that, it sounds like I'm coming with you? Lancelot just grins. Of course you are, I just said so, didn't I? This man does not take no for an answer. He explains that training together will improve them both, plus he's got a promise to keep with the dark elf girls at the tea house. Priorities, people. Futa asks if this is all to prepare for the Demon King, and Lancelot gets surprisingly serious. He says if they lose to Demon King, they can forget about that womanizer anyway. And then he mentions that our Masaru is also training. Lancelot reflects on our main man's methods. While everyone else is grinding levels, Masaru is teaching townspeople to be craftsmen and working on production tasks. A totally bizarre way to get stronger. But Lancelot smiles, admitting, Mama, Masaru is really an unusually good person. He really is. Cutscene. While Lancelot is having this profound moment, our hopeless hero is living a completely different reality. He's in his office, head in his hands, absolutely regretting every life choice he has ever made. Why? Because he's being buried alive under a mountain of paperwork. A tiny girl shoves an employment contract in his face. Sign this, okay? The whole squad is here to troll him. This is karma, Masaru. Divine punishment. Turns out, our boy hired this girl, Ryoryu, and then tricked her. Now the tables have turned. Ryoryu is literally on her knees, begging him to help make the home center work out with her as manager. The ex-goddess chimes in. The whole town knows about this. 0 allies. It's a full-on intervention. She's threatening to spread rumors if he doesn't comply. This is pure, unadulterated blackmail. But the worst part? The very idea of working at a home center, it gives him traumatic flashbacks to his old life, slaving away 24/7 in some hellish black company in the countryside. The poor guy is being psychologically tortured. Ryoryu starts crying, saying he's scary. The peer pressure is just too much. Defeated, his soul crushed, our boy picks up the quill and signs the contract. Ryoryu celebrates, "Y'all right, got him. He's just been completely played." One of the girls even says, "Masaru, you really make the worst choices." You're not wrong, lady. Later, the test opening for the home center is just a week away. The ex-goddess asks for a tour, and our main man agrees. The place is almost finished, and honestly, it's magnificent. It's a modern home center plopped right into a fantasy world. She's amazed by all the tools and items she's never seen before. Our guy proudly explains they've got everything for food, clothing, and shelter, plus all the DIY materials you could ever want. He explains that home centers in his world often sprung up from the leftovers of housing industry booms, bundling up materials that weren't sold and reselling them. They sell things that people need. And then this absolute unit drops some serious wisdom. He says there's no such thing as something completely unnecessary. Even if it's for an old purpose, it gets remade, reborn into something new. And someone somewhere will always need it. That's why his store exists. He stands there, looking cool for once, and just says, "So that's how it is." The ex-goddess is genuinely impressed, realizing she's learning deep philosophical truths from a home center manager. He just brushes it off, saying, "Nah, never mind." She calls him out, Weren't you about to say something like praising me? She's practically fishing for compliments, getting all shy. She leans in close, and for a moment, it's actually kinda sweet. But he just defaults to his usual self, saying it'd probably be better to say that when he hands over what he's making. And so, as our hero prepares his grand opening, Lancelot and Futa prepare for war. Everyone is getting ready for the final battle in their own unique way, with no regrets. The stage is set for something truly epic. Alright, let's dive right in. 1 week after the chaos, it is finally Gyo time. Ryu-chan, our paint-sized powerhouse of a manager, kicks off the grand opening of the store Masaru has been pouring his soul into. The crowd is hyped, and our boy is in the back, looking like a proud but deeply stressed out parent. Locals are buzzing, trying to figure out what this massive new building is. They remember the construction, but the name is a bit of a mouthful. In our main man's native tongue, it's called a home center, which basically translates to Izakaya Kia, and it is about to change everyone's lives. The line is already snaking around the building, with wagons lined up like it's Black Friday. The doors open and the public floods in, their minds immediately blown. We're talking seeds from the great nations, flowers, and an absolutely insane amount of stuff they've never seen before. People are getting lost in the sheer scale of it all, gawking at smoked monster meat, mysterious liquids, and rolls of silk that were previously only found deep underground. It's a treasure trove of crafting materials, and the locals are losing their minds over the possibilities. Some folks are eyeing the tools, but worry they're too big for their projects. But Ryoryu, the Go8 manager, swoops in with the solution. Not only they have a workshop where you can get materials cut down to the millimeter, but you can also test out the tools right there on the spot. And for the big stuff, don't worry about it. The home center has a dedicated delivery wagon service. This isn't just a store, it's a full-service crafting revolution. Our boy Masaru is beaming with pride, thinking he's created a self-sustaining paradise. This place isn't just a shop, it's a cornerstone of the community, but his victory lap is cut short as literally everyone starts bombarding him with questions. How do I use this? What's this for? Where do I find the thingamajig? The pride instantly evaporates, replaced by pure, unadulterated panic. Our hopeless hero is screaming internally, realizing he's now the sole customer service rep for his own creation. Luckily, Era and the Queen are there to save him from the masses. Later, at the temple, they unveil their latest project. Winteria's 3 sacred treasures are finally complete. It's a beautiful fusion of Japanese culture and this fantasy world, with a sword for peace, a mirror for harmony, and a jewel symbolizing the world itself. The Queen is eternally grateful, reminding our boy of all the ridiculous things he's done for them, from teaching magic classes to helping build the entire town. This absolute unit has no regrets, well, almost no regrets. Aera, being the ultimate wingwoman, decides now is the perfect time to stir the pot. She casually brings up the accessory Masaru was secretly making late at night. Our main man immediately short-circuits, trying to deny he was making it for the Queen. Dude, you're not fooling anyone. Aera cackles, pointing out that everyone with eyes could see the sparks flying, even before the hot spring trip. Masaru tries to logic his way out of it, bringing up the whole mortal loving a goddess dilemma and how their values are different. But Aera just flexes her wisdom, pointing out that his feelings are written all over his face whenever he's around the Queen. She tells him it's okay, be a little selfish for once, and you can see the gears turning in his head. After all, he was reincarnated as a prize in a bet between gods. A little selfishness is definitely on the table. With newfound resolve, this guy bolts off to find Victinia's. He bursts into her chambers, ready to pour his heart out, only to find the goddess demolishing a giant crab hot pot. The romantic tension he just spent 5 minutes building up, obliterated. Vanished, gone. Our hero's soul just vacates the premises as he stares at this useless goddess chowing down. They immediately start bickering like an old couple, with Masaru demanding some of the crab he helped prepare. After the crabtastrophe, they finally get a moment alone on the balcony. The mood is better at least. Victinius teases him for always scaring her with his sudden entrances. Masaru tries to remember what his grand speech was supposed to be, but the crab incident completely derailed his train of thought. He pivots to business, mentioning the impending Demon King subjugation. Victinius, feeling generous, offers him literally anything he wants as a reward. Our boy's gamer instincts immediately kick in. He's heard this line before, and it usually ends with a surprise final boss fight. This whole situation is screaming solo raid battle, and he is inate about it. Victinius has to clarify he's not about to ask for world domination, right? He shakes his head. About a trip. Victinius is a little bewildered. Just a trip? That's it? But then he clarifies, he could go on a trip by himself anytime. I want to go on a trip. With you, Victinius. Boom. He drops the bomb. He says a reward he could never get tired of would be pretty good. Victinius freezes. The goddess is completely stunned, a blush creeping across her face. Speechless. Seeing her reaction, Masaru immediately panics and tries to take it all back. But Victinia snaps out of it, calling him out for having the guts to ask a goddess on a date and then trying to bail. Before he can apologize again, she cuts him off with a blush and a determined look. And no way, we're absolutely going. They share a beautiful, quiet moment on the balcony, the awkward tension finally melting away into something real. There's Masaru, riding this wave of confidence, turns to her, ready to finally say what's on his mind. He opens his mouth to speak, and at that exact moment, the sky itself decides to rip in half. A blinding pillar of light erupts from the ground, followed by a magical power signature so immense it shakes the very foundations of the city. Everyone, from the Queen's Guard to the townsfolk, looks up in pure horror, and there, silhouetted against the shattered sky, is the one being they all feared. The Demon King has just manifested, right on their doorstep. Talk about unhinged, chaotic, and absolutely terrible timing. Alright, let's dive right in. Up in the divine realm, things are getting spicy. Hera and some gold-haired god are watching the world's biggest pay-per-view event, and the main attraction is finally on his way. The Demon King is coming, and Hera is stressing that everything, their entire plan, hinges on the heroes pulling this off. The big guy agrees, telling them to do their best. Basically, no pressure, but the fate of the world is on you. Okay, thanks, bye. Down on the ground, the mood is less to divine spectator, and more, we're all gonna die. The human army has set up a forward base, staring at this ridiculous crack that has split the sky in two. So far, nothing's happening, which is almost worse. The commander, Lancelot, is trying to keep his troops focused and on high alert. And of course, who comes sprinting in at the last possible second? Our boy Masaru, apologizing for being a little late to the literal apocalypse. The general is just happy he showed up, pointing out that the Demon King's side hasn't made a move yet, which is weird. In fact, according to his calculations, the big bad shouldn't have been able to break through the dimensional barrier for another week or two. Victinia's immediately gets suspicious. She asks if someone helped the Demon King, or maybe, just maybe, Lancelot got impatient and poked the cosmic bear. The guy just grins, neither confirming or denying. Classic Lancelot. Suddenly, our main man spots something. Right under the crack in the sky there's movement. A lot of movement. Using enhanced vision, they see two absolutely monstrous magic beasts just chilling. But it's not just two, there's a whole freaking zoo of them down there. This absolute unit is bewildered, screaming about how there are way too many of them. Victinius connects the dots. Ever since the Demon King's energy started leaking into this world, rare and powerful magic beasts started multiplying like crazy. These weren't just random monsters, they were drawn here, deliberately gathered for a purpose. Masaru realizes this isn't an army, it's a setup, and then things go from bad to horrifying. All those beasts start melting, their bodies warping and merging into a disgusting, black sludge. It's a chaotic, writhing mass of flesh and despair. Victinius has a moment of pure dread. Their real role wasn't to fight. It was to send their coordinates to another dimension and act as a bridge. These creatures aren't allies or minions. They're just sacrifices. The grotesque pillar of fused beasts reaches towards the sky, and from the crack, a figure descends. The armor is sleek, the power is overwhelming, and the vibe is pure, unadulterated end of the world. The Demon King has arrived. He lands on the fleshy platform, not even giving the mortals a second glance. The soldiers on the wall completely lose it. This is the Demon King, the king of beasts, the destroyer of civilization. The panic is instantaneous. Dudes are screaming that they should run, that there's no way they can win this fight. But in the middle of all this chaos, our hopeless hero is looking surprisingly calm. He just goes, thank goodness. That one might actually be manageable. Everyone just stares at him, their brains short-circuiting. Manageable? What part of Civilization Destroyer is manageable? Lancelot, however, gets it immediately. He cackles, realizing our boy is right. The Demon King is humanoid. After all that hype, he chose a form they can actually fight. Victinius agrees. Sure, his power is off the charts, but they came prepared for exactly this scenario. With morale suddenly yanked back from the abyss, Lancelot roars. It's time to begin the assault. He'll lead the first charge while Masaru and his crew stay at the base to handle any underlings. The soldiers, now filled with renewed hope, raise their swords and let out a battle cry. The entire base springs into action, cannons being aimed and troops taking their positions. As the chaos unfolds, our main man turns to Victinius, admitting he's half nervous, half excited. The reason for the excitement? Because after this fight, I'm going on a trip with a certain goddess. He says it with a giant, cheesy grin. Victinius's soul just about leaves her body. That's not just a death flag, that's a whole death parade. But then she blushes, admitting she's a little excited too, and tells him to hurry up and win. You got it. Victinius then gives a quick lore dump. A Demon King isn't just some evil dude. It's a being, often a former god, that gets completely warped and overwhelmed by negative energy. Its only purpose becomes an unhinged urge to destroy everything. What kind of power could corrupt a god and drive them to interfere with another world? It's a question that bothers even her, because she's never heard of a god going rogue like this. This isn't a war, it's a natural disaster. There's no room for diplomacy. With the briefing over, everyone gets ready. I'm ready on my end too, our boy says, fired up. He and Lancelot get into a runner's stance. They're leading the charge. Lancelot is practically vibrating with excitement. "We're going in," Masaru calls to his team, and they all prepare to move out. As they charge, another goddess, Mika, begins her work. She flexes her divine power and massive magic circles fill the sky. A seal-type barrier formation deploys, creating a colossal cage around the battlefield. The goal is to trap the Demon King so he can't just teleport away. With the cage set, our guy yells to Lancelot, "Rip him up." Lancelot needs no encouragement. A feral grin plastered on his face as he barrels towards the Demon King. The plan is simple, brutal, and utterly chaotic. Hit him with everything they've got in a massive preemptive strike before he can even react. Alright, let's kick this thing off. The battle begins with a colossal magical explosion that rips through the landscape. Our boy Masaru and the absolute unit Lancelot are watching their handiwork, with Lancelot looking pretty pleased with himself. The initial strike was a certified banger. See, this whole frontal assault is just a distraction. A ridiculously flashy piece of bait. While these two keep the Demon King busy, the rest of the squad is flanking to hit the enemy base. Our main man is already thinking ahead, impressed by the raw power on display. He's literally thinking, man, I gotta get some magic tips from this guy when we're done. But before he can even finish that thought, the sky itself begins to crack like glass. The distraction worked a little too well, because they got the attention of the final boss. Lancelot feels the impact of the pressure wave, and emerging from the shattered void is the Demon King himself, looking like he just woke up on the wrong side of the abyss. And Lancelot? Oh, he is loathing this. A positively unhinged spreads across his face as he cackles. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to see. This guy is a certified battle junkie. He raises ridiculously oversized sword and basically screams, "If you're the real Demon King, then show me everything you've got." Without a moment's hesitation, Lancelot closes the distance and unleashes a storm of steel. He's a whirlwind of pure destruction, hacking and slashing with enough force to level a mountain, but the Demon King just stands there, tanking every single blow like it's a gentle summer breeze. The armor isn't even getting scratched. Lancelot realizes raw speed isn't cutting it. "Alright, new plan," he grunts. "I'll just break it clean off, starting with your arm." He puts every ounce of his ridiculous strength into a single, focused blow, but the impact just stops. Lancelot's eyes go wide. He can't believe it. This thing's defense is even tougher than Masaru's magic shields. And for the first time, the Demon King speaks, its voice echoing as it mutters the names of its primary targets. Masaru. Winteria. Suddenly, it unleashes a shockwave of pure negative energy, blasting the ground apart. The creature seems to be a mindless puppet, focused only on its goal, and Lancelot is totally fine with this. Heh? But I'm glad, he smirks. Now I can go all out. He plants his feet, and his aura absolutely explodes. A pillar of holy light erupts from him, so bright that the squad watching from the fortress can barely believe their eyes. One of them shouts that even during his most intense training, Lancelot was actively suppressing his true power. This is him with all the limiters off. The Demon King even seems to recognize this, stating that Lancelot's power has evolved beyond its original design. Lancelot raises his glowing sword high and brings it down in a cataclysmic slash, screaming that this next blow will reach the Demon King. The attack is a massive blade of pure energy that obliterates everything in its path, engulfing the Demon King in a blinding flash. Looks on with a confident smirk, but his victory is short-lived. As the light fades, the Demon King's helmet cracks and peels back to reveal a face made of pure nightmare fuel. A writhing mass of countless eyes and screaming mouths. The entire squad collectively loses their minds. Their jaws are on the floor in pure, unadulterated terror. The creature starts chanting again, its many mouths twisting the names of its enemies, before its main hand melts into a grotesque, fleshy limb. It then lets out a reality-warping shriek that sends shockwaves everywhere, but Lancelot just brushes it off. That attack wasn't much, he says, completely unfazed by the eldritch horror in front of him. Our hero is freaking out, asking if a god can really become that twisted, but Lancelot is already in motion. "We need to finish this quickly. We'll push in, just like we planned." They charge, but the Demon King retaliates with a wide, sweeping energy slash. Winteria zips in out of nowhere, parrying the blow with her own blades, allowing Lancelot to press the attack. The Demon King a massive explosion to force them back, keeping our heroes on their toes. Then it gets weirder. The Demon King launches these bizarre, whip-like appendages, each one ending in a snapping maw. They slam into the forest, causing even more chaos. As the Demon King focuses on them, Lancelot smirks. Looking away from the enemy right in front of you. You really are just a beast. Fool. But it was a trap. The Demon King wasn't distracted, it was baiting them. Suddenly, a massive chunk of the cliffside gets yeeted from off-screen, smashing right into the Demon King and sending it flying. It was a perfect shot by Winteria. Our boy Masaru confirms the hit from his new command post. And what a command post it is! The camera pans over to reveal this guy is manning a ridiculously massive magnetic railgun. He's geeking out, talking about how designing this beast gave him a headache, and then proceeds to give us a full-on science lesson about magnetic fields and supersonic rounds. This thing, he declares with a manic grin, is the perfect fusion of science and magic. Now fly Demon King. He slams his hands down and screams, full bar rage. The railgun unleashes a volley of hypersonic projectiles that streak across the battlefield and slam into the Demon King with devastating force. Masaru is cackling with glee. Direct hit! It's working. Turns out, those weren't just slugs. They were custom-made mana grenades designed to explode on contact. The Demon King is completely pinned down. This is their chance. Masaru yells to his frontline fighter, Lancelot, the execution's yours. Lancelot powers up for the final blow, telling Masaru to get clear of the blast zone. He unleashes another spectacular slash, but at the last possible second, the Demon King's arm morphs into gigantic, reinforced shield, blocking the attack. Our unsuspecting lead is in total disbelief. Ah man, that was close. He can't believe the Demon King managed to dodge that. The opportunity is lost. The monster cackles as it flies into the air, malice literally pouring off of it. With its forces now broken through the front lines, it makes a chilling declaration. By the order of our master, we begin the annihilation of Winteria. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru is staring down himself? But this version has a smile that screams, I'm about to ruin your whole career. The fake doesn't stick around for autographs. He bolts straight for the city, and Lancelot immediately realizes they've been royally played. Without a second to lose, Lancelot grabs our main man and I'm putting you on my flying slash to chase him down. Masaru's brain short-circuits. Hold on, you muscle-headed idiot. Are you about to throw me? Lancelot just grins, calling it payback for that stunt with the arrow earlier. No time for a debate, it's time for liftoff. And with that, this absolute unit yeets our hero across the forest like a screaming, flailing javelin. Masaru sticks the landing, kinda grumbling that he's gonna punch Lancelot later. But hey, it worked. He's got the fake dead to rights. Or so he thinks. The clone snaps around in an instant, parrying the attack with some kind of bizarre weapon. The speed is ridiculous. Our hopeless hero is completely bewildered, wondering how the hell this guy just teleported in front of him, but the fake isn't here to fight. He slams his hand down, and a massive, unholy barrier erupts from the ground, sealing off the city gate. Then, just to be extra, the barrier pulses with a shockwave that sends Masaru flying. This dude is literally trolling them, making sure they can't follow. His little shadow familiar is losing its mind, gushing over how cool its master is. The unhinged clone decides his first order of business is to smash this ridiculous barrier. He flexes, declaring he'll shatter it to pieces. He charges up a kick that looks like it could level a mountain and unleashes an epic impact right on the shimmering wall. And nothing. Not a scratch. Not even a smudge. The fake's jaw hits the floor. Apparently, this thing is juiced up with Demon King magic. He puts 2 and 2 together, realizing this isn't just a barrier. It's a trial from the gods, basically a giant, glowing comb atome, B-Rao sign forcing a frontal assault. We get a quick flash of the goddess looking way too pleased with herself, and the fake absolutely loses it, screaming about smashing the crab-obsessed dumb goddess and her goofy face. Okay, time for plan B. The clone reveals that since he's just a copy of Masaru, he can't whip out a railgun, but he's been blessed with a piece of the Demon King's power, which means he's got access to some seriously shady storage vortexes. Without missing a beat, he cackles and unleashes a parade of walking statues. A whole zoo's worth of stone rhinos and other beasts pour out of the portals, ready to rumble. The fake points towards the city gate and gives the order, crush them head-on. It's not a battle, it's a death march. The stone army stampedes forward in an unstoppable wave of destruction. The clone is having the time of his life, laughing like a maniac as his army smashes through the outer defenses. The gate? Obliterated. Victory is his. He throws his arms out, soaking in the glory, only to see a perfectly formed phalanx of soldiers with shields locked and spears ready. Chuach! The fake's victory grin evaporates into pure shock as a volley of spears is launched directly at his army. Up on the wall, the goddess is just beaming, announcing her absolute defense formation. She's actively buffing her troops with a chant of glory, a high-tier support spell. She straight up mocks him, asking if he really thought a few walking rocks stood a chance against her soldiers. The clone realizes what's happened. Her chant is a battlefield rally that boosted every single soldier to level 50. They're holding the line like absolute legends. And it gets worse. Lancelot's personal guard are leading the charge, and they're in the level 60s. We're talking hero-class skirmishers just holding the front gate. But the fake's panic quickly turns back into that unhinged grin. If that's how you want to play it, he snarls, then I won't hold back either. The soldiers brace for the next wave, their commander yelling that there's nothing to fear. Oh, you sweet summer child. The fake opens his portals again, but this time it's not stone rhinos coming out, it's actual dragons and demons. The battlefield instantly descends into absolute chaos as the new, upgraded monster army clashes with cannons and hero-level knights. The fake watches the beautiful destruction, a look of pure joy on his face. Nice and chaotic, he says. I told you, goddess. No holding back. With a final terrifying grin, he declares, the title fake ain't just for show. Alright, so the battlefield is pure, unadulterated chaos. We're talking a massive stone dragon, and its hulking buddy trying to turn the fortress into a gravel pit, and things are looking seriously grim. The soldiers are, understandably, having a collective panic attack. These aren't just goblins. These are monsters straight out of legends, and the elf archer correctly points out that if that dragon so much as sneezes fire, they are all extra crispy. But Vina, the goddess with zero chill, is having none of their whining. She gets up there and is basically like, seriously guys, they're just big, ugly chunks of rock. Get over it. Following her lead, one of the elf commanders flexes hard, summoning a massive, glowing magic circle. And boom! The entire army gets a system-wide buff. The soldiers are absolutely buzzing with this new power, feeling like they could punch a hole in the sky, even if it's not quite Lancelot-level juice. With everyone powered up and ready to rumble, the commander gives the only order that matters. Intercept them. The front line smashes into the golems, and these newly enchanted soldiers start shattering the stone giants like they're made of cheap pottery. At the same time, the archers line up their shots, ready to give that dragon a few new piercings. The phalanx unit, backed by some very angry-looking rhinos, holds the line like absolute units. The only catch, this power-up is draining their energy faster than a phone on 1%, so they gotta wrap this up quickly. They're feeling themselves, thinking this is in the bag, but then someone screams the two words you never want to hear in a fight. Watch out! A colossal bolt of divine lightning rips through the sky, aimed right at them, but it smacks into some kind of invisible barrier, fizzling out harmlessly. Vina's face goes dead serious. She knows this isn't just a random moving statue, and she's right. The real attacker reveals itself a freakish deer chimera thing. It was a fake out. This ridiculous beast is now towering over their defenses, looking way too pleased with itself, and of course it brought friends. Vanna explains this is a chimera, basically a greatest hits album of all the worst monsters they've ever fought, and it's smart enough not to fall for their lightning shield trick. The enemy's plan was shady, but Vina just smirks. Their trick might have been clever, but she's got countermeasures for days. She rallies her archers, because this chimera moron has just made itself the world's biggest and easiest target by standing right on top of the wall. Vina links up with her elf commander, prepping an absolutely unhinged mimic spell, the Bow of Heracles, with a final, defiant roar of "Take this!" They let the divine arrow fly. The shot connects with surgical precision, and the resulting explosion is so powerful it sends the chimera careening backwards and even knocks the archers off their feet. The monster is just completely and utterly deleted from existence in a glorious flash of light. The soldiers go wild, cheering for their goddess after that epic one-shot kill. Vena, meanwhile, is cackling like a madwoman, straight up trolling the Demon King. She's like, "That's what you get for making a cheap knockoff. I saw the real version when I snuck into Zeus's vault." This goddess is pure chaotic energy. Her troops are absolutely loving it. A blunt, charming, and slightly insane goddess is apparently great for morale. But the celebration is cut short when the ground starts to tremble violently. The chimera's corpse begins to twitch, and Vina is officially done with this nonsense. "Didn't you hear me? I said I don't like it," she screams, annoyed that this dumb enemy got so close, and then, the entire corpse explodes. Out pours a disgusting tidal wave of giant spiders, swarming the shocked soldiers in seconds. It was a Trojan horse. The whole chimera was just a meat piñata filled with nightmare fuel. And now the spiders are inside the base. One of the soldiers with an eye patch recognizes the creatures. They're more moving statues. Vina finally realizes the depth of the trap. The chimera was designed to fall right at the gate, creating a breach for the spider army to pour through. They got played hard. Suddenly, A projectile shoots out from the enemy lines, but it doesn't hit a soldier. It slams right into one of the spiders perched on the wall. The spider's form melts away, revealing a man who just starts cackling maniacally. It's one of the Demon King's generals, a creepy spider-human hybrid, who starts gloating about how this is an easy win. But before he can finish his villain speech, a blur of motion closes in on him instantly. The spider general just barely dodges, his eyes wide with shock. He realizes if he hadn't scanned Masaru's abilities beforehand, his head would be rolling on the floor right now. The attack was that fast. His attacker is a new swordsman with an intense gaze, and the general is completely bewildered. "What the hell are you?" he screeches. The swordsman calmly introduces himself as the Starved Guardian. He then immediately clarifies that he's starved for woman, complaining that Lancelot's training was pure hell filled with nothing but muscles and more muscles. This guy is a certified weirdo. He declares he's ending this fight in one strike so he can go back to the tea house in peace, which makes the spider general realize that every single one of Masaru's friends is completely unhinged. From her perch, Vina sees the battlefield has reached a stalemate, and she's thankful she put her secret weapon in the rear lines. Still, she knows they can't win a war of attrition. To end this for good, they need to take down the Demon King himself, and she looks ready to do just that. Speaking of which, our main man Masaru is getting a front row seat to the Demon King's final, horrifying form. Realizing that swords and sorcery might not cut it, one of his allies tosses him the single greatest tool for this situation: a goddamn chainsaw. And first, alright, we dive right back into the action, and the entire battlefield is getting absolutely shredded. The Demon King is going full psycho mode, swinging these unhinged chainsaw arms that are just carving up the landscape like a Thanksgiving turkey. Our boy Kusuke and the rest of the squad are scattered, desperately trying to survive this blender of an attack. The Demon King's second-in-command, this blonde pretty boy Tuma, is just smirking, clearly having the time of his life, while our main man looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Suddenly, the Demon King flexes, and his arm morphs into this giant shadowy thing that just obliterates a massive chunk of rock. The shadow goo snaps back into shape, turning into a massive, flat blade that looks sharp enough to slice reality itself. Without missing a beat, Tuma revs up his own chainsaw and unleashes a massive horizontal slash, a spinning disc of pure destruction. But the Demon King is not impressed, meeting the attack head-on. This absolute unit, Kusuke, has to jump in using his own saw to block the counterattack, and you can see the sheer force nearly buckling his knees. The other party members try to flank, but the Demon King is just playing with them, casually parrying and dodging their attacks. He sends a casual backhand that would have turned the female warrior into paste, but Tuma, ever the show-off, slides in to block it. He parries another heavy swing, and another, stopping a blow that would have ended the fight right there. And look at this guy's face. He is loathing this. Not a drop of sweat. Our hopeless hero sees this display of power and seems to get an idea. But before he can even think, the Demon King decides to stop messing around and gets truly disgusting, unleashing a tidal wave of grasping hands and screaming mouths. Kusuke's soul basically leaves his body in pure terror. The attack with a deafening boom, sending a shockwave that demolishes everything in its path. The whole team is sent flying. Tuma lands, screaming "Damn it all. I was so close!" But the Demon King just stands there, not even breathing hard, and basically says, "Elmao, you think that was my form? Cute." Tuma realizes the ridiculous truth. This monster isn't even trying. He's just playing with his food. But then he gets a wicked grin and tells Kosuke, "This is our chance. He's underestimating us." Kosuke is like, "A chance to do what? Our attacks are basically tickling him." But then he gets that glint in his eye. "I have an idea. So, what's this genius, world-saving plan?" Our boy whips out a tiny metal cylinder. He presents it to Tuma and says, "What do you want me to do with this?" And Tuma's face just screams, "We are about to get vaporized and you're handing me a high-tech chapstick?" But Kosuke lays out the unhinged strategy. "Alright, so I'm gonna need you to land a heavy hit on ME." He tells Tuma to leave the next move to him. He's got a plan and it's gonna be epic. He just needs Tuma to trust him. The unsuspecting lead looks at his overpowered ally, his face dead serious. "Give me an opening to get close. Do whatever it takes to make it happen." Deal's done. Alright. Let's dive right in. The plan is simple. Create an opening so our boy can work his magic. Lancelot, the absolute unit, is on the same page. They can't let the Demon King power up any further, so it's time to end this. Right here, right now. Without a single wasted moment, Lance larges forward like a freight train with a sword. The clash is immediate and deafening, steel screaming against steel as sparks fly everywhere. But the Demon King parries the blow perfectly, and Lancelot's face just screams, "Wait. He countered my ultimate move." The Demon King doesn't give him time to process, unleashing a chaotic storm of shadowy spikes from the ground. Lancelot is forced back, parrying like a madman just to stay in one piece. But just when he finds his footing, the ground erupts. A massive, unhinged land shark thing bursts out and chomps down on him whole. Yeah, just swallows the guy like a party snack. Our main man completely loses it, screaming Lancelot's name in pure panic. The shady-looking monster just sits there, looking ridiculously pleased with itself. And just to make matters worse, our hero suddenly finds himself completely surrounded. It's an entire welcoming committee of these horrifying toothy nightmares. His soul is preparing to check out of his body. One of the beasts lunges for him, jaws wide open, when suddenly Lancelot explodes out of the first monster's mouth, slicing the new attacker in half mid-air. This guy just got eaten, and his first thought was counter-attack. What a legend! He lands with a smirk, completely unfazed by his near-death experience. The Demon King starts cackling, finally ready for his villain monologue. He explains that he's mastered his mediator skill, cloaking his entire body in a ridiculous amount of anti-enemy power. With a grin that could curdle milk, he flexes his newfound energy. He's no longer just a warrior, his entire body is now a gigantic blade. The two titans clash again, moving so fast they're just blurs of light and destruction. They're trading blows that could level mountains, a whirlwind of pure combat energy. The sheer speed is insane, with flashes of their battle echoing across the desolate landscape. Lancelot is holding his own, but this new power-up is on a whole other level. The Demon King watches from afar as his two opponents are locked in a deadly dance. Watching this epic display, our boy gets an idea. He tells Lancelot he's going all in on one big shot and needs to pull materials from his storage. Lancelot, while dodging a world-ending slash, just yells back, "And oh good. That'll take too long," but this is where our hopeless hero flexes his massive brain. He's had his storage space open this whole time, letting him build instinctively. He remembers the feeling of turning an electric pot into a weed cutter, a totally random but crucial memory. Realizing magic is just about picturing what you want, he decides to stop holding back. Without missing a beat, this absolute madman summons a freaking water cannon out of thin air. A full-blown, high-pressure riot control weapon just pops into existence. Lancelot is completely bewildered, shouting, "Water? Do you really think that would work?" But the Demon King isn't sticking around to find out and immediately tries to bolt. The monster dodges the first blast, but our boy isn't done. He uses instant creation again, this time building a portable water cannon directly onto his arm. This guy just went full-on Mega Man with a DIY project. He unleashes a torrent of water, blasting the Demon King and his slimy familiars. The attack completely soaks the battlefield, but that was just the appetizer. For the main course, he's building something truly ridiculous, a nail gun. This isn't your standard hardware store tool though. It's designed to fire special nails infused with Lancelot's power, injecting them straight into the enemy. With a cry of "This'll finish it!" he gives the weapon a final enhancement. He charges forward, leaping through the air with zero hesitation. He gets right up in the Demon King's face and unloads the nail gun point blank into his side. The armored tyrant lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Our main man has a terrifyingly triumphant grin on his face, clearly enjoying the chaos he's unleashed. The Demon King's armor begins to crack and shatter from the inside out, revealing the unconscious body of a woman. Masaru rips the helmet off, completely confused. He recognizes her. It's the former goddess. He thinks she's just been captured, but Lancelot sees the horrifying truth. This isn't right. Suddenly, her body begins to twist and contort in the most grotesque way possible. Giant mouths rip open all over her skin, revealing the true monster that was wearing her like a suit. The creature tries to flee, but our hero isn't having any of it. He glares at the abomination and says, "You're not getting away. After all, you're the first one." Alright, let's dive right in. Our boy is having a terrible day at the office, currently being used as a human slingshot by some unhinged snake creature who finds this whole situation hilarious. But here's the kicker, so does Masaru. This absol unit is impaled, stretched to his limit, and is laughing right back in its face, while our main man is having this weird, painful laugh off in the sky. His crew is on the ground, desperately trying to hold the line. Lancelot is looking ready to throw down. But what can you do against? Well, suddenly, the sky rips open with a ridiculously complex magic circle. Someone with a serious god complex is stepping in. A divine voice booms, "Apostle, what do you think you're doing to him?" And without waiting for an answer, a massive get obliterated beam of pure holy energy fires straight at the snake monster. The cavalry has arrived, and it's none other than the goddess Victinius herself, looking royally ticked off. She floats down from the heavens, having just saved the day in the most epic way possible. The snake creature gets vaporized, or so we think. It dissolves into a grotesque puddle of nightmare fuel with way too many smiling mouths. Down on the ground, Victinius lands, confirming she stabilized the front lines before rushing over. Lancelot and the goddess immediately turn their attention to our hopeless hero, who's finally been dropped. But just as they're about to panic, this guy pops up with a massive grin and a thumbs up, shout, "Okay, Victinia's out." Like he's just finished a game show. Lancelot's soul visibly leaves his body in confusion. Victinia's admits that yeah, gods aren't supposed to interfere, but even she was getting seriously worried. Masaru just brushes it off, pointing to the gaping hole in his stomach and saying, my healing magic will take care of it. No big deal. And he just vanishes. Whoops. Turns out he didn't teleport. He just collapsed back on the ground, the wound still wide open. He tries to speak, but his body won't move. He's completely paralyzed. Victinia's realizes this isn't a normal injury. The wound is pumping a demonic curse straight into his soul. Just as that horrifying realization sinks in, Masaru's eyes go wide. He sees something in the distance. That grotesque sludge monster is back, and this time it brought the whole extended family. An entire army of demon kings. No, heard me right. All of them. Lancelot lets out a frustrated "Tiesh" as the demon kings start their charge. The squad scrambles to fight, but it's a chaotic mess. The demon kings just blitz past the front line, heading straight for the main course. Lancelot tries to intercept, but their power level is suddenly off the charts. Victinia's knows what's up. "Tek Masaru," she yells. She immediately throws up an anti-demon sacred barrier, the biggest, baddest shield in her arsenal. A demon king casually smacks it, and the whole thing starts to shatter like cheap glass. The sheer amount of negative energy is just too much, but Victinia's is having none of it. She grits her teeth, swearing she will protect him, no matter what, and then, out of absolutely nowhere, a massive projectile zips through the battlefield. Victinia's jaw hits the floor. Don't tell me. Is that a railgun? Yep. A full-blown, sci-fi railgun has just been summoned onto a fantasy battlefield, and who's the one who summoned it? Our boy Masaru, who's suddenly awake and leaning against her. He gently pulls her back, holding her close. She's completely bewildered, asking what he's doing. He just smiles and says, "That's my line." He monologues that it's messed up for a goddess to die protecting a human like him. He thinks about how she's always been there, making this insane otherworld life fun. He whispers, "Maybe I might have liked you," and then immediately uses his magic, tortars, or the railgun. Before she can even process this ultimate act of romantic trolling, weapon fires, obliterating a huge chunk of the Demon King army. Victinia's is in tears, screaming for him to stop, calling him an idiot, but our main man's mind is made up. He attaches a parachute to her bizarre escape vehicle, ensuring she gets away safely. As she's yeeted into the sky, he turns to face the horde alone. The remaining Demon Kings don't hesitate. They swarm him, turning this absolute unit into a human pincushion. They just keep coming. Spear after spear finding its mark as the goddess can only watch in horror. As his life fades, a small box tumbles from his pocket, revealing a ring. A promise now broken forever. Alright, let's get this show on the road. We open on pure, unfiltered despair. Victinia's is absolutely wailing our boy's name, because it looks like Masaru has been straight up shish kebabed. He's impaled on multiple spikes, looking very very dead, while a horde of unhinged monsters cackles in the background like they just heard the funniest joke in the universe. Down on the ground, his allies are completely losing their minds. The knights are like, "What in the world is that thing?" And his party members can only stare in absolute horror, recognizing the silhouette of their fallen leader. Even the pretty boy prince is bewildered, pointing out that all the rampaging statues have stopped just to roar at this thing. Everyone thinks our main man has officially bought the farm. But then, the camera pulls back, revealing the biggest troll move of the century. That wasn't our boy getting impaled. That was the shadow of some absolute unit flexing over his fresh kill. This guy just single-handedly obliterated a divine servant and is soaking in the glory. But as this dude celebrates his epic win, our real hero, Masaru, suddenly feels a phantom pain and yells out. 1 second he's on the battlefield, the next he's standing in a blank, white void. And get this, he's back in his dorky work clothes from Earth. His brain is doing backflips trying to figure this out. He looks around and realizes this place looks familiar. Yep, this is the exact spot where he first met Victinia's. The gears finally click, and our unsuspecting lead comes to a grim conclusion. I really did die, I guess. And you know what? He's surprisingly chill about it. He starts listing off his accomplishments like he's updating his otherworldly resume. Yeah, the Beast Folk town is thriving, the Craftsmen are trained, and Victinia's is strong enough to handle the Demon King without me. But as he tries to justify it all, the reality hits him like a freight train. The brave facade cracks, and this guy just breaks down, apologizing to everyone he left behind. But mid-sob story he stops. He hears someone else crying. He looks up and sees this mysterious woman having a complete meltdown in front of a wall of futuristic monitors. Our boy swears he's seen her before. She looks a bit like Victinia's. These screens are playing a highlight reel from hell. Planets burning, cities turn to ash, and a population counter for humanity is rapidly ticking down to zero. We are watching the literal apocalypse in real time. The woman is just shattered, crying about how her world ended like this, how everyone just wanted to be happy. Masaru realizes this isn't Earth or the fantasy world he was just in. This is something else entirely. Suddenly, the woman's despair turns into fierce determination. She channels this insane energy, reaching out and declaring she won't give up. She looks right at him, saying, "It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's aim for happiness again, together." And just when you think this is a moment of hope, things get chaotic. The entire scene warps into a nightmare dimension filled with demonic mouths and swirling, dark energy. Her hopeful voice twists into pure rage, screaming, "This is your fault. Curse you. Why didn't you save us?" A chorus of ghostly voices joins in, accusing him of abandonment and betrayal. Before our hero can even process this psychic assault, a massive spear of lightning obliterates the space in front of him. A new voice cuts through the noise, calmly explaining that Masaru just touched a cursed memory fragment from a god. And then the camera pans up to reveal the last person you'd want to see in the afterlife. The smug, shady god who started this whole mess. He casually welcomes our boy back to the divine realm. There he is, lounging on a staircase like he owns the place. "Oh Masaru," he says with a wicked grin, "to think you've died." Our main man can only stare, his soul having left his body for the second time in 5 minutes. What is even going on? Alright, let's get this divine intervention started. Our boy Masaru finds himself climbing a stairway to heaven, which is a bit of a shock considering he just, died. A ridiculously buff dude with a smug grin introduces himself as Zeus, the supreme god of this divine realm, and our main man's first reaction isn't awe or reverence. Oh no. His brain immediately pulls up Zeus's entire rap sheet from mythology. The serial cheater, the master of terrible decisions, the worst of the gods. Zeus, completely unfazed by being called out, basically goes, "Yeah, that's me, pretty cool, right?" This absolute unit of a god then cuts to the chase, clearly bored with the insults. He points at Masaru and drops a bombshell. "Your reincarnated body. Yeah, I personally arranged that for you." Not only that, but this shady deity was the one who recommended our hero for reincarnation in the first place. Turns out, this special arrangement included giving Lancelot a stat sheet that breaks the game entirely. We're talking about a skill called Bearer of the Sword that gives a massive boost to ALL stats when activated. Just completely, utterly broken. But Zeus explains there was a side effect to this custom-built body. A piece of the Demon King's thoughts latched onto our unsuspecting lead. The light bulb goes off in Masaru's head. That woman he saw in his vision, that was the Demon King's final memory. Zeus lays out the tragic backstory. She was once a goddess who tried to save her collapsing world by absorbing ALL of its life force. But a mortal mind can't handle the collective hatred of an entire planet. She was cursed, twisted, and became the Beast King, the sheer despair of billions of souls. That's what our boy was up against. Masaru thinks it was just a case of cosmic bad luck, but Zeus him with the ultimate PSIX. "No," he says with a grin, "it's exactly as planned." Our hopeless hero is completely bewildered. "Planned? You planned this whole disaster," and Zeus, with zero shame, admits it. "I led her here. That's it." The dam breaks. Our boy yeets himself up the stairs, screaming bloody murder at the god who orchestrated everything. He is absolutely unhinged, roaring about how Zeus manipulated Victinius's love for her people. Zeus just casually holds up a finger and freezes him mid-lunge. "Not a bad reaction," he says, trolling this guy at the worst possible moment. Suddenly, an invisible force slams into Masaru, sending him flying back down the stairs. A new goddess appears, and it's none other than Hera. She immediately starts scolding her husband. "You always tease Pull like that," she says, like he just put a whoopee cushion on a throne. She turns to Masaru and apologizes, basically saying, "Sorry, my husband is just a chaotic jerk with a god complex." Masaru is still fuming, but Hera's presence forces him to pause. Zeus tries to argue he wasn't lying, but Hera shuts him down instantly. Then she gets serious. "Everything we did," she declares, "was for saving Victinius's world." She explains that Victinius's world was on a collision course with doom anyway, its own development threatening to tear it apart. To make matters worse, the Demon King's curse was spreading and would eventually consume their world regardless. Desperate, Hera turned to Zeus for help. She wanted to intervene directly, but Zeus forbade it. Instead, they cooked up a ridiculously high-stakes plan using the Demon King, and the key piece of that plan was Masaru. Hera confesses she set up the whole wager with Victinius and intentionally lost, making it seem like Victinius chose Masaru on her own. Then they blasted a notification to all the other gods about a reincarnated hero, basically painting a giant target on our main man's back. This, of course, got the attention of the Demon King, who immediately made Masaru her primary target. Masaru is trying to process this galaxy brain scheme. Zeus elaborates. "Your reincarnated body was specially made with power equal to a god. You were built to fight her." It all clicks for Masaru. His insane physical abilities weren't a fluke, they were a feature. But this realization brings no comfort. He breaks down crying that he had all that power and still couldn't save anyone. It was all his fault. Look, Zeus says, cutting through the pity party. Masaru, desperate for any good news, asks if Victinia's is okay. Zeus shows him a vision of the front base, and it is a complete catastrophe. The entire fortress is being swallowed by an ocean of black mud and monsters. Masaru's soul leaves his body. He can only scream as he watches everyone get obliterated. But wait. Down in the muck, Lancelot is cackling like a madman. A battle really is the best, he roars, flexing sword. His muscles have muscles. He and his squad are just tearing through the mud clones. Futa slices one in half, while another samurai type obliterates his target. Lancelot even has time to mock Futa, saying he'd be Monster Chow without his training. Futa knows he's stronger, but he's nowhere near Lancelot's level of chaotic energy. For a split second, Lancelot looks grim, thinking that if he'd reached this power sooner, Masaru might still be alive. But he shoves the thought aside. They're the rear guard, and they have a job to do. Meanwhile, some new pretty boy is watching Lancelot with total admiration. He smirks, saying they're not in a rush, which is a wild thing to say, because the giant magic barrier protecting the retreat is visibly cracking and about to be completely overrun. Back at the capital, the queen is pouring every last drop of her power into maintaining that failing barrier. You can see the immense strain on her face as she holds the line, but the grief is too much. She starts sobbing, her focus shattering as she cries out Masaru's name. Watching all this unfold, Masaru collapses, utterly broken. He failed, but Zeus, standing over him, just smirks. What are you talking about? Everything's going just as I foresaw. Masaru looks up in disbelief. Zeus admits he didn't expect Victinius to panic quite so hard, but the grand scheme is still on track. His eyes blaze with power. The real showdown, he declares, starts now. Hera steps forward, explaining their gamble is at its climax. Masaru's body is now matured and met all the secret, hidden qualifications. Zeus points directly at our bewildered hero. Prepare, he commands, for your rebirth. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. So the Demon Lord's forces have just obliterated the outer wall, and his top general is standing there, looking like the lead singer of a psychotic boy band. He's actually impressed, cackling that he almost wants to praise them for putting up a decent fight, but playtime is officially over. With a grin that could curdle milk, this absolute unit declares that the end has finally come, and he ain't kidding, because in the next second, the entire magical barrier protecting the city just shatters like cheap glass. Our boy Lancelot and his companion can only stare in horror as the shield evaporates, and a tidal wave of slimy mud monsters starts pouring through the breach. The demon general floats above the carnage, looking down on the wounded soldiers. He gets all mock sympathetic, saying, "You suffered so much, now I'll make it easy for you." And by easy, he means a quick, horrifying death, courtesy of his eyeball-infested army. This guy is just pure, unadulterated evil. Back at the forward base, Lancelot is fuming. He knows this is bad. Looking at the tactical map, his plan was to hold the line at the front. But now, with enemies swarming from all directions, he realizes he can't handle it alone. He's basically wondering where the heck the gods are in all this mess. But then, something ridiculous happens. A brand new, even bigger barrier suddenly materializes over the city of Winteria. Lancelot hits the floor, but he immediately sees this as the golden opportunity they need. Without missing a beat, he orders his subordinate Futa to get back and regroup the troops. This absolute unit is going in to support the front line himself. He charges headfirst into the sludgy nightmare, but the sheer number of these things is insane. The demon commander just laughs, watching his minions completely overwhelm the human soldiers. It's a total massacre. We see one soldier getting consumed by the mud, whispering a final farewell to his master. It's a grim, poetic end as his body is just absorbed. Even the goddess of light can only watch from a distance as her followers are being systematically obliterated. The demon commander gets all philosophical, monologuing about how anger, sorrow, and death are the inevitable fate of all living things. He rambles on that once his lord devours this world, he'll just move on to the next. Apparently, his boss needs to consume entire worlds to keep from going insane. Totally normal, well-adjusted villain behavior right there. This unhinged general is literally surfing on a wave of his own monsters, cackling his head off. He promises to kill every last one of them gloriously and gruesomely, all with that psychotic smile plastered on his face. But just as he's enjoying his villain speech, something massive is launched from the city walls. It slams down right in the middle of his army with a deafening crash. The demon commander looks up, completely bewildered. A glowing sphere of energy is just sitting there. He scoffs, thinking it's just a cannonball. He mocks them, saying it's as pointless as throwing water on a raging fire. "Oh, you sweet summer child." The sphere begins to glow with blinding intensity. The demon's smug look instantly vaporizes, replaced by pure, unfiltered panic. Boom! The shell detonates in a massive explosion, tearing through his mud army. He realizes way too late that it wasn't a cannonball, it was a BOMB. From the walls, a commander roars. Direct hit. Open all gun ports. The order is given. Fire. The demon commander can only watch in abject horror. A biblical-level volley of explosive shells rains down from the sky, turning his unstoppable army into a crater-filled wasteland. Up on the walls, the elves are frantically reloading the cannons. One complains that the tech is garbage compared to Masaru's railgun, but another soldier snaps back, telling him to shut up and keep loading the anti-demon lord explosive shells. The demon commander grits his teeth, realizing they had this ace up their sleeve the whole time. Inside the city, the dark elves are pouring their magic into reinforcing the new barrier, while Era Saphira rallies the troops. But our shady villain isn't giving up. He screams for his units to form ranks, and that's when the real party starts. From every gate, reinforcements pour in. The king's shield from the east, a massive beastman warrior, leading the charge from the south. The elite warriors from the underground city of Kakuriha at the west gate, and the combined might of the Winteria allied forces. An entire international army has just shown up to crash the demon's party. The leaders confirm that this epic gathering is all thanks to our boy Masaru. Queen Adelina of Winteria steps forward, taking command of the entire coalition. She accepts the heavy burden, knowing they barely got these reinforcements here in time, and they absolutely cannot afford to lose. She gestures to the incredible city behind them, a city of skyscrapers and advanced infrastructure. She declares that everything they have, everything they've built, is because of what Masaru taught them. We see flashes of our main man, working his butt off to build this new world. Fueled by his legacy, every single soldier, elf and warrior stares down the enemy with unbreakable resolve. They will not give up. They will fight to the very end. And across the battlefield, the demon commander, battered but not burned, flashes a bloody, defiant grin. He screams, "We'll fight back with everything we've got." The ultimate showdown is about to begin. Alright, let's dive right into the absolute chaos. We get a quick rundown of the leadership on the field. Adelina, the literal level 173 goddess, and Zarg, her trusty military commander. Level 40. Yeah, there's slight power gap there. Adelina is rallying the troops, pointing out the next wave of demonic sludge that's about to crash into them. The scene is grim, folks. A massive domed city is under siege by an endless tide of unholy goo monsters. The soldiers on the front line are giving it their all, screaming that they'll protect the city with their lives, which is a sweet sentiment but also probably about to be tested in the most brutal way possible. The commanders are already yelling for the wounded to fall back to the city gates. This isn't a battle anymore, it's a desperate, fighting retreat. Zarg is trying to hold the line, but the look on his face says it all. They are completely, utterly screwed. And our main man, Masaru, is having a full-blown meltdown watching his friends and allies get swallowed by the darkness. His mind is just screaming, no way. He can see the city's barrier cracking under the strain as the Demon Lord's army just keeps pushing and pushing, but it gets worse. The curse starts to take hold, and suddenly, allies are turning on each other, driven mad by hatred. Realizing he's losing control, our boy Masaru goes full dark side, his eyes turning black as he tries to weaponize the chaos, screaming "Curse Yashodher." And then, out of absolutely nowhere, a massive slash of pure energy obliterates a chunk of the battlefield. Masaru looks up, bewildered, as a giant black tentacle is sliced clean in half. A golden blur carves through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter, leaving a trail of splattered monster parts in its wake. Of course, it's Lancelot. The absolute unit lands with a smug grin, his ridiculous sword gleaming. Masaru is stunned, muttering, "Lancelot, you bastard." While Lancelot just flexes, having single-handedly punched a hole through the enemy encirclement. The shockwave from his attack is so intense it vaporizes even more of the mud army. Zarg and his comrades can only stare in disbelief, having nearly been sliced in half themselves by the friendly fire. And who comes tumbling through the brand new opening? It's Futa, the samurai dude, looking a little worse for wear but definitely alive. The soldiers are ecstatic, rushing to help him. One guy is in awe, saying Lancelot is way too scary for carving a path like that. As the beautiful Elphalina helps Futa up, he seems to accidentally cop a feel. The dude immediately gets a nosebleed, and instead of being embarrassed, he puffs out his chest and declares he must protect them, because to do otherwise would be rude. Bro, read the room. Zarg just looks back at this unhinged display of priorities like, what are they even yelling about at a time like this? Adelina is equally unimpressed, wondering if they even realize they're on the brink of total annihilation. Zarg snaps that Adelina is a musclehead too, and asks if she's finally considering evacuating the queen, because this battle is basically lost. But Adelina isn't having any of it. She plants her feet, declaring this is a city they all built together, and she's fighting to the bitter end. Besides, she smirks, if she ran now Masaru would totally laugh at her from the afterlife, and she can't have that. With renewed purpose, she and rally the troops for one more push. Suddenly, a massive shockwave slams into the city's barrier from above. It's the demon lord, but she's not attacking, she's being consumed by a monstrous sludge creature, screaming in agony, "Why? Why?" A leveler of light erupts from the ground, and her desperate cries echo across the entire battlefield. Everyone, from the soldiers to the civilians, hears the spectral voice and freezes. The demon lord lets out one final, soul-shattering scream. The cursed mud begins to swirl, gathering into a single, terrifying point, a vortex of pure despair. Our hopeless hero realizes what's happening. A part of the demon lord's consciousness has awakened. Aura, the curse expert, starts panicking. She knows that if that thing is fully unleashed, they are all finished. And, forming right on top of her, high above in the celestial realm, the goddess Victinius feels it too. Her sister Ira calls out to her and Victinius admits she felt the same despair as the fallen god. She looks down at the swirling abyss, knowing Masaru has fallen and the situation is spiraling out of control. And yet, the people aren't running. They keep fighting. She can feel it, their collective will, their prayers, their desire to protect the city they built with their own hands. A pure wish that reaches the very heart of a god. She understands. Masaru planted the seeds of creation and joy, and now these people are fighting to protect what they've grown. It's a feeling her old world, a world that stopped growing and simply faded away, had lost long ago. The vortex is the embodiment of that failure, and the demon lord is its screaming core. Aira asks what's going to happen, but Victinius just comforts her. This isn't the time to cry, she says, a fire in her eyes. Masaru left us with so many things that are now blooming. Her divine power flares to life. She will protect this city, this world. She will protect it all. With a roar, she unleashes a colossal beam of pure, holy energy directly at the heart of the vortex. Everyone, on the ground, can only stare as she makes her declaration. Their faces a mix of shock and awe. I am the god of Alstetia. I am Victinius. But just as her epic moment peaks, a familiar, sarcastic voice cuts through the air. Well said. Reflected in her eye is a single figure, floating effortlessly in the sky. It's Masaru. He's back from the brink and his first act is to troll the goddess herself, saying, "Now the title of crab-obsessed useless goddess. Let's drop that for now though." No way! This absolute unit is back on his feet, standing defiant against a literal black hole of despair. Our boy has returned, and it is officially go time. Just when the battlefield is about to be completely overrun, a massive pillar of light slams down from the heavens. Everyone, friend and foe alike, just stops and stares. The entire crew is completely bewildered, but then they see him. "No way," they mutter. "He came back? That's right." Floating in the sky like he just came back from a coffee run is our main man Masaru. He looks down with a calm, almost smug smile on his face. Not a scratch on him. And while the alien demon lord's copy has some ridiculous 999 stats, the goddess Victinius is rocking pure infinity across the board. Victinius is just ugly crying with joy, yelling at him for taking so long. But our boy just shrugs it off with a casual smile. Sorry, I was dealing with Zeus and all kinds of stuff. But hey, the timing's perfect, right?" His friends are having a collective heart attack, screaming at him not to move, while he's just casually chilling midair. The whole squad is relieved, even if they're trying to play it cool with some top-tier tsundere reactions. Aira breathes, a sigh of relief, just glad he's back in one piece. This absolute unit gives a confident thumbs up. "Of course, I've got a plan. Just trust me." And then, without another word, he just casually hops into a dimensional portal and vanishes. The girls are left completely stunned. Did this guy just use dimensional crossing like it was nothing? Their minds are officially blown. Meanwhile, the apostle, our boy's evil twin, is doing the math and it ain't adding up. He literally saw Masaru get skewered. There's only one possible, ridiculous explanation: rebirth. The apostle's soul basically leaves his body as he screams, "Masaru, you bastard, you were reborn as a god, weren't you?" Popping out of another portal, our hero confirms it. According to Old Man Zeus, they call it ascension. But yeah, it was planned all along as part of the strategy against the demon lord. The apostle is completely floored. Planned? From the very beginning, Masaru explains that Hera, the shadiest goddess of them all, manipulated his skill lottery into an 11-draw gacha. Turns out, mastering 10 skills was the secret final condition for becoming a god, and his old body was reforged into a perfect vessel for godhood. The apostle is having a full-on existential crisis. If that's true, was He just a pawn in their game too? Masaru looks at him with pity. He explains that he's actually here to save the former god that the apostle serves. He saw her tragic end in the divine realm, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. He asks the apostle, "You felt the same, didn't you? That's why you sided with her." But the apostle just snaps. "Like I care about any of that," he roars, his shadowy beast form lashing out. I just stood up for the crying girl." He unleashes a flurry of attacks, and Masaru just smirks. "Teesh, that's kind of badass." Which only makes the apostle even more unhinged. But our boy is on another level now. He just starts opening portals and yeeting giant logs at the apostle like he's playing interdimensional dodgeball. His friends can only watch in awe at the sheer chaos unfolding. The apostle smirks, thinking he still has the numbers advantage with the demon lord's army. Masaru agrees, saying he'll just hold him off until Victinia's is ready. And then our main man gets a wicked glint in his eye. "In that case, maybe I should show you some real persuasion." His face contorts in concentration, and he mutters, "Copy, complete." The apostle's mind shatters. This guy, this absolute mad lad just copied his divine energy. Our hero pulls up his stats to check out the upgrade, and the numbers are just plain disrespectful. His level skyrockets from 54 to 501, and every other stat gets a ridiculous boost. He just starts laughing maniacally in midair. The apostle can't believe the stat jump. Masaru trolls him hard, basically telling him, "Go ahead, attack me. I dare you." The apostle grits his teeth, realizing the fake was their biggest threat all along. But then he spots a flaw. "But from the looks of it, you couldn't copy my memories or items from the divine realm after my rebirth." Masaru just grins and pulls a massive, ornate spear from a portal. That's why I'm saying this, no holding back. Everyone freezes. That spear, it's unmistakable. "Because I'm gonna do the same," our boy declares. Flashback to the divine realm. Masaru's ascension is complete. Zeus is trying to give him a pep talk, but our hero is already brimming with confidence. Zeus tells him they chose him for a reason, and Masaru recognizes the spear he was tossed earlier. It's none other than Coronation, Zeus's personal, legendary thunderbolt spear. When Masaru asks if he gets his own sacred weapon now, Zeus just calls him a fool. He asks if this spear is enough to beat the demon lord, and Zeus confirms one hit will turn everything to dust. A dangerous smile spreads across our hero's face, and he just says, "That's great." Back in the present, he holds the real Coronation, crackling with divine lightning. The battlefield is lit up by the raw power, and his friends immediately recognize the weapon of a god. But wait, back in the divine realm, Zeus is watching this on a monitor and his jaw hits the floor. "Impossible. Why is my beloved spear on Earth?" The apostle is just as confused. He knows for a fact Zeus has the spear right there with him, or does he? Is standing next to Zeus, holds the spear that's supposed to be the real one, and he just starts cackling uncontrollably. He figures it out instantly. During their little chat, Masaru, the ultimate sleight of hand, he swapped the real spear with a flawless magical replica he made on the spot. The copy is so perfect that even Ares is impressed. Hera, enjoying the chaos she orchestrated, trolls Zeus. "Why not just give command then? To verify whether that spear is real or not." She plays innocent, but her smirk says it all. Zeus finally realizes he's been played by Hera from the very beginning, and she just laughs in his face. Annoyed, Ares decides to test the spear he's holding, gripping it tight. Too late. On the battlefield, Masaru raises the true Coronation high and roars, "Order you." In the divine realm, Ares tries to command the fake, but it remains dead silent. Masaru just cackles. "You've got to be kidding me. This is straight up cheating, man. This is straight up hacks." His friends on the ground are screaming, cheering him on. Victinia's shouts, "No! Unleash the light that illuminates everything." With a final roar, our boy unleashes the full power of the weapon, channeling every ounce of divine energy into it. A blinding beam of pure destruction erupts from the tip as he screams the weapon's ultimate attack. Thunderbolt. Alright, let's dive right in. The final battle has just wrapped, and the very fabric of reality is getting torn to shreds. An ungodly amount of power is unleashed, and our boy is caught right in the middle of it. He gets absolutely yeeted through the sky, completely powerless to stop his fall. Our main man looks down totally defeated and just accepts his fate. Ah, damn it. Is this the end? His internal monologue kicks in, and it's a real downer. He calls himself a fake, a fleeting monster, but in his final moments, all he can think about is his lord, hoping that at least she got a little bit of peace from his sacrifice. What a guy. Meanwhile, The tentacle goddess unleashes a final, chaotic blast of energy. Her entire form becomes a swirling vortex of eldritch horror and eyeballs. This attack is so massive, it literally rains down from orbit like a meteor shower from hell. The entire planet gets bombarded with these divine nukes. But wait just a second. A status screen pops up, and we see the truth. Our boy Masaru has officially abandoned his title as the god of creation. All his ridiculous, overpowered divine skills wiped clean. He basically just hit the factory reset button on himself, and just like that, the fall stops. This absolute lands gracefully, holding 2 small orbs of light. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, a huge grin spreading across his face. Phew, it's over, he declares, looking like $1,000,000. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name, Masaru. Our hero looks up, and his expression just melts. It's everyone. His entire crew is bolting towards him. Alive and well. Without a second thought, he takes off running to meet them. The whole squad is back together, and it is a glorious reunion. They stand together, the heroes who just saved the world. A perfect photo op moment. But as the dust settles, Masaru turns to look back at the town they fought so hard to protect, and his jaw hits the floor. The entire town has been completely obliterated. We're talking crater-level destruction. Our boy's soul basically leaves his body in pure terror. He starts spiraling, blaming that useless goddess, Victinias, for weakening the barrier. He's screaming about the hot springs, the Silk Road, all the stuff he worked so hard to build. His friends are just staring at him like, huh? They're way more concerned about him than some buildings. They're just happy everyone's alive. But Masaru is still in his feelings, looking at the wreckage. He gets all sentimental, saying the town they built from scratch is gone, and it feels like the memories they made are gone with it. One of his companions calls him a total dummy, but he just sadly agrees. That's when the queen steps up and drops the most epic line imaginable. Now's exactly the time for DAESNTIT. Masaru is bewildered, but she's not kidding. The little rabbit girl chimes in, saying that after wars, people rebuild their towns themselves with DIE. She grabs his leg, pleading with him that they can just build it all over again. The rest of the crew immediately gets on board. They see it as a worthy sacrifice. The town was destroyed to protect its people. A pretty good trade-off. Allies from every nation step up, all offering to lend a hand in the reconstruction. Seeing this, Masaru's gloomy face finally breaks. The queen cheers that they just defeated the demon lord, and it's time to celebrate. A massive, genuine smile spreads across our hero's face. He's back. You're right, he says, raising his hand to the sky. In that case, Demon Lord subjugation. Formation complete. The entire army roars in victory. We did. Everyone. The cheers are deafening. The war is over. The queen offers her hand, a gesture of partnership and a bright future. Masaru beams, reaching out to take it. It's the perfect happy ending. They're about to rebuild a new world together. Their hands are just about to touch. Geklumped, a handcuff snaps around his wrist. Everyone freezes. Masaru looks over, completely bewildered. Huh? It was Athena, one of his own allies, who cuffed him. The queen is just as shocked as everyone else. Athena declares, "We've captured the wanted criminal," and starts dragging him away. He's literally being put in a cage. The scene shifts instantly. Our hopeless hero is now in a grand courtroom, chained and confused. A shady-looking official congratulates Athena. Then he addresses our boy by his full Earth name. "We will now announce the verdict for the accused, Narumi Masaru." The charge is read aloud for the entire court to hear. For the grave crime of divine relic, theft, and without missing a beat, the verdict is dropped like a ton of bricks. You are hereby sentenced to 100 years of sealing. 100 years. The entire crew can only stare in absolute, unhinged disbelief as their hero is led away. What an epic troll job. Alright, let's dive right in. Our boy just saved the world, and what's his reward? A one-way ticket to Divine Court, where Old Man Zeus is in a good mood. The verdict comes down like a ton of bricks. A 100-year sealing sentence. Guards immediately grab our main man, who is absolutely losing it. His soul has officially left his body. The sheer, unadulterated panic sets in as he's dragged away, screaming that this is some kind of cosmic joke. But nope, this is real life, or rather real god jail. The imposing guard, who I'm pretty sure is Athena, tells him to shut up and wait quietly. She gives him the classic "don't try anything funny" line, but honestly, look at this guy's face. He's about 2 seconds from a full-blown meltdown. Our hopeless hero tries to plead his case, shouting that throwing him in a cell without even hearing his side is completely unfair. But his words just echo in the massive hall. A moment later, he's slumped on the cold floor of a jail cell, contemplating his life choices. After all that trouble, after taking down a freaking demon lord, this is the thanks he gets. He starts muttering to himself, trying to rationalize this whole mess. Apparently he's guilty of stealing the sacred artifact Kiraonos. He argues that he just borrow at it, as an emergency measure to not die. And on top of that, he's left everyone behind in Winteria with no clue what's happening to the town or the people. But then, a light bulb goes off in his head. He remembers something about Divine Realm disaster insurance. Wait a second. Does that mean the destroyed town and even the victims can be revived? Realizing this, his mood instantly snaps from despair to pure rage. He curses out his goddess, Victinias, for being a cheapskate and not getting the premium plan. He literally calls her a stupid useless goddess, with a DI brain. Savage. And speak of the devil, who should appear outside his cell, casually sipping tea? None other than Victinias herself. Turns out, she's also in hot water for interfering with the mortal world. So now they're both under arrest, just two besties waiting for their punishment. It's all over. But our boy isn't one to mope for long. He tells her that fighting the Demon Lord made him realize something important. Victinias launches into a surprisingly deep speech about human happiness, which basically boils down to a simple routine. You work well, eat well, and sleep well. That's the ticket to a perfect life. Our main man actually agrees. It's a common idea, but it's not wrong. It all comes down to quality of life. He explains that until now, his DIY skills were just for improving their immediate environment. But now, he has a grander vision. A roadmap for the next stage. This absolute unit wants to spread his knowledge and creations beyond Winteria, to build a better world where people don't fight over technology. Victinias is completely starstruck by his noble mindset. The heroic moment is immediately shattered when he remembers, oh yeah, I'm stuck here for 100 years. Victinias promised to visit, which is sweet, but then she goes full troll mode. She pulls out a ring and asks, so you were going to give me this, right? Our hero is bewildered. His brain short-circuits. Where did she get that? She casually explains she found a little box in his pocket before the big fight. He absolutely denies it, screaming that this is a misunderstanding. He tries to play it off as a simple thank you gift. If he knew she'd react like this, he would have given her Kirab flavored candy instead. Ouch, man. That's cold. Victinias's face falls. With tears welling up, she asks the one question that can stop any man in his tracks. Do you hate me? He immediately panics. And no, I never said I hate you. Seeing her opening, she leans in, eyes sparkling with hope. Then, she drops the bombshell. Do you like me? Our boy's expression is a mix of pure terror and a system crash. He manages to squeak out a maybe, and that's all she needs to hear. The two of them are now panting, completely flustered by this chaotic confession. This guy admits he's terrible at expressing his feelings. He used to send her useless poems and haikus, which she found incredibly rude. He even tries to use the species difference as an excuse. Finally, getting a grip, he makes the most ridiculous proposal in history. Let me make a reservation. He asks her to keep the spot next to her open until he can sort out his feelings, basically telling a goddess not to date anyone else while he's in jail. The sheer audacity. And it works. She agrees, promising to give him the ring if he keeps his word. With the deal sealed, he smiles, saying he'll treasure her promise. Just as the romantic tension peaks, a sharp ahem cuts through the air. It's Athena, and she looks deeply unamused. She's been standing there the whole time. They are busted. She informs them she returned with a summons. Victinias. Because her meddling involved an interdimensional demon lord, she's getting off with just a written apology. A total slap on the wrist. However, her excessive trips to the mortal realm are now on record. Then, she turns to Masaru, the stolen relic. Thanks to a petition from Lady Hera, he's getting a retrial. Athena tells them they're released for now and need to go see Zeus. Our boy is over the moon. Things are finally looking up, but Athena, the master of awkward timing, isn't finished. She leans in and says, also, about your little exchange in jail earlier. With a completely straight face she adds, regarding your engagement, congratulations. And just like that, both of them absolutely lose their minds, blushing and stammering that it's not like that at all. The accidental witness has delivered the final blow.